Visit America's Best Racing.net today. That was earlier this morning here at Saratoga. The heavy lifting done in the AM. Now we're ready for the afternoon races with the first of 10 just around the corner. Welcome everyone just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So some overnight rain. And this morning, right around an inch. The bad news, we lost 4 turf races this afternoon. The good news, the Lake George is still on grass for now. Turf course listed as yielding, and it looks like clear sailing for the weekend. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, that first just around the corner. The 4th race, Curlin potential prep for the Travers. The late pick 5 starts in the 6th. Aforementioned Lake George, race number 9. 2 stakes races on this Friday from Saratoga, day number 7. Alongside Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, Jonathan Kinchin. You do not have his tie on.
No,
today,
not,
as you did
not
for
today. No, I need a different tie.
Has Paul made up with you?
From that same line.
Oh, yeah. You guys like sung Kumbaya? Because he wasn't happy.
He didn't talk to me for the rest of the show, to be fair.
No karate in the garage?
No karate in the garage. They didn't just become best friends. Chad Brown's relationship, however, for the Lake George has been unreal. The success in the Lake George over the years, seeking a 5th straight today. The Lake George, JK, we're looking at a yielding turf course right now. The race is on grass for now. As a handicapper, how do you adjust to a turf course with that much given it?
Well, what you usually like to do is try to look to see which horses have had success on ground not listed as firm. The problem is that the top 4 choices in this race have never run on a not firm turf course. So you really are kind of flying blind. I will tell you this, though, the 10 towards the outside, Secret Money, has run on a turf course not listed as firm, 1 for 1.
So something to monitor throughout the course of the afternoon, how soft that turf course is. It is the only race on grass this afternoon. Gary, you had a chance to speak with Chad Brown or communicate with Chad Brown earlier today. What did he say about his horses running on this turf course?
The only 2 he mentioned, Ligarita, he's slightly concerned about the soft going. He doesn't know. She hasn't been on it. She hasn't raced on it. But he said, Revelita, she's proven on soft turf. We've got yielding turf. That's a grade down from soft. It's going to be soggy out there, but she has raced on it and been successful.
Grade 3 at Lake George, 3-year-old fillies. Here's the field. Morning line odds. You have the 2 defections, so 8 of them. And Liguria coming off that big win in the Wild Applause, 3-1, and that's the key race. JK, the Wild Applause, you're going to see tax implications. She makes first run from off the pace. She's going to lose ground. Meantime, Liguria biding her time, biding her time. Let's take tax implications go right on by. She actually saves ground and makes the last run.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in these situations, you want to save ground on the turn. Off the turn, Gary, I don't think it matters as much when you're trying to get into the clear.
Now, if you get on the right spot of the racetrack, like she did here, there's a little crown out there coming off the turn. It actually catapults you coming off if you can hit it just right, and that's exactly what she was able to do here.
Tax implications, though, JK, was fresh, had not raced in months, where Liguria had recency. So tax implications for every reason expected to take a step forward this afternoon.
You would think so, but the issue is, as we talked about at the top, is she going to like the give in the ground? And look, the way she's bred, you would suggest that she might enjoy that, but you never know until they try it.
That's the Lake George race number 9. We have the Curlin race number 4 for 3-year-olds, prepping for the Travers, and 2-year-olds on track now for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Off the turf on the main track, same distance, Scratch Shards, Scratch Weekend, Concerto, Reverend Moon, and Sam's Treasure. Foxhole, the only one entered, main track only, even money. With about 5 minutes to post, let's see how these 2-year-olds look when they arrived moments ago. And starting with Billy the Greek, Ken Ramsey, debuting homebred.
Yeah, first-time starter, and this one's siblings. All won, but they won on the grass, so keep that in mind. And they did it going long.
Cowboy Code wasn't bet, didn't do much running in his debut.
No, it wasn't bet at all. Blinkers going on. Maybe it'll make a difference for Wayne Lucas. They paid $1 million for this colt.
Every 4 years, a solid debut, every right to step forward.
Yeah, but not a great sign when you're odds on and you run as poorly as this one did.
Number 7, Same Old Fears, 4-1 with Jose Ortiz. Wesley Ward bred him, owns him, trains him.
Yeah, it was 5-2 on the morning line. Not taking a lot of action right now. He just shipped up here from Keeneland, but does have some good workouts. for Wesley.
We saw Anchises, and then you have the even money favorite in Foxhole and Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, by constitution, been working lights out at Belmont Park. He's got one breeze. No, he doesn't have any breezes here at Keeneland. So he's, or at, excuse me, at Saratoga. So he's just shipped up.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, 4 minutes out. The next race, next voice you'll hear is the voice you've been waiting to hear. Maggie Wolfendale standing by, zeroing in on these 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Maggie, what have you seen? What have you noticed from these freshmen?
Lafitte, it didn't take much to zero in on the heavy favorite in here. That's number 9, Foxhole. He's beautiful. He's just a lovely frame, son of Constitution, with quite a nice pedigree to boot. Well, the dam, she wasn't much. A 3-quarter sibling, was a greatest stakes winner as a 2-year-old. The dam is half to On Fire Baby, who's a multiple greatest stakes winner at 2, 3, 4, and 5 going long on the dirt. Now, maybe, you know, the 5.5 is his undoing. Maybe the fact that they entered in as an MTO in a turf race, maybe that's a negative. But I can't see anything beyond that. This is a good-looking horse. He's well-prepared. He's uber fit. And he draws favorably to the outside, so he can kind of let things unfold as they may to his inside, and a ride can dictate what goes on. Moving on to some others who have experience. Number 3, Cowboy Code. $1 million last year as a yearling for this son of Into Mischief. Don't get me wrong, he's a good-looking type, well-balanced, beautifully put together. You saw him briefly acting up in that post-braid. He kind of had to break post-braid, but now he does have his mind on business, as Flavien Prat has opted to keep him with the pony, and Wayne does school all of his horses with the pony. In fact, I think that pony that's with him is actually Wayne's pony in the morning. So used to that friendly face. Still talking about Cowboy Code here, but I just thought last time he was running in spots, he was spooking at Ellis Park, and that's a speed-dominated racetrack. He was totally up against it that day. He'll apply just a very, very short-cut cheater blinker, and hoping for a more professional effort, because on the fitness side of things, he really moved forward from that debut. As we'll take a look back at number 4 every 4 years. I picked him that day, and as JK said, he was really disappointing. In a short field, we saw the horse that outfinished him for second, Rockstar Boy, come back in a restricted maiden special weight. That's horses that sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. Run up the racetrack. He was dreadful as the favorite. The one thing I will say about every 4 years today, comparatively with his last race, is that he is awake. He was asleep in the paddock and the preliminaries last time out. Now he is much more on it. Look for him to at least break better. We'll see if that has any bearing on how he performs today. And then we'll take a look at the filly against the boys. Same Old Fears, daughter of Uncle Mo. Now, the dam broke her maiden in a dirt sprint. The half is a stakes-winning turf horse, though, and the dam a half-sister to Bound for Nowhere, a very talented turf sprinter for Wesley Ward. She does look a little bit more petite than her male counterparts. That's okay when we're talking about 2-year-olds. She's very fit, well prepared. Look for her to have that typical Wesley Ward speed. Just wondering if, I think she can handle the dirt, but I think she will be better on the main track. I think it's gonna take a lot to beat your current 4 to 5 favorite Foxhole today, Lafitte.
Foxhole 4 to 5 around Ortiz for Wesley Ward. Same Old Fears. Wouldn't be the first time he beats the boys with 2-year-olds. Rather common. Again, Wesley Ward owns this one, trains this one, does everything but ride this one, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried about the surface, because all the workouts at Keeneland have been on the dirt. Did do some training at Turfway Park on the synthetic there earlier on, just 3 furlong works. But he's got some solid works, or she does, has some solid works. He's got on June 13th, 47-3, away from the gate, kind of exposed herself there that she's fast.
Her jockey's not bad either. The jockey standings presented by Game of Silks. Arad Ortiz in the saddle. The Ortiz brothers, 18 combined wins. Arad with 10 thus far as we get ready to kick off day 7.
Look, I mean, we talk about it often. We can look on paper when it comes to these 2-year-olds. We can look at workout reports, but nothing kind of pushes me over the top like Maggie's opinion when it comes to how these horses are warming up, how they look in comparison to the other ones. Is, you can love your horse in here, you can love a Foxhole, but if Foxhole is in here with 3 other monsters, and it doesn't really matter. But when Maggie has that confidence that this is the best looking horse, the one that looks like the one that's most ready to run well today, it gives me a lot of confidence, the kind of confidence that you single a horse like the 9 in the pick 5.
And circling back to number 4, every 4 years, we mentioned he was odds on. You really didn't like the debut. I thought it was okay, kind of a rocky start, and in that short of a race, that clearly compromised him. It was an even run. I just thought a foundation building effort and something to move forward on.
Just wish there was a little bit more adversity to blame for why they didn't run to the even money.
Yeah, I mean, it says bumped hard at the start, and it wasn't that hard. He got his balance. He didn't get knocked off balance or anything. He was drawn on the outside that day. I'm with Jonathan. I thought he had every opportunity to show some more through the stretch. Christoph, he usually has his horses very fit. Coming in for their first race. They do improve second out, but he's going to have to improve considerably, I think.
But he's awake this time. Post time for the opener. Frank Miramati as they load. Frank, Archisis, first-time starter. What's an Archisis?
There will be people that could tell you more. One more after Anchises, a well-named individual from the Peachtree stable. Foxhole, the big favorite to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of hesitation for Cowboy Code out of the gate, and the filly's Same Old Fears is very quick. Clears off at once, opens up 2. Billy the Greek and Foxhole a joint second. Foxhole now takes that second spot. And Kaisis is in 4, 2.5 off the leader. Another 2 back to every 4 years. It's a distance to Cowboy Code. Rounding the far turn, and Same Old Fears confronted now by the favorite Foxhole through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. These 2 will arrive at the top of the stretch, 1-2. Just behind them, every 4 years on the outside, and Kaisis racing in between horses. Billy the Greek is on the rail. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Same Old Fears digging in and pulling away by a length and a half. Down on the inside, Billy the Greek is looking for a spot. Center of the track, Foxhole is now set down trying to get by the filly. It's Same Old Fears holding on the inside. Anchises finds room late, and here comes Anchises. 4 of them coming for the wire. A dramatic finish. Here it is. Photo finish. It's too close to call. Billy the Greek and Foxhole losing the rider right at the wire was Same Old Fears. It's a close photo in race 1.
Driving finish in this first race at Saratoga. The concern over the fallen filly right at the wire. Same Old Fears. Same Old Fears. And Jose Ortiz, who went down right at the wire. Maggie is with us. Maggie, what did you see?
I'm ready. There has to be a steward's inquiry here, guys. I don't know exactly, but obviously it got very tight at the finish line. Thankfully, Same Old Fears, she looks to be fine. She's being apprehended and has been apprehended by our outriders. Jose Ortiz immediately, the ambulance and the attending medics have gone over to attend him. He is currently underneath the inside rail being looked at. Any further updates regarding him, Lafitte, I will bring them to you. But all things at least looking good for Same Old Fears.
Too early to breathe a sigh of relief, but somewhat of a sigh of relief. Maggie, thank you so much. In terms of her observation, that Same Old Fears looks to be okay. Jose Ortiz on his feet. Any further update, we will pass that along. Scary scene right at the finish of this first race with Billy the Greek, who you're looking at, emerging with the win at 12-1, 1983. Collective gasp as to what just took place in the opener, but so far it looks like Same Old Fears and Jose Ortiz able to walk away. We'll have more and much more to unpack following this first from Saratoga.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Crowd little shook up by what just took place at the wire in the opener. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Billy the Greek at 12-1 over the 3-5 favorite Foxhole. It's still unofficial. That is an inquiry involving the spill at the wire with Same Old Fears, the filly who fell, was able to get up, as Maggie reported, as well as Jose Ortiz, so that is the best news. Gary, we haven't had a chance to see a replay. It happened so fast. What did you observe?
I mean, it happened so quickly, and if she got up and she's okay, I would say they were all four of those horses were in such tight quarters when they were approaching the finish line that the only thing that would make sense to me is that she grabbed a heel, and when you're going that fast, her front foot grabbed the heel of one of those other horses' front foot or a hind foot, because she had dropped back ever so slightly. That's the only thing that could have caused her to fall. So that's why there no change they've just announced. But that's the only thing that tells me is she had to have grabbed a heel. But it could have been nobody's fault because they were in super tight quarters, and that's when things can happen. Just the slightest bit of tapping another horse's heel, and you will hit the deck.
And also being told Jose Ortiz sitting up. He hasn't actually gotten up and walked away just yet. He is sitting up, Jose Ortiz. And as far as the filly, though, just let's get back to Maggie with an update on what just took place in this first race. Maggie.
Lafitte, we just heard a round of applause from the fans here at Saratoga as Jose Ortiz has been able to stand up. He's still being attended by our medical staff here. He has yet to move from the inside rail, but he is standing. The ambulance is going to back up to him now, and he's going to be loaded in. Now, Same Old Fears, as a precautionary measure, was loaded into the horse ambulance. Wesley Ward immediately came out with his team, and they were going to walk her home. But it is standard practice and protocol because of her tumble to have a ride home. But still, she walked around and just loaded on very easily. So all things good for her. Still waiting an official word on Jose's condition, but it looks as though, guys, he is going to make his way into the ambulance here. Now, whether or not he's going to first aid or he's going to a local hospital, I will bring you an update with regards to that. Looks as though he's holding his ribs a little bit. Everybody's cheering here. It's good to see him up on his feet, though, for sure.
Our eyes and ears front side. Maggie, thanks so much. This is our first look at what's taking place front side. You could hear the crowd applauding, as you heard Maggie reference. Jose Ortiz moving very gingerly, moving very slowly. Gary, take us through what's next for a fallen rider and the protocol medical in terms of evaluation and what Jose Ortiz will essentially go through in the next coming minutes.
Well, normally they would take you straight to the infirmary and check you out there. With him being able to get up, walk off. If he's dizzy, if he has some kind of equilibrium sort of problem, they'll take him straight to the hospital to get him checked out there. But to try and forecast what the next procedure is going to be, it just depends on what he's feeling right now and what the attendants, the first aid attendants are observing in him.
You hate to see him banged up, JK. We have no idea what the extent of the injuries are, but considering how it looked when she went down, same old fears. The fact that she got up and the fact that Jose Ortiz is on his feet is good news in the immediate aftermath.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but the first check of the boxes that when we're looking at it is, did the horse get onto the horse van on her own power? Check. That's the first step. Did Jose stand up and walk? Next check. And we got to see what happens the rest of the way. But yes, we've checked those first two boxes.
Maggie with a further update.
Okay, guys, so just got official word that Jose Ortiz will be transported to Albany Medical for further evaluation. So we will not see him riding the remainder of his mounts. We'll keep everyone abreast and updated on those jockey changes, but definitely our thoughts with Jose Ortiz. Like you said, good to see him on his feet, but obviously did come down hard and needs to be attended at the hospital. Guys.
Really appreciate it, Maggie. Thanks so much. A story we will continue to update throughout the course of the afternoon. Jose Ortiz and his condition. The first race in the books. We'll be right back as our coverage from Saratoga continues.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win-early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
know we can't show it.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, get started at nairabets.com. All right, so in case you're just joining us, the first race with 2-year-olds, it was off the turf. It was on the main track. Billy the Greek wound up the winner, and we're going to take one look here at the stretch drive and what just took place. And the first-time starter, the filly Same Old Fears, is going to get caught in between horses. Gary, take us through the stretch, what you observed, and what eventually led to her falling.
Well, she was in very tight quarters, and you can see Irad, or Jose right there taking back. Right there, he clips heels with the 9-horse. And, I mean, that's all it takes. I said just a quarter of an inch, an eighth of an inch, and when you hit just that heel just right of the 9-horse's hind foot with the front foot, boom, you're going to fall. And that's exactly what happened. She actually wound up finishing 4th, so it happened just past the finish line. But he could sense what was, Jose could sense what was happening, about to happen, and took a hold of the filly, trying to ease her back out of that spot. And there's a split second and that's all it takes is the split second. It was the wrong split second, but thank God they're both moving up and around.
Gee, in a situation like that, when Jose's in that position where he's pulling up, is he bracing himself in that to possibly fall, or is he hoping he's going to get out of there?
You're praying, you're hoping that what just happened doesn't happen. It's happened to me before several times, and when you're taking that much hold of a horse and you do fall, it makes it that much worse, because it just jerks your arms and sends you into the ground that much more, with that much more force. So knocks the wind out of you, jars your head a little bit. But the good thing when we watched that during the commercial break is he immediately sat up. So he didn't lose consciousness or anything like that. So, but the force of that is it's the worst fall that you can kind of have, because you don't have time to prepare for it, to tuck and roll or whatever comes natural. You saw how quickly it happened.
And Same Old Fears, the filly, she walked away. The stewards were looking at the same angles you just saw, from the pan and the head on. They determined no other jockey was at fault, so it just looks like Jose Ortiz's wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, they were in tight quarters, like I said, and she even leaned in a little bit when the 9-horse came, when Foxhole came over a little bit. She shied away, and he was trying to stretch out. So, lesson here, when you see a jockey stand up in a race and take back hard and quick, and you think that he's showboating or whatever, that's the reason that we do that, is to make sure that we don't clip heels, especially in turf racing. It happens more often because they race in tighter quarters on turf than what they do on dirt. But that's the lesson, to know that when you do see a jockey that it looks like nothing really happened, well, that's what can happen in a brief second. So it may look like they're overdoing it. Trust me, they're not.
It happened so fast. Same Old Fears walked away. Jose Ortiz on his way to the hospital, off his mounts the remainder of the afternoon. Any further updates, we will pass those along. It's a hard left turn, JK, getting back to the race itself. It's not what matters when you see something like that, but in the end, an upset. Billy the Greek, the first-time starter with Luis Saez, the Ken Ramsey homebred, 27.80 in an upset.
Yeah, I mean, look at what we just saw. It says a lot about Luis Saez going in that tight hole, because you see what happens when it gets tight down there. These guys are aware of what the risk is. One of the reasons I try my absolute hardest not to give riders a hard time, because they're out there risking their life. I do want to point out, I understand that people had money on this race. The 7 did cross the wire for 4th. And so they originally posted the 3, but the 7 did cross the wire with the rider for 4th.
Carrying the weight. Yeah, in Billy the Greek, for a first-time starter to come through that narrow opening, look, Irad was loaded coming into the stretch. You could see that it, well, who wound up, because he wound up on Foxhole. Yeah. So I don't know.
Luis Saez wound up on
Luis Saez.
Yeah.
So Louis was loaded coming into the lane. He had to wait, and when that small gap opened up, You know, brave colt to come, or gelding to come through on the inside in that tight spot.
And Jose Lascano will take over on number 6 Headland in race number 2, Saratoga. Scheduled to be ridden by Jose Ortiz off his mounts as we get those rider changes. We'll pass those along. Jose Lascano on Headland towards the outside, the favorite. Currently at 9-5, down towards the inside. Berganza. Horses in the paddock for the second. We'll catch our breath, take a step aside, and come back with the second of 10 from Saratoga on a Friday.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. The Friday giveaway, cooler jugs. JK, if you need one, I got like 14 in the back of my truck if you need one.
I got one. It's just it's all about what I'm going to put in.
Do you need 7?
It's all about what
Are you willing to pay for it?
Is it full?
What you need?
If it's full, you know, we can work something out. I think I got a couple dollars in my Naira bets. You know, we'll see. I do need one of those. But I'm just excited about what I'm going to put in it.
Cooler jug today, that dry fit t-shirt. They're going to be $75,000 here for the Gilligan bucket hat, no joke, and the tote bag. Gary, the fans, they get the great racing. We have the big crowds, the electricity of Saratoga, but the giveaways making the Fridays even that much more enticing to go.
When I was back at the compound before we went on today, our friend Paul LaDuca came up and he says, Where's our swag at? Where's our swag? I said, we don't have any swag back here. I said, you're going to have to buy a ticket and walk through. The pass isn't going to get you one. So I think he went and bought a ticket so he could get a cooler.
So this is the perfect segue from the cooler, and you can start your weekend with Woodchuck, right? Original American hard cider and the official hard cider sponsor of the Saratoga racetrack. Woodchuck look ahead, and that's the filly we are looking ahead to, the gray filly, Hoosier filly, trained by our friend and colleague Tom Amos, gearing up for the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. JK, can she pull it off?
Is Tom listening? Look, I love Tom Amos, and she's a very talented horse. But if I'm looking at this race objectively, I think Wet Paint turns the tables on her, considering the circumstances at Ellis Park. Hoosier Philly got loose that day on a racetrack that you wanted to be forwardly placed, and Wet Paint was closing into that, to the teeth of that.
Love you some Wet Paint.
I do.
You're a big fan. All right, so this is what happened the last time they met, Gary, and tell us why it might be different this time when Hoosier Philly at Ellis in the Monomoy Girl had everything her own way, and Wet Paint trying to close from off the pace at Ellis.
Well, first of all, there was a big inside speed bias at Ellis Park the entire meet, and not only that, but she was allowed to go 25-1 for the opening quarter, just dawdling fractions, and Wet Paint, she was caught back behind, kind of bottled up. No fault to Tyler Gaffleones, but he couldn't do anything except wait. And you can see Edgar Morales, the announcer said, sitting like a statue. He never did have to ask Hoosier Philly in here, but there's going to be pace tomorrow in the coaching club.
And look, if you want to beat Wet Paint, I will tell you this. Yes, Hoosier Philly was on the front end, but Wet Paint was on the inside as well. And she did a lot of her running on the turn on the inside. So if that was the place you wanted to be, Wet Paint got a little bit of the goodness out of that as well.
Coaching Club American Oaks tomorrow on Fox. Big Fox coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Our Paddock report for the second race begins right now with Maggie Wolfendale standing by, gearing up for race 2. Maggie.
We have just about all the fillies and mares saddled here in the paddock. And we'll start with the Eddie Keneally trainee down on the inside, your favorite, Braganza. And she just seems, I don't know, on form better. And even here in the paddock, a bit better than her foes. There just seems to be an extra level of class to her, the way she presents herself, the way she walks around. And furthermore, she's quite a big, strapping filly as well. Next, we'll move on to number 6 in here. That is Headland for Linda Rice. And she's coming first off the claim. And as we have talked about in the past, going back 3 years, Linda tried this let's claim a bunch of horses in Kentucky and bring them to New York, and it blew up. It didn't go very well. This year, it's been the complete opposite. She seems to know which horses she needs to target and which races then she needs to target with them. Now, Headland, last time we saw at Ellis Park, she was definitely with the flow of that very speed bias type of racetrack, battling on the front end with the eventual second place finisher Quick Money, though Headland was a heavy and prohibitive favorite that day. But Headland's one I've seen in the past, going back to Oaklawn Park 3 starts ago. And I mean, you could, I think this is probably a comparable field. I don't think it's much tougher or that less competitive. She looks great here. She's carrying super weight, super flesh, and honestly looks much the same as what she did at Oaklawn. So it's just the fact that Linda seems to be doing very well with these Kentucky claims, guys.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Linda Rice batting around 310 the first 7 days at Saratoga. Headland at 7-2 to the outside was supposed to be ridden by Jose Ortiz. In case you're just joining us, involved in a fall in the first race. He is on his way to the hospital. Any further update, we will pass that along. Jose Liscano to ride Headland. In this second race, a good allowance race. 6 furlong sprint, fillies and mares, $162,000 purse. J.K. Headland, who had that easy win at Ellis Park. And for Linda Rice, now first after the claim, updated trainer standings after the first handful of days. Familiar names, and for Linda Rice, the beat goes on. 6 wins to Chad Brown's 5.
And here's the crazy thing. Linda had so much success at Belmont. You'd have to think that some of those horses that won races for her are now out of conditions and have to run in tougher spots here. You thought she was going to run out of horses.
Right.
But she's taken the lead early, and it's been pretty impressive. I'd like to still think at some point she'll likely slow down. Just math suggests that she kind of has to. But she's had a nice start to the meet so far.
But do you let her keep beating you in the process? Don't you wait for that well to run dry before you try to betting against Linda Rice?
Well, I mean, it depends on what the prices of her horses are, right? But, and here she's 7-2 with a horse that I think, you know, it makes sense. So it's almost like they're still not treating her like she just won the meet and that she's leading the meet here as well. So it's going to be interesting, especially with the weather, right? I mean, you know, the weather has a lot to do with this training title, because if it was 40 sunny days, Chad would probably win every single one of them, right? But I think that there is some you got to consider that as well.
Very early on in the meet, Gary, that plundering at Kentucky for Linda Rice. It's been a pot of gold she's found in turning it into lots of wins here in New York.
Yeah, it was a pretty good Easter egg hunt for it looks like right now. So far, so good. And the amazing part about Headland is she's had 38 races. So the last form line is November of 21. And this last race was by far the best Bauer speed figure that this mare has ever had. So she's good right now, and all those that she claimed at Ellis Park in Kentucky, they're running. They've made the transition just fine up here.
There's science to that, Lafitte, the success she's had doing that, because the purses are really high in Kentucky at the moment. Mm-hmm. So people are chasing purses and putting horses in spots, and she's grabbing them and then bringing them here.
Better stock, reloading. And here, off to a flying start at Saratoga. Linda Rice has Headland. We'll see her in the post parade. There's Berganza, 2-1 the favorite. Louis Saez looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, 3 wins in her career, and 2 of them were in her last 2 races at Churchill Downs in Keeneland for Eddie Canelli and Louis Saez.
Hey, Mama Luke, 11-time winner.
I married into an Italian family, so this is funnier to me than it used to be. This horse will get a call early. I think this horse could be on the lead.
Number 3, Rosebud, who was the 9-5 morning line favorite, now 5-2 with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, and she's speedy. She's got some speed. Her figures put her right in the loop of things.
Eddie Meany, Mighty Mo, disappointed Preakness Day in the ski pat at Pimlico.
This race is almost kind of like a little listed stake race. There's some really nice horses here. This is another horse that could press for the lead. This pace is going to be fast.
Top Gun Girl, Johnny Velasquez in the saddle for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, and this is another one that fits right in line with the rest of these as far as speed figures go, and she's going to be up close as well. Won her last race.
Sigh of relief for Ward, his filly able to walk away from that incident race 1. There is Headland, owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, well drawn outside. There's a lot of speed to the inside. Should be able to kind of sit and see what happens inside of them, but, you know, make some sense at 7-2.
Make the rider Jose Lascano subbing for Jose Ortiz, circling back to Rosebud. As JK mentioned, really good field, this allowance sprinting for Rosebud. Her most recent, she's going to wind up running second here, but finishing in front of Mosienko, who won yesterday, and finishing in front of Chi-Town Lady, last year's Grade 1 test winner.
Look, I like Rosebud quite a bit in here. I think this horse is going to end up getting a nice little setup. Kind of always shows up as of late, you know, and really has been running nice numbers. I think should be able to kind of take back a little bit. Doesn't have to necessarily be involved in the pace. And I don't think that moisture in the track is going to be a problem. This horse has run on an off track once and won.
They've got the track labeled as good and harrowed. So this track dries out fast, and it's I don't know how much exactly moisture is really in it. She's 1 for 1 on an off track, like you said. She was going to be my original pick until I drove in today, and I saw what the weather looked like, and it changed a lot. We were supposed to be getting trounced by rain right now, and so I swapped. I went to Headland. Because of the Linda Rice factor off the claim.
Understandable. For these jockeys warming up their horses on a day like this, you have the good track that's been harrowed in the warm-up as a rider specifically, aside from warming up the horse. What else are you looking for as a jockey?
Well, you know, we watched that first race, and most of these guys rode in the first race as well, so they know what the track's like. And I can tell you this from that spill that we saw is that if there was a lot of moisture in that racetrack, I mean, like muddy, they've got it labeled right, because if it was muddy, you would have seen Jose slide a little bit, and he kind of stuck like a lawn dart. So
not a lot of sliding there. Headland, though, and her most recent, let's go back to that performance and that win at Ellis Park while she was with Steve Asmussen in a $50,000 claiming race. Right here, Gary, Headland is all over the leader assumes the lead and takes command in the stretch.
Yeah, and Tyler Gaffleone was aboard that day, and he wound up really never having to ask her for her best. She won about as easy as one can win. He was pretty much sitting motionless on her, as our screen was motionless too. As I was talking.
Make sure we set it up properly. Dramatic pause.
No, he makes the lead pretty easy. He was sitting just off the leader the entire way. When he pushed the button right here, she accelerates, gives him the response he wanted, switched her leads beautifully. She did everything right. And from this outside draw, if she performs anything like that today, I mean, this is, like you said, could be a listed type stake race right now.
Some quality in this one, Maggie. What are you noticing from Rosebud, currently 2-1, the co-favorite?
Yeah, Lafitte, when I looked at this race, handicapping it on paper, I got excited. But let's talk about Rosebud, as you said. Now, I agree that any moisture in the track will help her, but to be perfectly honest, there really isn't much in there. I mean, it's labeled accurately. But the dark clouds are approaching here. I'm not gonna, whatever. It's Saratoga. Who knows what happens up here? Rosebud, okay in the paddock, came to life on the racetrack, moving really, really well. And then you go back to her last effort too, and I like the fact that she is being able to pair races back to back now. Hot Fudge was able to wire that day, and it was a day at Belmont, as Andy Serling does, our track trends, that you really didn't want to be down on the rail necessarily. It just didn't feel like horses were really running on there. And while Rosebud spent the majority of the race tracking just outside of the eventual winner, Hot Fudge drifted off even more in the stretch where Rosebud drifted down to it. And I'm just wondering, maybe she wouldn't have beaten Hot Fudge, but maybe it would have been closer if she would have stayed on the outside. Both you guys picked her. I have nothing but respect for Rosebud. It's just Braganza really caught my eye today. She just exuded confidence for Eddie Keneally. Moving on to number 4, Edie Meeny Miny Mo. Last time watching her replay at Pimlico, I don't know her, I'll be honest, but she was coming off of a 5-month layoff in which she got really washy. She was pretty lathered on her neck, and it just is always an indication to me that, especially like when you're dealing with horses coming off of layoffs, if they get really hot, that usually means they need a race. And she was forward and chasing a pace that kind of came back a bit where the winner came from mid-pack. She just looked tired. Well, she looks incredibly fit today. I don't necessarily love her, but let's not forget that once upon a time, this mare did have some back races to lean upon. I mean, finishing second in the Monmouth Oaks as well. So I think we are dealing with a fitter filly, albeit off of a 2-month layoff than when we were coming off of the 5-month layoff last time. Then there's number 5, Top Gun Girl. I suppose the jury's kind of out on what surface is best for her. My initial thought is turf is better, and when she won 3 back on the Churchill Downs surface, a lot of times Churchill, and especially going back to last year, I think it was just a tighter track, and a lot of horses that would prefer the turf seem to get over it well. And 2, she's 4. The last time I saw her, she was 2. She hasn't changed much. She looks fine otherwise, but I almost just feel like this kind of deeper track up here in New York, she might find it a little bit taxing. She's kind of the one at the short price, guys, that I didn't necessarily love.
3-1 Top Gun Girl, Maggie and John Velasquez. We can tell you Velasquez has picked up the mount on Perform. Number 1 Perform, John Velasquez in the Curlin Stakes. First of 2 stakes races this afternoon, and we're going to listen real quick for a late scratch. Number 2 is out. Number 2 is out of this second race, just announced by Frank Mirmati. Hey, Mama Luke is out. Does that change at all the complexion of the race?
It does. I thought this horse was going to be on the lead.
Wow.
So it could be a situation that sets up a little bit nicer for the 4, Edie Meeny Miny Mo, who could find the front end in here. But I still think the pace is going to be honest enough in here to set up if you like a horse to come from off of it, but I do think it definitely changes the complexion. It could have been an absolute meltdown. It doesn't have to be that anymore.
All right, so why are you so intrigued by the riders and the strategies to be employed by these jockeys in the second race?
Like we were talking to Gary, they all kind of look similar-ish, right? They, you know, some of them are forward, some of them are not, and I think that in situations like that, it can make for a really interesting riders race, G.
Yeah, I mean, originally before this filly scratched, Hey Mama Luke, I saw Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo, the 4-horse and the 2-horse going head and head. With the 2 out of there, that changes thing a little bit. I think Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo is going to be out on her own, and then the other guys are going to have to figure out what they're going to do and pick their spot. They know that the rail is good. They know the track's playing fair after that first race with that close finish.
Not your typical second race on a Friday. This one feels like a stakes race. It's exciting. The favorite is Braganza, already loaded at 9-5. Frank Miramati with the call. Race 2 live from the Spa.
Thank you, Lafitte. Just 2 more to go in. Top Gun Girl coming up. Headland to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo is very quick, but so is Top Gun Girl and Headland right up and on the pace as well. Rosebug sits off that trio, 3 lengths off the lead. Braganza guided off the rail. Down the back stretch, Top Gun Girl in between horses ahead and front. Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo at the rail, and Headland continues to press third. 2 more. Braganza on the outside of Rosebug. 4 lengths covers the group in 22 seconds flat. They round the far turn. Top Gun Girl on the outside. Headland. Those 2 on even terms. Headland now takes the lead. They're joined 3 wide by Braganza as the field comes to the quarter pole. Just behind them, Rosebug in the orange colors. Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo drops back, top of the stretch. Headland, Top Gun Girl are 1-2. Continuing to do battle with Headland getting the upper hand. A clear shot for Rosebug, who's trying to pick up some pieces, but Headland has kicked away and kicked away strongly. Headland, 4-length lead with a 1/16 of a mile to go. The battle is for second behind Headland. Headland much the best. Top Gun Girl clearly second. Rosebug third. Edie, Meanie, Miny, Mo fourth.
No stopping that L train at Saratoga. Linda Rice first after the claim. Headland in what looked like a competitive race on paper. A mismatch in the end.
Yeah, it was an armchair ride for Jose Ortiz. He's riding these horses with so much confidence, and why not?
Lascano.
Lascano. Sorry about that. She broke well, was just on cruise control all the way to the quarter pole. He got busy at the quarter pole. She had the right answer. That was pretty much a mirror of what she just did at Ellis Park in her last race.
Horses like this, trips like this, and results like this are why so often on these airwaves I say, I love a horse who's got an outside post with tactical speed, because these are the kind of trips you get. No stone in her way, all the way around there, and she just gets to keep running and stay in the clear, and you get to dictate instead of being dictated to, and that's exactly what we saw with Jose Lascano's ride on Headland.
3-1, JK.
Yeah, I mean that's 7 wins on the meet. They better start paying attention. Maybe she had a lot more. Maybe she has enough because she's been claiming from elsewhere that she didn't blow any of her conditions at Belmont.
Well documented, the only female trainer to have ever captured a training title at Saratoga. 4 straight New York Racing Association training titles. Linda Rice, what happened? Braganza from the start on the inside there, Gary.
She just kind of hesitated. It was like her feet were stuck in the track. She didn't get away great. She made that kind of an early move going into the turn, and looked like she was going to do some damage, but she was empty when they turned into the straight.
In a sprint, theoretically less room for error. She's a filly that relies on her speed and getting out of the gate quick. It didn't look like a lot, but that could really compromise a filly like Braganza in a race like this.
Look, she's lightly raced. This was only her 8th race, and looking down at her past performances, she had drawn the 1 hole one other time, and it was the worst race in her form. She did get away good that day, but she was beaten 19 lengths. It was on a good racetrack, the same sort of track that we've got today. It was a good sealed racetrack that day, so she may not like the moisture in the ground as well.
Jose Lascano, pickup mount. Linda Rice, just another day at the office and just another trip to the winner's circle. When we come back, she stole the CCA Oaks show last year. Ness, 3-year-old filly champ. She's back and runs on Sunday in the Shoe V.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Coaching Club American Oaks. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. It is a Friday afternoon, and same old thing. You see Linda Rice in the winner's circle as Headland. Linda, she was coming off of an impressive win, which you took her out of at Ellis Park, and just much the same. Talk about claiming 7-year-old mares and just keeping them ticking over, because she's just maintained her form throughout her career.
Yeah. You know, I thought she was in at a level where she was worth, you know, she was in for 50. And I thought, well, if I have to run her for 40 or 50, you know, I'm sure she can come back and, you know, compete well at that level. I'm kind of thrilled that she was able to win a 3 other than in for the 80, so I'm excited about that.
Do you think stakes? I mean, I know it's maybe a little late in her career, but could you pick up some more black type?
Yeah, you know, maybe she can, you know, pick up a little graded or a little placing anywhere in a stake and have some broodmare value as well. But that's really not the reason we claimed her. I claimed her strictly to bring to Saratoga and run, and she did not disappoint.
No, she did not. Linda, we saw your nephew, Kevin Rice, here. We see your other nephew, Adam Rice, Taylor Rice, hoping everything is okay with Jose Ortiz. But talk a little bit about having all your family up here.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about Saratoga is my parents used to come and stay the entire meet with me. Now my nephews come and they stay, and of course Taylor, my niece, is married to Jose, so you know it's a great time for me to spend some time with my family.
You got to run against them too sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, on occasion.
Aunt Lynn is going to teach them a lesson or two. Just kidding. They win their fair share. Well, congratulations here with Headland, Linda.
Thank you, Maggie.
Headland looks to be I should say, Father Time has not caught up with Headland. As a 7-year-old, she wins back-to-back races, and this time for the leading trainer, Linda Rice.
Plenty of juice, Maggie. Plenty of juice left. The 7-year-old 10th lifetime win to go with 11 runner-up efforts. JK, she is one shrewd operator, Linda Rice, isn't she?
I mean, you can just hear the way she was talking. You know, I claim that for the 50, hopefully get the non-loaders 3. She's way ahead of the game of what she's doing. She's playing checkers, and a lot of these guys, excuse me, she's playing chess. A lot of them playing checkers.
Pressing all the right buttons. Off to an incredible start here at Saratoga. 2 races down, 8 left. Still have the Curlin, still have the Lake George for 3-year-old fillies on grass for now. Turf course listed as yielding, and we turn the page to the 3rd race. $25,000 claimer back to the main track. Out of the Wilson Chute, 3-year-olds and older. Portos is out. Classic Mark is out. This race completely changed with those 2 significant scratches.
Yeah, it changed it a lot. It made me have to make some maneuvering in my picks here because they were my first 2 choices. I went with the 6-horse Paddock. Blinkers are coming off just because there was really nowhere else to go. It's a competitive race.
Look, I mean, I think order of magnitude's going to win. I think this horse deserves to be the favorite, but I don't think this horse should be 1-2.
1-2. A little short. See how it all unfolds. Very different looking $25,000 claimer race 3 when we come back. Plus, look at this. Card Talk week 2 with Phil Bauer. But played hard. It's not going to run Sunday in the Chuvie, and Bauer probably blames JK. I would. That's next.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, you know, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Coaching Club American Oaks. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Phil, we're back to the scene of the crime. You showed up last year, all these big New York trainers. You ran 13 times, you won 6 races. Pretty impressive.
It was definitely a meet to remember, and didn't have a lot of hiccups training into those races, and the horses ran to their training, so it was just kind of a perfect storm for us, but one that we really had fun with.
6 for 13, how many are we gonna win this year? 7?
You know, I think a goal for us this year is 2 wins, and I think it's realistic with the numbers that we brought up, and this year we've got fired at a few stakes, which is always a little harder. So
Your training situation's a little unique for a lot of different trainers because you only really train for one ownership, and that's Rigney Racing. Tell me a little bit about that unique situation, only having one owner.
You know, Richard and Tammy have just been such a blessing to my life, that giving me opportunity, that's really what it boils down to, opportunity to train really nice horses. They invest in quality horses every year at the yearling market, and makes our job at the barn a lot easier when you have talented horses. So overall, our best year to date since we started, and hopefully this year, by the end of it, will reflect that as well.
1 furlong to go, played hard in between. Secret Oath on the outside, Search Results fights on toward the rail.
I got to think there's no bigger stake win than what you did this spring, the Grade 1 La Troyenne on Kentucky Oaks Day, beating a Kentucky Oaks winner in Secret Oath, trained by a Louisville legend in D. Wayne Lucas. That must have been a lot for you to process.
Grew up going to Churchill Downs, going to the infield on Oaks when I was a kid with my parents, and then knowing the importance of Oaks and Derby to the city of Louisville, to have the win on that Oaks Day was just probably the best moment in my career, and to celebrate it was just pretty special.
I heard a story. It wasn't all roses and lilies that day, right? We have a broken arm.
We were notified that our youngest daughter, Caroline, had fallen at a playground and hurt her arm, but it wasn't until Sunday morning that we took her down to the track and actually had the vet take a couple pictures, and sure enough, she had broke both her bones in her wrist. So she's healed up, she's back to normal now, and you would have never known it.
Well, Phil, we loved watching your success last year, 6 for 13. I know it's a hard year to duplicate, but I'm sure you'll give it a run.
We're going to try. It's always nice to come back to Saratoga. It's a special place, and it's a lot of fun to have success up here, so hopefully we can repeat it.
Well, let's keep all the bones intact the rest of the summer.
We're going to try.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Carton Talk brought to you by Gainesway, Phil Bauer, JK. For those who have watched Saratoga closely the last couple of years, those names, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, the horses they have brought here, the production they've had, it's been impressive.
6 for 13. That's crazy.
That'll get it done
up here at Saratoga. And to think that there's so many people that aren't from New York. There's a lot of Kentucky guys that come up here, and they don't do that. They don't do 6 for 13. What they did last year was very impressive. And then, you know, for him to get his first Grade 1 win this year with Played Hard in Louisville. I mean, he had a Louisville shirt on, right? You can tell you how much that meant to him. And you love to see some of the smaller operations come up here and make some noise. The tricky part is, you know, I think the success he had last year, winning that Grade 1, might lead to some vans pulling up with lots of different horses. But he's a private trainer for the Rigney, so it didn't really impact his business like that. But he is rewarding someone who's believed in him.
Therese Dunn doing a really good job. Disappointed, though, we won't have a chance to see Played Hard. She was supposed to run in the Shoe V, as impressive as she was on the undercard of the Oaks in a Grade 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, he does a terrific job. I was able to hang out with him quite a bit at Oaklawn Park this winter. I spent a lot of time there, and just a really good guy and a good horse, great horse trainer.
So, yeah, Played Hard is out, but Scratch Cat is in, JK, and we had a chance to see her opening day chasing a runaway front runner.
Yeah, look, I mean, and he did a great job finding these spots that were easy wins last year. And reading the condition book, like we talked about with Linda Rice earlier, is half the battle for these trainers, and Phil Bauer does a phenomenal job with that. Now, he's deeper waters than he saw opening week. He's going to run into a couple of monsters. I think probably the 2 monsters in the division with Nest and Clairiere.
Yeah, and listen, it's only a 4-horse field. So if he can get that Grade 1 placing, if she happens to run third, her value goes through the roof.
It was this time last year where Nest stranglehold on the chase for a 3-year-old title in the coaching club. American Oaks, Nest, we get a chance to see her on Sunday, Gary, and if nothing else, you know she loves it here at the spa.
She does love it here, but the problem is she's been off since November. But anybody can get them ready. It's Todd Pletcher. The other problem is Clairiere. She's 2 for 2 in Grade 1s this year. She's got recency. So if Nest wins, it's going to be a training job like we've never seen before. And I'm not saying she can't win because they're very, very well matched. But I'd feel better if she had a race under her.
So her training, you mentioned, how is she training in terms of what you're seeing there as she gears up for her 2023 debut?
She looks great. She's moving great. Gallop out's huge here. This was just a maintenance work for her in 50 the week before the race. Nothing fancy, just on cruise control, and I like what I'm seeing.
Lafitte, about 260 days ago, I thought to myself, if we can just get this one horse back in training next year, we're going to have a superstar. That was Nest. And she took her time. She hasn't been to the races yet since the Breeders' Cup. She let Clairiere kind of beat up on the division for her. Now she shows up, and I can't wait this path that they're on. I care what happens on Sunday, but I really care what happens in the personal instance.
It's a jumping off point for Nest, somewhere to start. Clairiere, yeah, she started her 2023 campaign. We saw her this winter at Oaklawn, Gary, and then we saw her in the undercard of the Belmont Stakes, going back to back in the Ogden Fifths and in a relentless stretch drive to reel in search results.
This is amazing. At the 3/16 pole, I said, no chance. This filly knows. She has a nose for the wire, put it that way. Like you said yesterday, she seems to know where it's at. Joel Rosario knows this filly like the back of his hand. But what she did there, it shows just how good she is.
I will say that this war, I think we're going to see between the two of them a couple of times this year. Nest does have the advantage because she's more tactical. Clairiere always comes from out of it. So Nest is going to always kind of be in the driver's seat because of her style.
Yeah, Maggie, if you don't love Clairiere just in general, I don't know. We need to find another sport to follow.
No, Lafitte, she bit me one time. It's okay. I don't hold it against her because that's what good, tough mares do. They are feisty and they are competitive. As we'll take a look here, though, at the horses in the paddock for today's third race, as we'll start with a new face, and that's number 6, Paddock, in here for Jason Barkley. I quickly, before you threw it to me, was, Jason, why'd you take the blinkers off? And he said, I don't know, just to change it up for a horse that has never run without blinkers. And you do have to, school a horse at the gate, oftentimes blinkers off, blinkers on, so on and so forth. And last time, I thought he was kind of just up against it, to be perfectly honest. He kind of stumbled out of the gate having that inside draw, and then he kind of sat second flight. And I thought he chased and stayed on well for his, return back to longer distances, as he'll have the same kind of configuration here like he did at Ellis Park. He's a big strapping boy, so I like the fact that we're keeping him at this mile distance. I think it suits him well. Looks healthy, looks ready to go. The front wraps do go on here first off the claim, but again, I'm not probably as familiar with Jason Barkley and consistently seeing his horses as much as I could. The trainers here in New York, some trainers always run them in them. But we'll see. As number 5, Order of Magnitude, he's taking the early play as of now as your current favorite here for Carlos David, looking for another win at the meet. And 2 back, he ran a figure that makes him much the horse to beat at this similar level. I will say, though, now, again, with the scratches, he's probably facing a comparable field as what he faced at 2 back, because my first inclination before scratches was it's probably a little bit of a lesser field than what he faces here, but I think it's along the same lines. He's one that I saw going back to last year, and he's actually grown and gotten really stretchy. So there's been that nice development going on from 3 to 4. And obviously he's a horse that handles kind of any surface, but the argument could be made that he is best on the dirt, and I've kind of always thought that about him too, being a son of Curlin. Now, as I often say, I don't like to talk about my husband's horses, just because it's a real rock and a hard place type of situation. Furthermore, his horses, he has an Eddie Keneally type of philosophy. If you might not have the fastest horse, but make sure you have the best looking horse. Well, that's the thing, is he looks fantastic, Empire Ride. He is dappled head to toe. He by far looks best in here. Lafitte, he might just be slow.
And I hope Trevor McCarthy had his Wheaties this morning. Hard to handle and take some serious encouraging, but he did grind out that win at Belmont late June. We'll see what he does in the third race coming up. from Saratoga. Plus, Chad Brown, who has owned the Lake George, doesn't look like he's ready to give it back, seeking a fifth straight. 4 runners included that filly, the deep closing Liguria.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 wanted, 300,000, 275, medium 275,000, 75, but to get 75, 275,000, 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000, able to get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
A gorgeous shot of where the horses just made their way down that path. Front side, welcome back to Saratoga Live, race 3. And for those remaining, we start with Life and Light Pictured Sean Bridgmahan in the saddle.
Back in the saddle.
Look at
we
that.
haven't seen him riding up here yet this summer. Last race was no good, but that was a 50 starters, big drop in class today.
Cumberland Blues, Joel Rosario aboard.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside. Could be a problem.
Big Scratch Portos is out. Empire Ride is in. Trevor McCarthy better muscle up for this one.
Look, I thought this was the other one if you wanted to try to beat the 5 order of magnitude.
Right on cue. Order of magnitude. Odds on 3 to 5.
First race here at Saratoga, 4 order of magnitude in his career, and gets Luis Saez. Last time he raced on dirt at Gulfstream was 7-length winner.
You gave Bodok a puncher's chance here, JK?
Yeah, a puncher's chance. You know, you watch a little UFC sometimes. Weird things happen. But,
Real
I mean, look,
weird.
at 6 to 1 makes a little sense. I just think the 5 and the 4 are more likely. But at 6 to 1, that's okay. That's an okay situation to be in.
That's the field. Third race, $25,000 claiming event out of the Wilson Chute. Post time 6 minutes. As for the latest and greatest from Naira Bets, this $1 million late pick 5 bonus on weekends. So you have to play the late pick 5 on Naira Bets. You have to hit the late pick 5 on Naira Bets. You have to be the only one to do so, JK. And if you can do that, $1 million bonus.
This is one of those situations. It's not one of those kind of goofy jackpot bets, right? Like this not.
Yeah.
We're not taking money from here and putting it there. This is a situation where they're going to add this money to your situation. If you hit this, you're going to then hit the $1 million. So it's if you're going to play the pick 5, you kind of need to play it on Naira Bets just in case.
That's it. Look, this sounds real company man-ish to say, but yeah, if you're going to play the late pick 5 on a weekend, like why wouldn't you play it with Naira Bet? Like, why wouldn't you? You never know. You're coughing up $1 million if you happen to hit a real tough one that nobody else does.
And it happens from time to time during the summer. I mean, we've seen some pick 5 carryovers. So if you can have a carryover, you can definitely have a single ticket winner. You'd feel pretty silly if you played it somewhere else and that happened. Just on the weekends, play it. You play it here all the time, but especially on the weekends.
Meantime, with the 2 stakes races today, Lake George this evening, still slated for the grass turf course listed as yielding. And in race 4, potential Travers prep. We've seen horses win the Curlin, go on to capture the Travers, a VE Day, one that comes to mind, a compact field of 5, and Blazing Sevens odds-on favorite at 4-5. The Preakness runner-up for Chad Brown. Flavia Pratt to ride today, and Blazing Sevens, who gave the Preakness winner, National Treasure, all he could handle.
I'm excited to be sitting next to a Hall of Famer and Gary Stevens when I ask this question. Gary, do you feel like in this situation, if IRAD stays away from him rather than coming down to him, we would see a different result?
Yeah, but he really couldn't, because the Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez steered his horse out to National Treasure, out to him. And then IRAD, he came in when they bumped. That made National Treasure re-engage. He's a fighter, National Treasure. A very, very good horse, obviously. But Blazing Sevens, he ran too good to lose that day.
With more on the Curlin, we check in with Maggie.
Guys. Yeah, I'm so glad you asked Gary that question, JK, because I thought that it really wasn't the right move. Furthermore, I don't think it was the right move early on either. And as I've said so many times, a lot of these riders, and as they should, do have a lot of respect for John Velasquez, but they also get a little intimidated. They're like, oh, we'll just let Johnny go to the lead, you know, let him do his thing out there. They were going pretty slow. And for Blazing Sevens to be right off the pace and then tracking 3 wide the entire way around there, I'm gonna go out and say that Blazing Sevens should have won the Preakness. Maybe I'm a little bitter because he's always been my Preakness horse. But I think I'll stick with him for the Curlin, though I think, though this is a compact field, Lafitte, this is a very interesting field coming up next. I mean, I like Performs Bree. I know it was only a 50, kind of modest work coming into this one, but I like that Breeze coming in here. I know he did not run well in the Preakness, and then Lost Ark. We were always waiting for him after he broke his maiden to come up and make this huge impression. He kind of fell by the wayside when he went to Keeneland for those 2 efforts, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But his last effort coming back off the bench, I know it was against an inferior field, but I think he won with so much ease that it was the right spot to get him back to the races. He kind of hit the front and started wondering a bit like, you know, where's the rest of the competition? So I'm excited to see Lost Ark in against a real field of horses again and see what he can do. All things looking good, though, currently on the track for your 1-2 favorite. An aggressive warm-up yet again with number 4, Empire Ride. He needs it. So I'm kind of with you guys. Watching the warm-ups, it's between the 5 and 4.
And the way the wagering public sees it as well, 2 minutes out. That Curlin we were just touching on, Blazing Sevens odds on, and it being the Curlin and the Hillendale connection. 4 of the 5 3-year-olds, they're stallions, sired by Hillendale stallions, performed by Good Magic. Lost Ark by Violence, Blazing Sevens by Good Magic, Scotland by Good Magic. All comes together.
And how good is Good Magic as a
Good
sire?
enough to break his maiden in Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a racehorse. Exciting stallion.
They couldn't have drawn that up any better, I'd imagine. Hillendale having the Curlin, have 3 Curlins in it, and a very likely winner of the race will be a Good Magic. 3 Good Magics, excuse me.
3 Good Magics and Lost Ark by Violence. All eyes on Blazing Sevens. How would you respond to the notion that Blazing Sevens might be better? We know he can handle added distance. He just missed winning the Preakness. Was it like a Curlin Street Sense Preakness? No, but he nearly won the Preakness. What do you say to the critic that says, yeah, but Blazing Sevens is better at middle distances?
You know, in a small field like this, these often aren't like extreme tests of stamina, right? So if he's better at a shorter distance, then I think he's going to appreciate the fact that it's going to be kind of a rider's race in here. And it doesn't feel like a race where he's going to really be tested for his stamina.
Look, his figures, I mean, unless you're sitting on his back, but his figures say that he has gotten better with experience and with the distances being longer. And I couldn't hear Maggie, but
Gary hasn't been able to hear a thing for about an hour and 23 minutes.
So, but according to JK, she said that she thought that Blazing Sevens was best, and I kind of concur with her on the Preakness. Listen, National Treasure, he was brave, but this horse, he was wide around both turns, didn't really have a so you put in ground loss and everything else, and he gets beat what he got beat. You know, he very well could have been best in the Preakness.
And what's important to note about that is that if he was best, if he would have won the Preakness, he would not have been eligible for the Curlin, because the Curlin is for horses that have never won a stake. So, in 2023, so he's only eligible for this race because he didn't win. If he wins, he'd be forced to run the Jim Dandy next weekend.
Why are you sabotaging Gary's equipment again?
No.
Why?
It's you who sabotaged. Come on, come clean, Lafitte.
You're a deflection. You're a deflection on my part. Curlin coming up, race number 4, Lake George, a little bit later on. And the reason we're talking about the Curlin so much is this $25,000 claimer really changed. Lost a couple of key contenders, Portos being out and Order of Magnitude being out. And for that reason, Order of Magnitude 1 to 2. Coming out of that Wilson Chute, Gary, for Luis Saez. What do you think he does with Order of Magnitude early on, who is also by Curlin?
Well, look, there's no real speed in here now. I would say that Empire Ride with Trevor is going to be up there, but this horse he's going to be forwardly placed. We know how Ricardo is. He's usually pretty aggressive leaving there, and I think it's important that you are a little aggressive with this Wilson Chute. Wilson Chute coming out aggressively, and if you can get a little bit of an edge when you come into that dog leg going into the backstretch, you've got an advantage.
The 5 Order of Magnitude has earned speed figures on the turf, dirt, and synthetic that make him the winner of this race.
Out of the Wilson Chute, post time for the 3rd. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Lafitte, here is the heavy favorite, 1 to 2 on the board in the late stages of wagering. That's Order of Magnitude going up. Paddock to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a very even beginning. Paddock on the outside. Life and Light is flashing speed. Empire Ride in between them is up and on the pace. And so too the favorite Order of Magnitude. And so it's Paddock, Order of Magnitude on even terms. Empire Ride a length back 3rd. Life and Light is 4th. Cumberland Blues is the trailer. They make their way onto the backstretch. And now it is Order of Magnitude and Luis Saez taking command. Leading the way 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Paddock 2nd, Empire Ride, Life and Light right together, and Cumberland Blues is the trailer as they head toward the half-mile pole. A pretty easy lead for Order of Magnitude. It's a length and a half. Paddock pushed along trying to keep pace 2nd. Empire Ride hugs the fence in 3rd. The half went in 48 seconds flat. And so it's still Order of Magnitude starting to edge away. 2-length lead. Empire Ride taking up the chase while saving every inch of ground 2nd. Paddock on the outside of him in 3rd. Then Cumberland Blues and Life and Light. Order of Magnitude. Saez peeks back as the field turns for home. Still loaded on the front end. And now in front by 5. It's all Order of Magnitude overwhelming the competition. It's a battle for 2nd. Between Empire Ride and Cumberland Blues. The easiest of wins for Order of Magnitude, who strolls in by about 7 lengths. Empire Ride, Cumberland Blues, and Life and Light.
Doing his best Nest CCA Oaks impersonation. Order of Magnitude by many. As the favorite delivers in the 3rd at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, this horse is much better on dirt. They ran him on turf 3 times, got him on and he broke his maiden 20,000 on the grass at Gulfstream Park. Comes back, won by 7 on dirt. They tried him on the synthetic there at Gulfstream Park, ran 3rd, but obviously he's much better on dirt. Easy win for Order of Magnitude.
Yeah, a consistent horse that can run on lots of different things, but I think that most people probably thought this horse would handle the dirt the most because he is by Curlin, and he's a half to Dre Fong.
Dre Fong, a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner and an Alan Jerkins winner. I don't remember if it was the King's Bishop or Alan Jerkins. He did win the Alan Jerkins / King's Bishop here, right?
The grade 1 7 furlongs on Travers Day.
He was fast, talented, Order of Magnitude, maybe not quite that good, but yeah, looks like his big brother out there on this afternoon. 1 to 2, 2nd win in the afternoon. Luis Saez, Carlos David had this guy ready to rock and roll. Order of magnitude race 3. Speaking of curling, they are on their way over for this Travers prep, and there's Blazing Sevens. Grade 1 winner, hopeful, Champagne, I should say. Blazing Sevens, runner-up in the Preakness, odds-on favorite for the Curlin next from Saratoga.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist, plus New York bred champions American Revolution. And what do you think now? In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Order of magnitude all by himself at the wire. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The son of Curlin with the Curlin on tap, Gary. Order of magnitude never in question.
No, maybe he knew that this next race, his daddy was
to bring his best today,
daddy.
right?
Yeah, he did look like his dad. Competition a little different.
Son of Curlin, order of magnitude, JK right here. Spot shadow, usually a good sign for that horse. The reins shaken. Louis Saez and order of magnitude has the right answer.
Yeah, and this is one of those races where, it was very formful, right? When you look down at the form, it says the 5's supposed to win. And if every race like that at Saratoga was this way, this would be a much easier game. That's what makes it great. 1 to 2 shots get beat all the time. And this one showed up and delivered.
Having said that, we have a stakes race coming up. You know the favorites in 8 of the first 9 stakes races. Favorites in the 8 of the first 9 stakes races have been defeated. 3 of the odds-on variety and 1 champion by the name of In Italian. Something to keep in mind before you concede this thing to Blazing Sevens.
It's very, I think the story that tells is that the best of the best show up here and run. And the other thing is that it's a tough place to win. It's because of the competition. It's also because there's a lot of different variables. It's a tough racetrack. Sometimes there's warm days. There's a lot to go into it. So it makes sense, that's for sure.
And for the Curlin, the horse, his last start at Saratoga in the Woodward Gary, I don't know what was more impressive, the performance by Curlin or Tom Durkin's call on this afternoon. Curlin, the two-time Horse of the Year, putting on a show in his final start at the Spa.
Yeah, how could you not get excited watching him run? He was a superstar. It's great for the sport. Great horse to follow. Continues on as a sire. He was just a very, very special individual.
I had Steve Asmussen on my podcast at one point. He talked about this horse. And just hearing his voice, his voice choked up talking about him. And he just said he was just such an alpha. He knew, and everyone else around him knew that he was the baddest one around. And he was such a special racehorse.
A Breeders' Cup Classic winner. I think it's pretty safe to say, considering it was Raven's Pass on synthetic who beat him at Santa Anita when he was bidding for a second Classic, that we'd be talking about Curlin, a two-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
You can name any other 60 dirt race tracks in this country. If the Breeders' Cup was there, he would have been a second-time Breeders' Cup Classic champion. The synthetic, I think, got the best of him.
That freakness. I remember in the Derby, he had the two-post. He had only had 3 or 4 starts, a little sluggish leaving the gate, and it cost him. He ran third that day, Gary, and after the race, Steve Asmussen said, you know what? He went into that race a boy, he came out a man. Watch what happens next.
But listen,
and then wins the Preakness. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's what the Derby is. It either makes or breaks them. It changes them. And they either thrive after the Kentucky Derby or they regress. I would say that 98% of them regress. And when they take a move forward and continue to improve after the Kentucky Derby, it's a roughly run race. There's 20 horses in it most of the time. Not sure how many were in that year that he competed in the Kentucky Derby, but it's the most difficult race in America to win because of field size alone.
Curlin, fingerprints all over this one. And Blazing Sevens, a grandson of Curlin by Hillendale Stallion, Good Magic. The current 3-5 favorite, Travers Prep. Curlin is next.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby!
Good Magic continues to impress as a stallion. 2023 Kentucky Derby winner Mage is from the first crop of champion Good Magic. With Mage's victory, Good Magic joins Triple Crown legend Gallant Fox as the youngest sire of a Kentucky Derby winner at age 8. Both did it with their first crop. Good Magic is the son of champion Curlin. Today, both call Hillendale at Alapa home. The Stallion Barn has a roster of world-class stallions up and down Shed Row. As outstanding as Good Magic's first crop has performed, farm owner John Sakura had high expectations well before his initial crop was ready to race.
Blazing Sevens by 3 lengths.
His crop has been well received. Well, more importantly, it's been very well received at the 2-year-olds and training sale. That's usually more indicative of people's opinion because you're closer to the racetrack. They're watching them gallop, they're watching them breeze.
Chad Brown trained Good Magic during his racing career. He remembers his professionalism from the day he arrived at Saratoga.
You know, Good Magic was always a very sound horse, very precocious, good temperament, easy to train. Right when he came in the barn early in his 2-year-old year, he identified himself as really the best prospect we had, really from the first work. Those really special horses that have remarkable talent identify themselves really early on, and from that point forward, he never disappointed us in a workout. Breeders' Cup Juvenile race was really special. I thought he ran outstanding and really identified himself as the clear leader of the division going into the winter.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
A good feeling to have as a trainer when you have the winter time favorite for the Derby going in next year, and I'm happy that he showed up the right way in the race.
Justify and Good Magic start to pull away from the others.
And to have the constitution to get out of that grueling Derby and come back and win a race like the Haskell showed just how consistent and how strong and durable he was.
But the champ is back! Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
You know, I buy a lot of horses for clients, and I bought several Good Magics. They look to be much like him. Wonderful temperament, precocious enough, but they really finish their works and gallop out like horses that are going to do better as they go longer on dirt, and that's really what I'm looking for.
That was such a cool moment right after the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic won. Of course, our coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And you could hear Jose Ortiz, he's patting Good Magic on the shoulder. He's saying, good boy, as he had just broken his maiden, the first career ever win in a Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's crazy that they did that. It's crazy to have the confidence in this horse to do that. You know, it's not really something Chad does. He's not running horses in those types of races off of maidens. He's very conservative to a certain extent with a lot of his conditions. So, yeah, he was a special racehorse.
Proud moment here for John Sakura and everyone at Hillendale. 4 of the 5 3-year-olds sired by Hillendale Stallions, performed by Good Magic, Lost Art by Violence, Blazing Sevens by Good Magic, Scotland by Good Magic as well. And Gary, well, it's just a compact field of 5. Some upside. There's the rapidly improving Scotland in a race that could serve as a pathway to the Travers.
Yeah, we don't know how good he is yet. He's a nose short of being undefeated right now in his 3 races, and the figures he's been running. He's a special kind of horse, I think, and the 1 1/8, I think, is only going to help him. The thing I've noticed watching his replay, I don't think he's the type of horse that's going to draw off and win, you know, by a lot of daylight. Kind of reminds me of a Silver Charm type horse. And he gets the lead. He thinks he's doing enough. That's what I noticed watching his race at Churchill Downs.
This is what you're talking about, Gary. What'd you see?
Well, watching when he makes the lead, he just kind of goes about his business like, all right, I've done my job. Reminded me a lot of Silver Charm in the Belmont Stakes when I got nailed in the Belmont Stakes by Touch Gold. He starts idling right now. He's not digging. He's that's what I'm saying. He's better with the target, and I don't know who the target is going to be in here, because all of these horses sort of got a come from behind style of running just off the pace. You know, he does have speed, Scotland. Whether they want to use it or not, I'd say no, because when he made the lead in his 2nd race of his life at Keeneland, he made the lead and he gets beat a nose.
Scotland improving, Blazing Sevens, the odds-on favorite, Maggie. But let's start with Lost Ark, who looked awfully good in his 3-year-old debut at Monmouth.
did, and he won with the utmost ease, Lafitte. And I question, you know, it's not the greatest field, but he did it in the right kind of way. And he was a horse that, when I saw first time out, which was pretty early on in his 2-year-old season, I said, is he going to be fast enough for 5.5? Because he is not built that way. But as I always say, it doesn't matter. If they're good enough, they're going to win. In that debut, he has done so well from 2 to 3. He was this lanky, just kind of frame of a horse. You know, it was like somebody built this big skeleton, and then we were just waiting and waiting for it to fill out. And it's filled out. I like what I'm seeing here today. And he's bright. He's a little bit more engaged and energetic than what he was as a 2-year-old. So I think that's a good sign because, 2, as Gary pointed out, there isn't much speed in here. And I'm not saying he's going to be the horse that's setting the pace, but I like the fact that he's going to at least keep himself close. I think Lost Ark could be finding his way back to being the good horse that he hinted at going back to last year in his juvenile season. Moving on to my homie Blazing Sevens. I don't know why I have a thing for this horse, but I have a thing for this horse. He's only won 2 races. You could make the argument he's underachieved, but not really. He's never been favored in any of his races. And like I just said before, I still think he was best in the Preakness. But as JK accurately pointed out, hey, we get an easier road to the Travers this year, taking on this Curlin. He looks great. I love what I'm seeing from him. Watching his last breeze, which now you can start to do again on XBTV with these horses training here on the Saratoga main track and over at Oklahoma. He was with an older allowance horse, actually a Creative, who has entered an allowance race tomorrow, holding his own. They both finished up nicely on the bridle. He was working with those blinkers, and I think the blinkers have worked well for this horse, who just kind of would get a little bit lost and lacked a bit of focus early on in his efforts. Well, it seems to really have honed him in, and he paints an excellent picture here in the paddock for this Curlin Lafitte.
Looks the part. Blazing Sevens, even money. As you look at Scotland, 5-2, second choice. Ellen J. Foxwood, homebred. So, Gary, what are you expecting to see from the beginning, as Maggie just touched on and you were referencing on paper the race shape? Who do you think emerges with the lead early on in a field with no, confirmed front runner?
You know, at one point, about 5 races back, Perform, he was close to lead. He's been on the lead in a maiden race, but it's not really his style because he popped and stopped in those races. It's not Shook McGahee's style either. So I don't see him going, even with Johnny V, unless Johnny takes things into his own hands, which he's been known to do if he gets a good break. But Lost Ark, he could possibly be the one with IRAD that's going to make the pace. But I really don't know. This is one of those races, if I'm riding the race, I play off the break. And if my horse just takes me to the lead, fine. If I want to take the initiative, fine. But I think they're going to play it off the break. I really do.
I think Scotland will make the lead. I think if you ignore the fact that Scotland broke slow last time, and the debut broke slow, that middle race, that allowance race at Keeneland, this horse popped away from there, and they got very nice pace figures going 7 furlongs. So I would think that they'll put this horse on the front end. Now, my outsider wild pick to find the front end is the 3 Blazing Sevens, because Chad will do this from time to time, send a horse to the front end, and Flavian likes to get to the front.
Chad Brown standing by with Maggie.
Yep. And I want to ask Chad about the Preakness with Blazing Sevens. Chad, I'm a little biased. You probably are too, but I think he should have won the Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It's horse racing. We've had some good trips in that race and have been had some good fortune go away. That time, not so much. So it probably all evens out. But he had a tough wide trip and was a little unlucky late, but he ran well.
Chad, how have the blinkers, now a 3rd time with him, how have they changed this horse?
Yeah, as you can see, he's getting better position in his races. It keeps him a little more focused and on his toes a bit, and that's, I think, what he was lacking is that early position in his races.
And there is a lack of speed in here. Could he be on the lead, or does he need a target?
You know, we're just talking about that, me and Flavian, about, you know, we'd rather him have a target. We're going to break, hopefully, if he breaks good, break running and force somebody to go if they really want to be in the lead. That'd be plan A. You know, plan B is if nobody goes and he ends up there on a slow pace, fine. I just like to see him, if he gets the lead, to just stay off the rail a bit and not get hooked by anyone midway through the race. I don't think that would be his preferred way to going.
Well, Chad, hopefully the stars align for this son of good magic who you train, who's the son of Curlin in the Curlin. Best of luck and thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chad Brown sending out blazing sevens, a likely post-time favorite here, guys.
Even money currently, Maggie. We'll see him again in the post parade. There is Perform, and John Velasquez taking over for Jose Ortiz.
I'm sorry. Yeah, taking over, and this horse, he's going to have to step it up off of his last couple of races.
Think Lost Ark's ready to go, breaking off from the post parade, revving his engines?
Yeah, I'm sure Maggie will have more to add on that, but when they break away from the pony like that, it's intent that they want to run away from their running.
Blazing sevens. You just heard from Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yeah, and this horse is tactical. I mean, if he does want to make the lead, I understand that Chad said he'd rather have a target, but don't be surprised if he's not on the lead.
Scotland ascending. 3-year-old gelding.
Yeah, you know, these are lightly raced horses can continue to make improvements. One of the great parts of the summer at Saratoga.
Second half of the season, 3-year-old Junior Alvarado, Belmont, Il Miracolo on the outside, exiting the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, he got beat 15 lengths. Never really was involved. He was up close early on. He did set the pace in his last win at Gulfstream Park.
That's the field, compact field of 5, $135,000 purse, mile NNA 3-year-olds, and a potential prep for the Travers Stakes in blazing sevens. And Gary, what Chad Brown was just discussing with Maggie, and I know you couldn't necessarily hear it, but in almost leaving the door open, he said he'd prefer a target for blazing sevens, but if nobody takes the lead, then Flavian Pratt going to have to really play this thing on the fly and see how things unfold early on.
Look, he can be strong, Flavian can, but he possesses a lot of finesse. I've seen him put horses on the lead that you don't think are going to be on the lead, and he has a way of sneaking away when that happens. So, look, he's a super intelligent rider. And he thinks like a pilot that's in trouble. He can change things up in a hurry to solve a problem. So I think if he senses that they're going too slow, he will take the initiative.
Gee, he said something else interesting, Chad did. He said that he wants to break away from their running to kind of force someone else to go to the lead, as if they don't want to let him get loose, so someone else is going to have to go. What do you think about that tactic?
Well, that's what you do in big races. I think it's so important in big races. I've always said it about the Kentucky Derby. Regardless of what your horse's style is, it's very important that you break on even terms with the field that first jump, that you get them running for a couple of strides. But looking at this again, I wouldn't be surprised if Il Miracolo makes the lead with Louis Saez on, just for the fact, I talked about the post parade briefly, that he was on the lead, 2 back going a flat mile at Gulfstream. That's out of that chute. It's an extended 1-turn mile, and he made the lead and stayed on the lead the entire way. So he's the only one in the field really that's gone to the lead and taken horses gate to wire. So that might be the huckleberry right there.
And Maggie with Lost Ark, yeah, breaking off from that post parade, revving his engines. What are you seeing?
Like I said back in the paddock, Lafitte, he's sharp. He was the sharpest of any of these horses in here. Now, granted, Il Miracolo, he was rearing up. He was being a little naughty, and as Gary said, he's been one to show some speed in the past, but he has to do it from the outside. Granted, again, it's a small field, but it's a somewhat short run to the first turn here, going this 1 1/8 with the gate right in front of us. So Lost Ark, he's exuberant out there. I love that Irad Ortiz did that with him. You kind of wonder a little bit too. You never want to get too far into the jockey game, but Irad rode blazing sevens last time, and I'm sure, as you kind of picked up with Chad's sentiment, wasn't entirely thrilled with the trip and ride that day. And now Flavian Pratt gets aboard, and Irad's on Lost Ark. Interesting. Anyway, Lost Ark, look for him to be forward. He's moving great. I think he is definitely the backup to Blazing Sevens, who I just can't part ways with quite yet. Scotland, Gary's totally right. Watching this horse's races, he hangs. He gets there and he hangs. You need to time it absolutely perfectly with this horse who I'm wondering, why haven't we applied a pair of blinkers? I mean, that would kind of be my first step with him. Maybe he's just too rank. Maybe he doesn't respond well to them. Now, watching his last breeze over the training track, the Oklahoma track, here on July 15th, 101 and 4, very easily by himself. I didn't love the extension of his stride. He's fine, and obviously he's got a lot of talent, and he's come to hand very, very quickly. But again, I think for him to be really good and up with this caliber, like Lost Art, like Blazing Sevens, I wonder if he lacks a little bit of that quote-unquote killer instinct, though I respect him wholeheartedly because of connections, guys.
Bill Mott and that stable of stars. His barn is formidable as ever. Can't wait to see Cody's Wish, what he does in the Whitney, 2 turning at 1 1/8. And yeah, with Scotland, as he's been improving, this will be just his 4th career start. And I know you think that he's going to make his presence felt early, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I think he should be. I mean, I think that would be the right way if I owned and trained the horse. I don't own a horse. I've never trained a horse either, so I guess it's not the shrewdest opinion. But I would say this. In races like this, small fields without any horse with a pace advantage, I always defer to who's just the best horse, who's got the best turn of foot, who's going to run the fastest final number, who's the classiest, who's got the best trainer, all these things. And to me, in this situation, that's just Blazing Sevens. That's why I think he'll get the job done.
You heard Maggie talking about the blinkers. I want you to do me a favor. Go find Bill Mott. If he doesn't win today, Scotland, say, hey man, why haven't you tried the blinkers yet?
I'll run him down. But then he's going to say, well, where were you at 4 o'clock in the morning? I was sleeping.
Yeah, I'd stay away from that.
Performing Johnny Velasquez stepping forward for the 3-year-old that runs best, those that run best, perhaps a spot in the Jewel of Summer Racing every season here at Saratoga, the Travers, August 26th. The Curlin 3-year-olds, Blazing Sevens, 3-5 at post time. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Thank you, Lafitte. There is Blazing Sevens, one of 3 sons of Good Magic. Il Miracolo to the outside. We're ready for the Curlin. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Scotland is sprinting out for the early lead. Il Miracolo on the outside. Lost Ark was in just a tad tight out of the gate. Perform is inside of him, and Blazing Sevens 3 deep and about 4 lengths off front-running Scotland, who pulls clear to lead it by 3 lengths. Il Miracolo on the outside, a little tough to handle in the early going, and then Perform, Lost Ark racing in between those 2. Blazing Sevens at the back, inching up now to take the 3rd spot, only 2 lengths off front-running Scotland. The opening quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Scotland is the leader, prompted by Il Miracolo. Blazing Sevens, outside Lost Ark. Perform on the rail. Can't be more compact than this as they head toward the half-mile pole in the Curlin. And Scotland has been there throughout. Cruising along with Il Miracolo, pushed along, trying to keep pace through a half in 47 and 2/5 seconds. Blazing Sevens, now called on, makes his move. A clear-cut 3rd, leaving Perform and Lost Ark in behind him. Scotland, Il Miracolo. And now aggressive handling from Flavien Prat, trying to get Blazing Sevens to Scotland. Scotland's had an easy lead despite the presence of Il Miracolo. Blazing Sevens fully extended, 111 and flat as they reach the top of the stretch, and Scotland spurts clear and leads it by 2 with a furlong left to go. Il Miracolo holding second, Blazing Sevens and Lost Ark a 16th to go, and it's a front-running tour de force for Scotland. Scotland makes every pole a winning one to take the Curlin by 3 emphatic lengths. Il Miracolo was second, and Blazing Sevens 3rd.
A nose shy of perfection Scotland now 3 for 4. Junior Alvarado made the lead early. Never looked back, Gary.
He doesn't need blinkers, that's for sure. Nah, he let him do his thing, leaving the starting gate. And listen, he set realistic fractions too. Went to half in 47 and change, and they went the mile in 1:35. This is racehorse time, and just extended the lead. He wasn't waiting on horses when he made the lead. He did it in a hurry. When he pulled away at the 8th pole, when Junior pulled the trigger, it was done early.
Just like you drew it up on the chalkboard, JK.
Exactly. Like the horse is going to pop away from there. That's exactly what they did. I mean, making the lead in these types of races is a huge advantage. But I don't really feel like Blazing Sevens really ran the race we thought he was going to run. I think maybe you might be right. Maybe a little shorter is better.
Scotland in the Curlin will step aside for a moment, reset, and welcome in a brand new audience. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal. This is Saratoga Live. We'd love to say you're just joining us in time, but you just missed the first of 2 stakes races, the Curlin, a prep for the Travers. Jonathan Kinchin, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, but still plenty of exciting racing coming your way. The pick 6 here from Saratoga, and Gary, the Lake George a little bit later on, 3-year-old fillies. This is the only race on grass. It's beautiful out now. We had some rain, so 4 turf races canceled. Lake George on a yielding turf course later this evening.
Yeah, and it's going to change things around a little bit. Lagarita, the favorite in the race for Chad Brown. I spoke with him this morning, and he said that he's a little worried about the yielding turf course. Yielding is on a step below a soft turf course, so it's got a lot of water in that turf course. He said that the other filly of his, Revelita, of the 5 horses that he has, he actually, they scratched one of them, but Revelita, he said that she's proven on a softer kind of turf course, so this should help her.
And JK, the colt we're looking at here, the gelding, I should say, winning the Curlin. How impressed were you? And is that worthy of a spot in the Midsummer Derby, the Travers?
Oh, look, I think if you win this race, that's what you're supposed to do. And you just got to figure out what happens from there. We'll see what the speed figure comes back. This horse was running fast figures prior to this race. So if the figure comes back fast and comes back competitive, and you have a horse that is progressing, that seems to be improving, you can kind of envision where the next figure might lie, even if he does seem a little bit shy in numbers. Say he comes back a 95, 96, 97, but you're looking more for those triple digits, which you'll probably need to win the Travers. Maybe another step forward, he gets to that number. So I think we will see this horse in the Midsummer Derby in Travers.
How impressed were you, Gary? Scotland.
Very impressed, and I liked what I saw when he's coming back to the winner's circle. He won easy. This race isn't going to take a lot out of him, and I'm sure Billy, that's his job, and that's what he's so good at, is assessing how horses come out of the race. But remember, today is the same day as the Haskell is, so the timing is identical to the Haskell. If he's good, if he comes out of this race well, which I look for him to, as easy as he won, then I'd say he's a definite go.
So many different pathways to the Travers. Today's Curlin, tomorrow's Haskell, the Jim Dandy, where we expect to see Forte, the runner-up in the Belmont Stakes, and reigning 2-year-old champ Art Angelo, the Belmont Stakes winner, is training up to the Travers. But for Scotland here, and for trainer Bill Mott, who we will hear from shortly, and you have to appreciate, JK, the adaptability to race shape. He has won from far, far back, Scotland, and as you thought he might today, goes to the lead if the pace is soft.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think that the 2 times that he wasn't forwardly placed, I don't think it was a plan. I think that maybe he just kind of was still learning, broke a little bit slow. But that middle race at Keeneland showed this horse has some gate speed. And in a race like this, you'd think they would send away from there and find the front end, and it's exactly what they did. Scotland's a good horse, and he seems to be kind of moving in the right direction, which is what you want to see around this time of the year.
Other side of the story, Gary, is Blazing Sevens, the runner-up in the Preakness, the odds-on Curlin favorite. Kind of a dull third-place finish. What'd you think?
It wasn't him. I mean, he didn't show up today for whatever reason. But he, the long shot in the race, Miracolo, he made a funny move down the backside. In Luis Saez, he moved out several paths. In Blazing Sevens, he was getting tough with Flavian. Flavian let him cruise up there, And I think he got engaged with Miracolo a little bit and kind of lost focus on the race, and he didn't fire. He was empty coming into the stretch.
The other riders scrubbing, encouraging, hustling. Junior Alvarado, you could tell, still had plenty left underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, Flavian, he was all in at the 5/16 pole. I mean, you could tell he was not going to accelerate coming off the turn. And Miracolo, he ran a tremendous race off of his Belmont effort, and but that may have impacted a little bit. I'm not going to make any excuses for Blazing Sevens. He got beat fair and square. If he would have got beat ahead or something like that, then you could talk. But he was beaten soundly.
Yeah, I do think there's that argument that he might be just better at middle distances, shorter distances. We'll see what Chad Brown decides to do with Blazing Sevens moving forward. But for Scotland, JK, yeah, a no shy from being undefeated.
Yeah, and look, and like I said, even more so than that, just progressing at the right time, going in the right direction, where a lot of these 3-year-olds will start tailing off, and they maybe were just ahead of the curve early in the sprint.
See how impressed his Hall of Fame trainer was. Bill Mott standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte, here with Bill. Talk a little bit about Scotland. He's come to hand so quickly, kind of emanating his grandsire and getting a little bit of a later start to his career, but that was impressive today.
Right. Well, we got, he's done nothing wrong. I mean, I guess he's been beaten one time. We were second at Keeneland, and it was a very good race. I mean, they came down to the wire, and he battled away with another horse, and it was just the matter of a head bob. But the big issue today was, does he get the 9 furlongs? Well, and it looked like, he got that okay. He loves Saratoga. And, I mean, personally, myself, I'd be looking at running him in the Travers. So, he looks like the distance isn't a problem right now.
Well, there you answered a lot of questions. Looking forward to the Travers. But we saw a different tactic today. And as you said, the further distance, Junior jumped out of the gate with him. And it felt like this was his best performance in that he just seemed so comfortable and not wanting to kind of get in amongst horses.
Well, I think the difference is going this distance and the difference in the pace scenario. I think you can break and sit against him a little bit, whereas when you're going 7/8 of a mile, you've got to, rush your horse quite a bit and to just keep him in the race sometimes. And it looked like he enjoyed the fact that he could just, run into the bridle a little bit, and then he had something left.
Well, this is going to be a fun one. Looking forward to the Travers. Bill, congratulations today, though, in the Curlin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scotland in the Curlin, as he said, getting into that comfortable stride made the difference with this very talented horse who's now 3 for 4 lifetime, guys.
Yeah, Maggie, and that's the thing. She didn't have to ask him about the Travers, Gary. He just offered it right there based on this performance in a direction that Scotland is heading in.
Yeah, and he had him prepared for this race as if he had that in mind. I said with the ease that he won the race. I don't think it was taxing on him at all. That's what you want, perfect prep for the Travers.
And he's got plenty of time till the Travers as well, especially for a lightly raced horse. It's not like he's been getting banged on since he's 2 and been running and running and running. He's got a lot of time to recover leading up to the Travers.
About 5 weeks till the Midsummer Derby. You're going to see it on Fox. In fact, that'll be the last of 6 consecutive Saturdays of broadcasts on Fox from Saratoga. The first is tomorrow afternoon. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern, featuring top-class 3-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Coverage continues. We're stepping out. Greg Wolf and the crew is next. Much more from the Spa. Pick 6 plus the Lake George coming up.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
No, it's way too loud.
Back with you, continuing live coverage of Saratoga Live here on FS2. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and play with us all summer long and beyond at the premier meet in the country. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore, won his fair share of races at this historic racetrack. We have a good one as our feature on this Friday afternoon card, where Chad Brown has dominated this Grade 3 Lake George. He is going to have 4 chances to win it again.
4 chances, and all very live chances. Horses with different kind of styles. You've got closers, you've got horses that can make the pace. It's all going to be interesting to see in this Lake George, Greg, to me, who handles the ground. We did have a lot of rain. There is give in the ground.
Yeah, listed as yielding. It's the only race that remained on the turf this afternoon. Lake George, of course, just about 30 miles due north. If you come to the racetrack, you've got to make a visit to beautiful Lake George while you're up here in the Adirondacks. This is a look at the field that will line up. And the stablemates for Chad Brown, the 2, 3, 4, and 5, all right next door to each other in here. Liguria, Tax Implications. They already know each other pretty well. They've traded 1-2 finishes against each other.
Yeah, and Liguria got the best of Tax Implications here in the Wild Applause, but she also had a race under her belt. She had that one start in May in the Edgewood, and I thought she worked out a better trip than Tax Implications, who didn't have the benefit of a prep race coming into this, who made that wide sweeping run while Liguria was sitting inside before tipping to the far outside. Some people see the replay and go, well, this horse came widest of all, but got to save ground into the stretch before tipping out. You don't lose ground on straightaways.
So third meeting between these two fillies, but then you throw into the mix an ultra impressive first-time starter in surge capacity. Revelita as well, who's been in nothing but great at stakes since she came here. As we take a look at Liguria, she has done very little wrong in her career. 3 wins from 5 starts, including that runner-up finish in the debut against Tax Implications.
I love these stall shots that our hard-working crew gets, and you can just see one thing all good horses share, Greg. They have that bright, very bright, alert, intelligent eye, and they're aware that the camera's on them, and they'll kind of stop and keep looking and posing. Good horses not only are very talented physically, they're very smart.
Yeah, have a good mind, and it looks like a couple of these fillies for Chad Brown may have just that. Let's check in for the first time today, Paddock side, with our crew hanging, Paul LaDuca and Andy Serling together. What are you guys' thoughts on the Lake George?
Thanks, Lafitte. Oh, excuse me, Greg. Sorry about that.
I think Lake George is a really fun, wide-open race. And obviously, Chad Brown has a very strong hand. Utilization rate, probably the longest shot of his 5 is scratched. I'm not sure why the 1 came out. It seemed like a fair spot for her. But they might be the first 4 choices. Surge capacity. How do we know how good she is? Seems like she was pretty impressive off her debut.
No, she was. And the part about it that was impressive was she kind of rated on the inside with Sammy Camacho. A lot of Chad Brown's horses, first time out, he likes to give them a tiny bit of an education. A lot of them don't show a ton of speed. And I think this horse just had natural speed. And you could see Sammy was trying to ration that speed. And I think the toughest thing to do, Andy, is to rate on the inside. And I thought this horse actually ran giant. And you make such a good point. Now facing winners for the first time, again, facing a lot of her stable mates. Is she good enough? I think with the scratch of the 1, it might help her because she might push towards the lead.
She's going to be forward. Secret Money, the 10, is supposed to be forward as well. She's a half, actually, to Highly Motivated, who this barn ran. The Kentucky Derby ran, I think, 10th. Probably moved up to 9th, but hey, when you split the field in the Derby, it's not that bad. No, there's a lot of other horses that could have been there, but it's a very interesting race. Tax implications, obviously, Liguria, Revelita, all of them dangerous players, guys.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get those 2 guys' thoughts as well on what was just witnessed in the Curlin.
Yeah.
And, you know, this wide-open 3-year-old picture as we take a look at what Chad Brown has done in the Lake George. It has been his race. Just dominant 4 years in a row, 6 overall. And a very strong chance to make it 7 total.
It's just remarkable what Chad Brown's been able to do in such a short period of time. And the other thing that stands out is how long horses hold their form for Chad Brown. You know, he'll get a horse good, but it's not like one-hit wonders. They have a lot of constancy to their form.
That's why he's one of the best in the game. We'll see if he can add another Lake George to the resume on what has turned out to actually be a beautiful day here, even though the majority of these races came off the grass. Sun is shining. As good a day as you can ask for. As we get a look at Manuel Ride Sinaloa earlier today. Jose Ortiz was injured. He is off mounts. Flavian Pratt filling in for him here on Sinaloa for Linda Rice. We'll be back with a post parade next.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Longshot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Coaching Club American Oaks. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Back Back with you on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York as we get set for the Pick 6 coming up on this Friday card. A race that was meant to be a turf sprint comes off the grass. Tomorrow, this huge showdown in the 3-year-old filly division. Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. You'll see it on Big Fox tomorrow, the first of 6 programs on Saturdays here from this meet you'll see on Fox. This race ahead, New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming 5.5 furlong sprint now on the main track as we head to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, everybody honing in on Sinaloa. Sorry, a horse I was just about to talk to is acting a little bit naughty. Get to him in a second. Sinaloa, look, debuted, I thought, really well meant for the turf, given the bottom side of the pedigree. Didn't do that much running, but I also thought that he would definitely need a start. I mean, granted, made up some ground after just kind of not getting into stride very quickly and made up some ground. So, that was something to build off of. My problem is, and while that race was just 2 weeks ago, he really hasn't changed too much from a fitness perspective. And furthermore, despite being by Good Magic, looks a bit more turf meant. I'm not going to be surprised when he wins, but I just thought there were some other things going on here. I'm going to try one more time with my man Vaunted, as his first 2 races have been on the dirt, but he was coming into those, and yet again, with fast workouts on the main track. He's not overly turf built to me. So I think he's quite interesting. Now, it is all turf on the bottom side, but he's by Golden Sense, and Golden Sense can kind of get any kind of runner. So I think Vaunted is a very interesting alternative as we'll move on to a first-time starter, Sin Nombre, who was very good until he decided to rear up just in front of me here, but so far is behaving again as Joel Rosario will pick up the ride. Now, he is a son of Always Dreaming. There isn't much immediate pedigree. The second generation, though, the Dam have 2 very talented stakes-winning, greatest stakes-winning turf sprinter, Arrest Me Red, but yet Ray entered this one for the dirt first time out and looks meant for this surface. Just before that little hiccup, see, now he's acting up. Before all this, he was great. I loved him. I'm going to keep my eye on him and see how he behaves out on the racetrack. But he looks strong. He looks quick enough to be effective here. Is wearing blinkers first time out. But Andy, as I get it over to you guys on the set, I know you're interested in the favorite, number 7 in here, Sinaloa. Can he translate things to the main track?
Well, I'm interested in not betting her at this price, or him in this price. I guess every horse Linda Rice bets runs is going to be a short price. Can't blame people the way her horses are running.
Here comes our post break. We're going to start with some speed here from the rail. Woodside Warrior has a quick drill coming in at 3 furlongs.
Yeah, and a horse that first time gelding, and you're right, Greg, this could be the horse to catch. It might get brave at 10-1.
Golden One, 24-1.
Yeah, another horse that needs to improve big time. The one dirt effort, dead last.
Dirt form does not appear to be there for impulsive spending.
No, his 2 dirt races are abysmal.
Sinaloa, you guys were just talking about. Flavian Pratt will fill in for the injured Jose Ortiz here for Linda Rice.
I particularly like this horse on turf. Thought showed a lot of ability first time out in the late stages. We'll see if it transfers to the dirt.
Steerage has been forward on synthetic tracks of late.
That's how Paulie and I travel when we go on board a boat.
Here is the 10. Sorry, I didn't catch that, but it didn't sound good. 22-1. Jose Lezcano for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, another horse that's a little bit of an outsider here. We'll see what happens. The Son of Destin.
Andy, I thought this might be the quickest horse in the race, Vaunted.
Yeah, but who knows if he's going to be a dirt horse. But on the other hand, he is a Golden Sense. And right now, I don't know how much of a dirt horse you need to be competitive here.
And main track onlys. Here we go. Alpha Sunny for Jimmy Ferraro.
No, listen, this horse shouldn't be 22-1 now because this horse wins this race, but it's not that bad at 22-1.
No, it's not that. No, it's too big a price.
Yeah.
First-time starter by the Derby winner, Always Dreaming, Joel Rosario, Sin Nombre.
You would think if a first-time starter could run in here, they'd be short an 8-1. And Ray Handel can win with one, but I think you have to just at least take a look at him.
Andre Worry on Under the Knife for Jeffrey Englehart.
Yeah, this horse debuted at Finger Lakes and was third in the field of 8. Actually re-rallied a little bit, so you just never know here at a big price.
And tiebreaker, Ryan Ortiz Jr. filling in for his brother here for David Duggan.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take money because he's run well recently on turf. Now, he ran well enough on dirt early in his career. His last 2 starts not that good, but the truth is, saying anybody in here can't win this race is probably a mistake because it's not. I mean, what's the buyer going to be in the winner of this race? 51, Paul?
I would say mid-50s to 60s, and you make a good point, as in, you know, if the 7's one of those type of horses, as you look at, you know, him on the screen, that he can really, he's had that one start. If he breaks, you look at the rest of these horses like Tiebreaker, you make a good point about the 15. His best race is in the 50s, so the 7 doesn't have to be much here.
But he's got to be a dirt horse. And he's a good Magic, but he's a good Magic's over 25,000. And that's cheap for the good Magics by a lot. I liked his first race. Linda Rice's horses often need a start. And he ran like a horse that showed Jose what he wanted to show him in the stretch. And I thought he was very interested in the turf. The problem is you just don't know if he's really going to be a dirt horse because Linda's entered both times on the dirt. But I'd rather take him as well with upside than a horse like Tiebreaker. It feels like Tiebreaker at short price is going to win this race if nobody else shows up and runs it all.
I fell on this horse by default, but I'm kind of with you. When I kept looking through this race, I'm like, I'm going to pick the 15 in here. And it's just one of those things where this horse, you've seen the same movie, right? The last 3 times. Horses run second. I thought the race 3 back was a lot better, but Andy makes a great point. If nobody just runs or actually moves forward, the 15 is probably your winner, but there's a lot of other horses in here that probably will take at least 1 step forward.
Well, you know, you even mentioned, we were talking about the 12. The 12's first race is fast enough to be competitive, and that horse is 24-1. Yes, he has a low percentage rider that no one's really heard of. Sometimes those are the kind of horses drivers you want in these races. My goofy horse was It's Not My Fault. A second-time starter. You look at the pedigree, it's much more tilted to dirt. He's a Destin as well. I don't know if he can run it all, but he's got Jose Lezcano for his second start, and if you want to look at a goofy horse, I'd look at horses like the 10 and 12. They'd be my weirdos.
And my goofy horse would be the 2, just because the body of this field, Greg, I think the 2 might have the lead.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. These are very tricky races, Maggie. I know that you have some ideas about the same goofy horses I have, which probably is a bad sign for both of us.
It usually is, Andy, but I'm with you. Okay, the 10. Let's talk a little bit about his pedigree. It's Not My Fault. Okay, whatever. It hasn't been that productive, but is more of a dirt sire. The Dam is a multiple stakes winning, graded stakes winning dirt sprinter. This guy's half to Silver Mission, who won the Tremonts in his second start on the dirt. It's all dirt. And watching his first race, in which that was that weird race going back where Junior Alvarado took off the last race and Johnny Velasquez, they caught him coming out of the shower and picked up another Bruce Brown horse, and Johnny sent that horse on a mission and was able to hold on, where It's Not My Fault broke well, was kind of in that chase position, and then just looked to be not really loving the surface. So I like him a lot more, and his pedigree would suggest so, on the main track. He warmed up so well. He warmed up aggressively, too. Jose Lezcano sticking aboard with him. I think he's really interesting at 24-1. And you guys brought up this great points about number 12, Alpha Sunny, for Jimmy Ferraro. He continues to get stronger. He got a little hot and washy for my overall liking, but at least is moving well out there, Greg. I think, and look, the favorites, the 7 and the 15, they look fantastic out in the racetrack. They even moved up when I saw them on the track. But there's some goofy, as Andy said, horses to play around with here.
Yeah, it's 18-1. Alpha Sunny, the 12, main track only, who, even though he was in for soft in the debut, dropping out of that last race. The 7, Sinaloa, no longer your favorite. Still, though, second choice at 3-1, and you think he'll take to the dirt?
Well, I do. He's by Good Magic, who has just gotten off to an incredible start as a stallion, who has, with his offspring, 0 for 15 in turf sprints. Now, a small sampling. He's 15% in turf routes, 15% in dirt sprints, 18% in dirt routes. So if you look at the stat from turf sprints to dirt sprints, it's marked, isn't it?
By the way, the track just been upgraded to fast, so that's important to note as we get set for this pick 6 coming up. So we'll have a fast track, hopefully, fingers crossed, throughout the rest of this card. You know, back to the 11. And we were talking about pace in this race. And Paulie, and he's right, the 2 has shown quickness. New Gelding has that quick 3 furlong drill. And we talk about it a lot on this show. Turf speed is usually quicker than dirt speed. And dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf, but turf speed does translate to dirt, usually. Yeah. I think with a good chance, this is the quickest horse in the race. And this one with a sharp 3 furlong bullet drill coming in as well.
You know, I look at it in paper the same way you do, and Vaunted should have good speed. There's a psychological thing that goes on, though. When you're drawn towards the outside, yes, come out running, going 5.5, but if someone's really aggressive inside, jockeys tend to defer to the inside speed if they're resolute about that. And Woodside Warrior, to me, the improved speed he showed last time, and talking with Mitch Friedman, his trainer, last time, this is a horse they've thought a lot of. He just hasn't done it in the afternoons. Now he comes back as a gelding. I've got to think that Joey Martinez, who doesn't get a lot of good opportunities on Woodside Warrior, is going to be extremely aggressive from the rail.
See what happens here. New Gelding, he's 12-1. Difficult first leg of this pick 6. When we have races that come off the turf, it can definitely present opportunities. And that potentially is the case here coming up as we see the 3 about to move in line. It's the 15 who's favored here. That's Tiebreaker. And a pickup mount for Rat Ortiz Jr. filling in for his brother. Hopefully everything okay with Jose Ortiz in that spill early on in the card.
We have not gotten any word about Jose yet. It was good to see him walk to the ambulance. He was obviously in discomfort, though.
Frank Miramati to kick off this pick 6 here on this Friday afternoon from Saratoga.
Thank you, Greg. Under the Knife has just taken up his spot. The last one is Tiebreaker, who goes in. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement there toward the outside. Rider of Alpha Sunny was adjusting. And they're off. And it's a fast beginning for Steerage, who's hard-ridden for that speed. Sinaloa is coming through along the inside. It's Not My Fault is up and on the pace. On the outside, Under the Knife is there too. So Steerage shows the way into the far turn, leading the way 3/4 of a length. It's Not My Fault in second. Under the Knife is now racing in third. Just in behind them comes Vaunted, who's a joint 4th. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Tiebreaker is on the outside, making some headway while caught extremely wide. Just in behind this group comes Woodside Warrior, who races on the inside. Sin Nombre is next as the field turns for home. This will be a wide open scramble as they come toward the 8th pole. And Tiebreaker in the center of the track. Down on the inside, Steerage is fighting on. They're inside the 8th pole now, and it's Tiebreaker, 3-length lead. Vaunted moves clearly into second, and it'll be a scramble for third. Tiebreaker and Rat Ortiz Jr. proving clearly best by 4 easy lengths. Second went to Vaunted, and then it was Under the Knife and Sinaloa.
In the end, not quite as interesting and wide open as we thought. Rat Ortiz Jr., Tiebreaker, the 2-1 favorite, much the best.
Yeah, he was. Nice to see Dave Duggan in the winner's circle, his conditioner here at Saratoga. Tiebreaker made that outside sweep. Nice effort by Vaunted in second. He had to kind of wait for room and extricate himself, but he was just second best as Tiebreaker powered home through the stretch. And Rat Ortiz picking up that winner for his brother Jose, who hopefully will have some word and good news about before too long.
15-11, 14-7. You were able to, if you put it together, put some value together here underneath with some long shots, including that third place finisher at 29-1. Another victory here for the meet's leading rider, Rat Ortiz Jr. And David Duggan with the victory at 2-1 to start things off in the pick 6.
Yeah, David Duggan's one of those trainers that's easy to root for. He works hard. He and his wife, Lara, there's Dave right there accepting congratulations. And his stable has gotten bigger. He had a tremendous year last year. He picked up horses, a bunch of the horses that Rick Schosberg, when he retired from training, was training. And this is the first summer in a long time that Dave's actually stabled here in Saratoga instead of shipping up from Belmont. And I think people, if you like a Dave Duggan horse, I think they'll perform better up here this year being based here than having to ship the 200 miles north from Belmont Park.
So it's a main track only entrant who gets the victory here to start this pick 6. There's David Duggan with a victory here, owned by Adalberto Lozano. And the meet's leading rider picks up his 11th victory of the meet here, filling in again for his brother. 15-11, 14-7 prices from this. When we come back, when we return, we'll preview that showdown in the 3-year-old filly division. The Coaching Club American Oaks, the rematch with Hoosier Filly and Wet Paints in a Grade 1 on Saturday.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues the battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage at this beautiful historic racetrack in Saratoga Springs. Thanks for being with us. Pick 6 is underway. Tiebreaker. Not even close to being a tiebreaker here. This horse much the best. Far out in front, Arad Ortiz Jr. picks up his 11th victory of this meeting. $6.10 for the win, trained by David Duggan. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined in the winner's circle by Dave Duggan, winning trainer here of Tiebreaker. And as you said, it's good to be back. It's been a while since you've been stabled up here in Saratoga. You have your whole family with you too.
Apologies, there's some technical difficulties. We'll see if we can get back to him, because I'd love to hear from David Duggan as we take another look. He was thinking about getting out of the game for a little while, and then he had this resurgent year last year. Drafted, Snicket, King Cumbule, best year in earnings he had since 2010. He won almost $1 million.
And he's a terrific horseman.
We have them back. Let's go back to Maggie.
I hope so. I put new batteries in the mic, Dave. But as you were saying, first time back in Saratoga, being stabled here in quite a while. I remember 2010, 2009 was the last time.
I went into the priesthood, you know, so I had to kind of come back. But anyway, with just like I said, through the dynamics of horses not being good enough to come here and stuff like that. And as you know, you have to be prepared when you do come here. So that's what we did. We took a little bit of a back seat, replenished, and obviously we're here with a little bit better stock, we hope.
Well, too, as I mentioned, you have your whole family here. I got to say, your girl's working hard, but Laura, she is your main woman, I should say. Exercise rides, assistant. Talk a little bit about working with your wife.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at times whenever you work with your wife, we have mutual respect for each other, and it works well together. So, like I said, she's my go-to person whenever I need to find out something.
And through the relationship with Clear Star Stables, is that the main reason we see you back here in Saratoga? And who can we look forward to? Obviously, tiebreaker, a nice one, getting the maiden breaking done, but who else do we have to look forward to?
I mean, there's 2 2-year-olds we're going to run toward the end of the meet. They're okay. So, like I said, I'll say more than that. You've got to get through the process before you get there. But they're coming along quite nicely.
Names, sires, any hints?
We'll discuss at a later date, you know.
I'll be all over you. Yeah. Congratulations here getting the first one of the meet, Dave.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Always fun to catch up with Dave Duggett, and we have to, at one point, get an ISO camera on Dave rooting one of his horses home. He rides them harder than the jock, I promise.
Don't blame him. Any little extra bit you want to try and get him home here at this meet is so difficult. And Maggie brought up Clear Star Stables. He got a lot of these horses with the retirement of Rick Schosberg that has helped really bolster what he does.
Yeah, and for people that don't know, David was a jockey. He rode in Ireland. He rode over jumps as well. He rode in India. I heard a lot of stories about his adventures riding in India. And he's a terrific horseman. He was assistant to Neil Drysdale. He was assistant to Owen Hardy, as well as John Kimmel when I was his main rider, and that's how we became friends. And just look at what he did here, Greg. Tiebreaker ran well the last 2 times on the turf, finished 2nd and 3rd. He entered this horse specifically main track only, probably recognizing that you need to be a little better to win on the turf, and put in this spot, and he was rewarded with a victory. But I love that he's always thinking outside the box and trying to figure out the best way to get the most out of his horses.
Yeah, well done. Sharp move. And the favorite starts off the pick 6. Late pick 5 coming up next as we take a look at our week 2 stakes schedule. Lake George to come later today on that yielding turf course for Chad Brown. We'll try and win a 7th and 5th in a row in that stakes race, and then that big showdown in that 3-year-old filly division, the Coaching Club American Oaks Grade 1. And it's not just by any means about Hoosier Philly and Wet Paint and that rematch between those two from that stakes race at Ellis where Hoosier Philly went gate to wire. That is a quality group top to bottom as we take a look at the Coaching Club American Oaks. By the numbers, the inaugural running back in 1917. And the quickest one ever run, it's tricky when she beat the Kentucky Oaks winner Plum Pretty and Royal Delta, by the way, in that race for Kieran McLaughlin. Todd Pletcher, an incredible 8 victories in this race. John Velasquez, Mike Smith, they've held up that hardware 5 times in this prestigious Grade 1. Calumet Farm from 1944 to 1979. They won it 6 times in their incredible history. 3 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, including the amazing Monomoy girl that really launched Brad Cox to the next level in his career. That's included a couple of Eclipse Awards. And 18 3-year-old fillies have been crowned champion out of this race. Shows you just how important this race is to year-end championship honors.
It's just such an important 3-year-old filly race. And, you know, as a kid, I worked at a stable that had coaching horses, and coaching competitions are huge. And I love that there's a lot of pomp and circumstance around this particular stake.
Well, the 1975 edition of this race, it was actually run downstate at Belmont Park, and it was at 1.5 miles back then when Ruffian equaled a stakes record and completed the Triple Crown filly sweep.
I wanted to show this race because these are the horses and the races that I fell in love with the game about. Ruffian, the one question, as blazing fast as she was, because she had sprinter speed, she could go 21:44. how would she do the 1.5 miles? Well, she settled on the lead under Jacinto Vasquez, who was just such a master at getting horses to run into his hands. And she came home the last quarter in 24-3. That's running, going 1.5 miles for a filly that people thought, well, maybe she's too fast to get the distance. She was spectacular. One of the horses, again, that I fell in love with, and I fell in love with racing over.
One of the all-time greats, no matter what era you're looking at in this sport, the great ruffian. Let's take a look at this field. It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 1, Coaching Club American Oaks. Again, we're going to have live coverage on Big Fox on Saturday. 6 will line up. A lot of people talking about that rematch between Wet Paint, Hoosier Philly, from that Monomoy Girls Stake at Ellis, in which Hoosier Philly for Tom Amos was able to go gate to wire. We start with South Lawn for Norm Cassie, who came into the Kentucky Oaks as a major player off back-to-back wins at Fairgrounds.
She's my top choice in this race. She drowned Pretty Mischievous at Fairgrounds. She ran so badly at Kentucky Oaks, it's not surprising that she missed over a month work of workouts after the race. Hopefully something went wrong, and she's doing well now for Norm Cassie.
Meanwhile, Brad Cox with Wet Paint. This filly had never lost on dirt until the Kentucky Oaks when she was beat as the favorite.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. She was the favorite. She came back in the Monomoy Girl, and she ran behind Hoosier Philly, got no pace to run into. She runs her races upside down. She'll be coming from way out of it, Zenyatta-esque. Pretty ironic that she's by Blaine.
Sacred Wish, George Weaver will send out with Manny Franco.
It comes off a good effort against older horses, and Sunset Louise came back to win quite easily here just the other day. This is tough, but she has faced older horses already.
Todd Fletcher will try and win a 9th Coaching Club American Oaks with Gambling Girl, who just missed a Pretty Mischievous in the Kentucky Oaks.
Like South Lawn, she missed about a month of training after the Kentucky Oaks as well. Unlike South Lawn, she ran a terrific race in the Oaks. Now, if you believe that's her indication of her talent, she could be the horse to beat. Or is she going to need a race for her best effort? And really, the Alabama is the ideal spot.
Well, Tom Amos talked about Hoosier Philly, saying she was the best he's ever had. She's back to that incredible 2-year-old form, and she could lead this field gate to wire.
She's the wild card in this race. She's beaten Pretty Mischievous when she was a 2-year-old, but then things went wrong when she went to Fairgrounds. It seems like she's gotten back together. She had surgery on her throat. She was having breathing problems. It looks like she's getting better and better, but she still has to improve.
And on the outside, Kendra Carmouche will ride She's Looking Lucky, coming off a 7th-length romp in the slop at Ellis.
Well, she's run some big races and gotten some fast figures. It's a little bit inconsistent, but if she was to run that race back, you'd have to think that at least she'd be heard from.
And, you know, as we've seen several summers here in upstate New York, this sort of marks that start of that second half of the year when things can change. Not necessarily your Kentucky Oaks winner that's going to continue to dominate this division.
No, I mean, you know, and I think it's interesting that Pretty Mischievous is turning back to the test, the 7 furlongs of the test. I mean, she's already put together a kind of championship-type resume. Another grade 1 or 2 there, I think, would absolutely clinch it. But I think they were smart, and I think they also, the fact that they have Wet Paint Godolphin, they can kind of cover one going long, one going shorter.
It is part of a cross-country Pick 5 coming up over the weekend. It starts at Monmouth with that Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, the Caress here from Saratoga. And we'll end with the Haskell, where the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, is going to line up for the first start back since the Preakness.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see Mage and how he reacts to that little break he's had since the Triple Crown.
Up next, it is the late Pick 5, a race that was meant for the grass going long. It will now be main track at 1.25 miles. And with that horse right there, O Captain, becomes a heavy favorite with a surface switch. We'll talk more about the 6th when we come back here on Saratoga Live.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Coaching Club American Oaks. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. And so much to do here at Saratoga and on site at the racetrack. Fans will get an opportunity with this Taste of New York Pavilion to sample New York craft beers, hard cider, wine, spirits, and all kinds of foods. Thursday through Sunday, beginning opening day through the end of the meet, all meet long. So get over there and get a taste.
I love it. I think it's great. I'm very much farm to table, local product. And New York just offers so many wonderful, there's great wineries, breweries, distilleries, plus great farms. If you're out here, little diversion, take a little walk and go explore a little bit.
Meanwhile, that horse right there, the 8-0 Captain with this switching surfaces. As you can see from the board, absolutely the one to beat. We welcome in for the first time today, Acacia Clement for more.
Hey, Greg, and yes, Captain does have the benefit of having some strong dirt races. Now, I haven't seen him in a year, but did get to see him quite a few times down at Gulfstream when he was a 3-year-old at one point, a bit of on the Triple Crown Trail. And he's grown a little bit and filled out coming back here. I remember he was the type, looking back at my notes, that he was always a little bit of a handful, saddling and getting a little bit revved up in the preliminaries. Not much has changed in that respect, but that being said, now that they've gotten the tack on him, he settled nicely out here, and he is on the muscle. I love what I see from him and the progression from 3 to 4. Second best last time, going a little bit longer, but Paul and Andy, the distance certainly no problem, and we know the surface isn't going to be a problem for this guy.
Yeah, I mean, these races are often filled with more questions than answers. But there is one definitive answer. Captain could handle the distance, he can handle the dirt, and I just don't think there's any argue against him being the horse to beat.
No, there's no argue he's the horse to beat. The one negative that you have with him is we show one of his races when he ran second. He's not won in 2 years, and he's 0 for 7 over a fast racetrack. But then again, he's running against a lot of turf horses in here, and his numbers do tower over all these horses.
And he's lost to White Abario, Jack Christopher,
yeah, right.
Endorsed, Charge It, Giant Game, who came back to win the Cornhusker.
Yeah.
Acacia, I would say he's got a slight class edge on this field. Now, whether or not that transfers to the racetrack, that remains to be seen.
No, you're completely right. And then the other horses, they're betting here. Acacia is the 13 on the outside, and here Costa Terra, the main track only.
Absolutely, Paul. And yeah, I completely agree with Andy as far as Captain and the class does go. He's going to be the one I'm taking in here as well. But I wanted to quickly touch on, so I don't go out of order for our camera crew, the 9, Catch That Party, as he hasn't tried the dirt in a while. That last dirt try was sprinting, and he has run some good races on the turf. I'm not sold that he can necessarily handle it in here, but I am a little interested. I'm going to watch him in the warm-up. He is the full brother to a horse named More Memories, who was a 4 four-time winner going long on dirt. I do think he's the fittest that he's looked now, third off the layoff, third start of his form cycle, and he's handled himself very professionally here in the paddock. But as far as that number 13 Costa Terra does go, main track only, and Arad Ortiz will pick up the call here. A little bit of a smaller, unassuming type for a son of gun runner, but another one with a monster pedigree and an intriguing claim for Linda Rice. Now, did have a little trouble at the start last time. It was kind of like he was a little sluggish out, and then his neighbors on either side kind of came over. And oftentimes with horses that don't break as sharply, they invite a little bit of that trouble at the beginning. So he's incredibly fit. I know that they've tried him running long previously, but I have a few concerns about the distance today, though we know that he is more of a dirt horse in this group. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Our post parade here coming up. There's the one to beat, and it is a massive class edge. Andy talked about the names. This one has faced some very, very good dirt horses, including Jack Christopher.
Yeah, I mean, look at the company lines that they were talking about. I mean, these are all very solid, accomplished kind of individuals. He's facing a bunch of horses that maybe would have been more comfortable on the turf, except for the outside runner from the Linda Rice barn, Costa Terra, who was specifically entered in this race hoping it would rain and come off.
Graded stakes placed on dirt, the favorite as well in this spot. And by the way, we should talk Linda Rice, who is going to send out Costa Terra in here, win earlier on the card. They're all important, obviously, but that gives her a 2-win early edge here over Chad Brown, who we know is going to have massive firepower to try and win this training title.
Yeah, listen, we have a long way to go. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but you'd like to be out in front. They've got to go where you've already been.
No question. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for the 6th, and we'll start with Baby Billy. Luis Saez will be aboard.
An interesting horse in the fact that the first 2 races on the dirt were easily fast enough to compete. The question is he still that horse now?
Here's Sea Falls going to get the rail for Norm Cassie.
He's got, much like the 1A, back dirt race good enough. He also has speed, but his last 2 dirt races are abysmal.
Royal Spirit, Linda Rice as well with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this is a horse that was in very good form on turf. The one dirt race, not very good. And the horse was actually bet that day, so don't know what to take out of it.
Good medicine, Flavian Pratt for Todd Pletcher.
Todd Pletcher's going to take a shot and try the dirt with a horse that's just okay on the turf. So why not answer that question today?
Yeah, never been on this surface before. 11-1 right now. Here's the 6-5 favorite with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, listen, the horse to beat, maybe 6-5, a little too short, but like Andy said, just the company lines that he's been keeping, he's the one to beat.
Catch that party, one that Acacia was talking about, over 3 in the money on dirt.
Yeah, his dirt races are absolutely atrocious, and any money he's taking is based on his turf record. Right now at 4-1, if you just toss him, you've eliminated the takeout.
Hilliard went by, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, this horse tried hurdles for one start and then went to Turfway Park and ran a bang-up race. Ran a bang-up race last time, but never been on the dirt.
And that other Linda Rice runner, Andy, went by Costa Terra.
Yeah, obviously not a turf horse, so Linda very sharply put him in MTO. The surprising thing is she's the only one that did it. Now, he's too slow to win if O'Captain runs his race, but the way Linda Rice's horses are running, I wouldn't be surprised if he runs a little faster today.
Yeah, horse was actually stakes placed on dirt, second start of his career. That was at Ellis at 7 furlongs. Pick 5 pull here, 600,000 for the late sequence and weekends at this racetrack. If you play through Naira Bets and you're the only winning ticket in the late pick 5, little bonus, $1 million.
Ooh.
Every Saturday, Sunday here, but you got to play it through Naira Bets.
Listen, obviously it's a difficult test. They're not going to just give $1 million away, you know, without an effort. But the fact that if you play through Naira Bets, you possibly...
It could happen.
And it absolutely could happen.
So, yeah, don't make the mistake of not playing through Naira Bets and losing. Obviously, it's going to be a tremendous payout if you're the only winning ticket anyway.
If you hit it on another site and you were the only winner, I don't care what it pays, you're going to be thinking about the $1 million left on the table.
Yes, you will. So that's every weekend here at the track. Here's O'Captain. Just left our picture as they get that starting gate into place here, going 1.25 miles here on the main track. Gustavo Delgado trains, and a horse who's been in some really tough spots, as we mentioned, on the Triple Crown Trail last year. This horse with a 3rd place finish behind Simplification.
Yeah, listen, he just looks to me like he's got the best dirt form, and he's already been a 1 3/8 well last time, so you know he has the stamina to get the 1 1/4 here. Short price, but I have a hard time making a case for anybody else.
Well, Linda Rice, everything she is sending out, guys, they are running big, and that's why she's leading the way at the meet right now. She's got Costa Terra as well in here.
Yeah, with Costa Terra, it's hard to conceive of him winning if the favorite runs one of his decent races, because he consistently runs speed figures, I'm guessing any you look at, that are better. But after that, this horse is easily good enough as a consistent dirt runner. And to be honest with you, think about this horse being the same price as the number 9 horse. Catch That Party. Doesn't he feel about 3 times as likely to win as that one, if not more?
Yeah, and it's kind of sneaky that Catch the Party's taking that much money. 0 for 3 over a main track. Hasn't really run that much, but right now is actually your second choice in the will pays when it comes to the pick 3s, which I was kind of a little bit surprised in here, to be honest with you, Andy. I mean,
look at all the geniuses. We all like the same horse.
I know, right?
Yeah,
So there
one
goes the
sharp
jinx.
crew up here, aren't we?
Yeah, you know, and you look at some of these other runners in here that might surprise. I'm kind of with you. The 7 is a kind of horse that, okay, that's kind of my horse that, this is a horse that could take to the main track. Which one of these turf horses is going to take to the main track?
I'm not guessing with turf horses. If they win, I lose.
Yeah.
I think the interesting horses to look at are both the 1A and 3. Because the 1A started his career out in the dirt. Now, sprints or not, he ran a 75 buyer and an 86 buyer in his second start. He fell apart after that when he went to Gulfstream Park. And his turf races, synthetic races are mediocre. Now, his last dirt start, I think I bet him at Churchill that day. He didn't run at all. But at least somewhere in there, he's got some dirt races that are fast enough.
Yeah, he does. I mean, guys, she's got some really nice races, especially sprinting. Again, this is just a really weird race because it looks like the 8 is going to be really tough to beat in here if he runs his race.
Yeah, I mean, Sea Falls is one that maybe one day his speed will last in here, but he's hard to trust as well, Acacia.
Hard to trust, Andy, and you're right, his last dirt race was very disappointing. If you go back to July of last year, he actually ran a very good race going a distance of ground on the dirt, dueling on the front end, and that was one of his first starts with the Norm Cassie barn since they claimed him. And so you know that he has it in him if you're going off that mile and 3/16 try behind Alejandro that day, but that was over a year ago. Now, he is a big, solid horse by Shackelford. They switched him to the turf, He showed some more life in his last couple of starts, but he has those good dirt races on the go back. And so I give him credit for that on top of his running style. You know, Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to be aggressive with him, and that's the way to do it with this horse. He's been able to open up on fields. I know it's a lot of weight on O Captain, but Greg, it's a good thing. He's a very big horse.
Yeah, he's made a nice appearance, too. Back to even money now as we get set for this pick 5.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, it's just a little bit hard to make a case for anybody else. I was a little bit interested in maybe a big price in the 7, Good Medicine. Now, the negatives are Todd Pletcher has never tried this horse on the dirt, despite the fact that, you know, he trains constantly on it. But his grand dam is Boleto. Boleto is runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on the dirt. She was a Grade 1 winner, winning the Frizette on the dirt. And one of the things we look for in situations like this is pedigree to help us. Now we got to dig a little deeper in this situation and go to the grand dam. But I just thought that was kind of interesting. And the fact that Todd left this horse in.
Double-digit odds right now. Will we see a surprise? Short-priced favorite. Potentially getting exactly what he wanted here with this race coming off the grass and moving to a 1.25 miles here. Oh, Captain, it will be Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Had that victory for Tom Amos on 63 Caliber, where it did not look like it was going to go his way a couple of days ago. Dropped back to last in that race, then re-rallied.
It gave the horse one of those never say die rides, right? You just look like at one point, well, it's not her day. And he continued. He was insistent. She got running, got up. He's delivered some very, very nice rides here. And, you know, listen, he's a rider that every summer comes up here, does okay. It feels like there's a breakout summer for him in the future.
Here we go. Start of this late pick 5 sequence. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thanks, Greg. Here's Royal Spirit coming up. Hilliard goes in. Good Medicine, Baby Billy. Quick happy birthday to Mr. Reeves of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, co-owning the 1A Baby Billy. Costa Terra to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a sluggish beginning for Catch That Party. A very nice one for C Falls, who opens up a length in the first few jumps. Royal Spirit will keep him honest in second. It's 2 more back to Oak Captain, well spotted third. At the rail, Good Medicine is next, followed by Baby Billy. Costa Terra is understandably wide. Then Catch That Party, the gray, second to last. And Hilliard is at the back of the field. They round the first turn behind C Falls with Royal Spirit second. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Good Medicine is on the rail in third, in hand as well. And Oak Captain is right next to him, 3 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Baby Billy, who's on the outside of Costa Terra at this stage. Another 2 lengths back to Catch That Party, who's 4 in front of Hilliard. Down the backstretch, and it is C Falls, 1.5 lengths in front. Royal Spirit in second. Oak Captain just outside of that one. Followed by Good Medicine together with Baby Billy. Costa Terra sneaking into contention while between rivals at this stage. The half went in 49 seconds flat. It's 2 more to Catch That Party and Hilliard. C Falls, Royal Spirit, 1-2 into the far turn. Oak Captain is asked to go after them now, within 1.5 lengths of the lead at this stage, as Costa Terra has continued to make steady headway, traveling well indeed. He's 4th and 4 lengths off the leader as they come toward the quarter pole. That new leader is Royal Spirit. It's Royal Spirit in front. Costa Terra on the move on the outside with a steady gain, and in between them comes O Captain there at the top of the stretch, and Royal Spirit is digging in, trying to fend off this bid from Costa Terra. These two are dominating. It's Royal Spirit and Jose Lescano on the outside, Costa Terra and Arad Ortiz Jr., and they seize the lead. Another for Linda Rice, and back-to-back for Arad Ortiz. Costa Terra wins it by almost 3. Royal Spirit was second. O Captain third. C Falls was 4th.
Linda Rice runners, wow, came down to a battle between her 2 in this race. Costa Terra, another pickup mount win for Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, comes up with this sweep. You can see Costa Terra trying to lug in, trying to go to the left to get on top of the leader. Very strong handling from Irad to keep him off the horse. He actually jumped back to his left lead. You can see he's sideways a little bit, his head turned out towards the grandstand, switched back to his right lead there. Everything Linda Rice puts on the racetrack is performing right now.
Including a horse that not much was expected of. The only prior dirt start, the horse did not run a step in the 4 Royal Spirit. Today runs a whole lot better at 14-1. There is the meet's leading trainer. Linda Rice 1-2 here in this 6th with her 8th victory of the meet.
I mean, you know, that's the main story. The winner, the runner-up, both from Linda Rice barn. All the horses running extremely well. This is what I was talking about, this ISO. You see how he's sideways? Look at the way his right hand, the right rein, comes off his neck. That's when you're really trying to correct the horse. You see a rider making an effort there. But I think the other story was, Captain just seemed flat, didn't he? He was in good position, just didn't really have an answer for the winner and the runner-up, and he was a well-beaten third.
13, 4, 8, and 3. Arad Ortiz Jr. collects his 12th winner of the meet. 4 up on the rest of this field in the very early stages, obviously, here at Saratoga. 5-1 start with a 4-5 favorite defeated to start the late pick 5. And there is Linda Rice leading the way early on here after having won 4 consecutive training titles on this New York circuit. She has been dominating the scene. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look back to the 3-year-old division and who might be moving on to the Travers after the Curlin Stakes. It was not the runner-up from the Preakness coming up big in this race. We'll tell you who it was when we return. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on a beautiful Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. And the late pick 5 underway with an upset. Linda Rice running 1-2, and a race moved to 1.25 miles on the main track. And it's Arad Ortiz Jr. with his second win on this Friday card, 13-4-18. Let's go to Acacia.
And Arad joining me now as Costa Terra gets the victory. Arad, a little bit late switching his leads. You could kind of see him trying to lean in a little bit. Talk to me about riding a horse like that in the stretch when you're trying to go forward.
He started going forward before the quarter pole. He gave me a good feeling. But now he started logging in on the other horse. I tried to correct it, keeping straight, and at the same time don't kill his momentum. But he got the job done. He was ready to do it.
Another pickup mount for your brother, who, of course, we hope Jose is back soon. But I guess you're seeing why he rides so much for Linda Rice, right?
Yeah, Linda did a great job. She have a great meet at Beaumont. She always doing a great job. She's a great horseman, and you can see her every single day here, showing up no matter what condition of the weather, and she cared so much about the horse, and it's all about. She loves horses, and when you have that much dedication, you deserve everything is happening to her right now. We keep fingers crossed her about good result about Jose too.
Absolutely, and tomorrow could be a big day for you too, though. The Coaching Club American Oaks Gambling Girl, who you know quite well, first start back since the Oaks. She's a filly that really improved as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she does. She was running good races last year. Can see at Oakland, she run great, got a little traffic, got beat by Wet Paint. Then she come back at New York, she got beat by, she got beat by Julia Shining. So she's been involved. She's been showing that she had the talent to run against those kind of horses. Then she just get beat about Nice Filly or Pretty Mischief and in the Oaks, and they're giving some time. So let's see how she come back. She looked great.
Should be a fun race. Good luck tomorrow. Congratulations today, though.
Thank you, Acacia.
Arad Ortiz, second win and counting this afternoon, Greg.
Indeed, he's well stocked usually each and every day of this meet as we take a look back through the stretch.
Yeah, keep an eye on Irat's right hand, right arm. See the horse jump back to his left lead here? You see the way his hand breaks away from the horse's neck? That's when you're trying to steer a horse out. When you don't see a rider correcting a horse in this fashion, they're allowing them to drift. He was not allowing this horse to drift. And it's such a balancing act of going forward because they pay you for getting to the finish line first, but at the same time, keeping your horse straight and not impeding another horse. He did an outstanding job there of riding right on that line, going forward, but correcting his horse at the same time. When you don't see a rider's hand come away from the mane and draw away from the horse's, pulling the horse's mouth this way, he's not really making an effort to keep horse straight. They can look like they're trying, but that's when they're really trying.
Underway in this pick 5, one leg in, so a long way to go. But that'll play big with a 4-5 favorite defeated to start it off, even if it was Arad and Linda Rice teaming up here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought O Captain looked pretty invincible there. He had a perfect trip, every opportunity, came up a little bit flat, and the two Linda Rice runners just separated themselves from the field.
Let's move on to the start of the late pick 4. It's 7 furlongs, maiden special weight, and some interesting first-time starters in here, some interesting experienced runners. Right now, the favorite outside, Create Trouble, Tyler Gaffleone for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of a little bit surprised by this horse turning back after 2 decent tries and slop, but I think this is a loaded maiden race. I think there's a lot of directions you can go.
Yeah, we'll dive deeper into it in a moment. We're going to take a look back to earlier on today's card, and the Curlin, traditionally a prep for the Travers later at the meet. Blazing Sevens, runner-up of the Preakness, the big favorite in this race, but it was Scotland going forward early under Junior Alvarado with the win.
Yes, Scotland bounced out of the gate. Junior Alvarado put him on the lead, was able to get into a nice frame comfortably into the bridle, and he had plenty left to draw her off through the stretch. Blazing Sevens, to me, really didn't have any excuses. He was sitting in the right spot, and he just came up flat. Maybe turning back in distance will ultimately be where Blazing Sevens finds his best form. His best race was 1-turn mile at Aqueduct in the mud, winning the Champagne.
Meanwhile, Scotland is a horse who is a nose away from being perfect in 4 career starts. And yet again, we talked for several months now, guys, as we go Paddock set, how dominant and how much depth this Bill Mott stable has. And now he has even some more potentially with another good 3-year-old.
No, I agree. It's hard to know how good he is. I'm interested to see what the figures look like when they come out, because this was a fairly soft spot and there was no speed on paper, so he's able to pop out and control. He always showed ability. For me, the key was that I'm not a fan of Blazing Sevens. I think he's a horse that's just better going shorter overall. I know he ran well in the Preakness. That race seems to live as some sort of aberration. I don't want anybody particularly out of that race. And I'll be honest, I wonder a little bit if the downgrade's Mage.
Yeah, you could go. I guess you could. I thought Scotland was very good. I mean, the horse handled business today, went to the front end. What I love about Bill Mott, and I see people were wondering, why is Bill Mott's stable going so well? We live in this world now where everything has to be, what have you done for me lately? And these horses sometimes, and owners, okay, I get it. The horse will run a nice race first time out, and they'll stick the horse right over the horse's head. This horse has gone through his conditions, and now, let's go. Let's go into a nice little stakes race first. They got the job done. Now they can move forward from there. I just like the progression that Bill with his horses, and this horse is trending forward.
I think you have to take a shot in the Travers after an effort like that. It's not as though everybody out there are such killers. There are a lot of horses that can and probably will move forward, or potentially some of them will. But I don't know, the way Scotland ran today, obviously it'll get tougher, competition tougher, not likely to have such a soft pace scenario, but he was very good today.
3-year-old on the improve at the right time of year with that Travers coming up next, you would have to think.
And it just feels like now we're starting to see what we term those second half of the year kind of horses, young horses that maybe weren't quite developed enough or precocious enough to get into the Triple Crown fray. But now we've got big races coming up, and I think the Travers this year, as important as it always is, takes in on even greater importance because this 3-year-old division is wide open right now.
You see that Jim Dandy next on the target. Important 3-year-old race prep for the Travers. The 2-year-old champ would have been the favorite of the Derby had he not scratched the day of the race.
back to work. This was on July 14th over the Oklahoma training track, working 4 furlongs.
Yeah, and you see him cruising on the outside under Irad Ortiz Jr. And this is the way Todd Pletcher works a lot of his horses. The vast majority of his horses in company, in the bridle, likes them to kind of stay together in their works, and then always a good, strong gallop out. Listen, Forte looks terrific. He had his whole campaign kind of interrupted and obviously changed when he had a scratch out of the Derby. It precluded him from running in the Preakness. His Belmont Stakes was tremendous off a 10-week layoff from the Florida Derby to the Belmont, and he didn't have a great trip. He was, caught strung along wide. Ultimately, he may turn out to be the best 3-year-old. He still has to go out and do it now, but he certainly looks like he's training well.
That's good news. Yeah, I mean, that was asking a lot. 10 weeks off, trying to get a 1.5 miles. Was a little bit wide in that Belmont.
Yeah, when Arcangelo, your Belmont winner, was sliding through along the inside and saving all that ground, Forte was strung along wide and came with a run. And I thought he ran a very good race. If you switch trips, you got to think he winds up in the winner's circle. But, one thing we'll see is now going forward where he's at. And the 1.25 miles here in the Travers should settle a lot of the argument.
First things first for Todd Pletcher before we get to Forte and the Jim Dandy. Got some other big ones to come. Late pick 4 coming up next, and maybe another talented 3-year-old. Abaddon, 3rd time out. Will this be the charm? You also got a first-time starter, Lucency.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
$500,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flight line, then full flight. Flight line, 20 lengths.
Flight line, and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Off into Perryville. All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Coaching Club American Oaks. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, and one of the great spots anywhere in this sport to watch a race from, the 1863 Club here at Saratoga. And some of the best food you'll find at any sporting venue in America.
Yeah, it's a great spot. And, especially you get the 2-turn races on turf and dirt, the Wilson Chute, get a great view of all that. And pretty nice. Sit up there, have a nice lunch, enjoy the races. A day of sport.
Indeed. As we get set for this late pick 4 coming up, and potentially some talented first-time starters, some others who have 1 or 2 starts under their belt that could take a big move forward as well. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, there's a lot going on in here, some monster pedigrees, and I think some very exciting runners. And we'll start with one that has run before, and that's the number 9 Colville. This colt, who is by Into Mischief out of Kentucky Oaks winner Catherine Sophia. And the only other foal from Catherine Sophia was Mezcal, who Todd Pletcher trained, and she wanted to go long, and on the turf. But this guy ran very well at first asking, going the 7 furlongs. Was a little bit green in the preliminaries, was 3 wide. The winner at Mount Up somehow came back to get the win that day. I don't believe that this horse was wearing this type of bit in the first race. I will check, but he is outfitted today with a Houghton bit, the extra bar underneath the chin, and it provides a little bit more pressure on the cheeks on either side and really gives the jockey a lot more control as far as the steering is concerned. And maybe this is a horse that can be a little bit tricky to handle in some ways, but he's incredibly fit coming back for his second start, and I am encouraged by the fact that he ran so well going the 7 furlongs at first asking. The number 4, Lucency, one of 2 for Todd Pletcher, is one of a few first-time starters in here. In the pedigree, the dam was just 1 for 12 sprinting on the dirt, and this is actually the first foal to race, though she has had 3 foals. So that's always a touch concerning for me as far as the production. Sold as a 2-year-old last year at the June sale when working 10-1 in kind of an erratic workout, and I'm wondering if that's still how he is, because he too is wearing the Houghton bit, which is a little bit rare for Todd, and rare especially as a first-time starter. So that gives me the inclination that this is a horse that's a little bit tricky to handle and a little bit tough and green out on the track as far as maybe just not keeping a straight course all the time. He's on the smaller side. He's very well muscled, but I do wonder about going the 7 furlongs at first asking. The number 10, Silo Ridge, is another first-time starter. I have no questions about the distance with this guy. He is a big, good-looking son of Ghost Sapper. And the second dam is Oatsy, who is what we would refer to as a blue hen mare, and that she's been this unbelievable producer, making the dam sister to Grade 1 winners Shackelford, Lady Joanne, all of those talented runners in the family. And this dam, Grand Portage, has been a good producer as well. This horse also in his work 2 back was in company with Casa Creed, and while he's a Grade 1 winning turf horse, he's always been a very good workhorse on the dirt. And as far as I could tell from the Clocker report, Silo Ridge held his own, a horse that I'm very intrigued to watch on the track. And Andy and Paul, this one could be a race with some future stars in it.
Certainly feels like a potentially tough race in here. Now, I happen to like the 11 a great deal in here. I think 5-2 is a massive underlay. But in his last race, a lot of days at Ellis Park were incredibly speed favoring. His last race on June 11th was not a day that was very speed favoring. And he was in a race that just completely collapsed outside of his performance. And I look for horses that run against the dynamics of the race. I love the cutback to a 1-turn 7 furlong race for a 1.5-turn mile. Comes out of a super effort. It was his first race off a layoff. Draws well on the outside. I think 5-2 is way too low for me to take. I'm live in some multis, but I just think he's going to be very tough in here, Paulie.
Yeah, he got Lasix for the first time, and he ran a ton better. But you look back to his first race, he ran against a horse named Loggins. At the time, Loggins was very, very well respected, and then he had some issues after that. So you just draw a line through that first race. His last race was good. At 3-1, do you want to take 3-1? When you look at the 9 in here, Colville or the 5, Aberdeen, can you separate either of those two?
Well, I mean, I think Aberdeen is the horse to beat in here. His first race was exceptional. He runs back to his first race. He's a very likely winner in here. Subbrigade is a talented horse, was 4th in the Tough Pegasus in his next start. And he didn't run that well last time, but it was a dead rail. Now, he was dueling in the 2-path. And maybe that gave him a bit of excuse as the race sort of collapsed. But I don't like when they run so well first time and then take that step back. But his first race would make him the winner, probably.
Yeah, he bobbled a tiny bit at the break, and maybe it costed him towards the end. He was able to gather his feet.
This is his debut.
Yeah, this was his debut when he won. His last, or when he ran second. His last race, he was 2-5, and he bobbled at the gate. And I'm wondering if that took the steam out of him late. Now, he went 6.5 furlongs this day, back to 6th last. Now, the blinkers go on. Nothing against Jose Gomez, but you're getting Irad Ortiz Jr., so maybe that price is going to get deflated a little bit more.
Well, he's supposed to be the favorite. It's sort of odd he's not. We'll see what plays out. Now, you've got 3 horses coming out of the first race on June 22nd. The one who had the least experience coming in was the 2 Big Night Out. You liked it more. No, I like the 6 Treaty Obligation.
No, I'm kind of with you. Listen, the 2, the 6 and the 9. The 9, Colville, that was a brutal beat. I mean, a brutal beat at the wire. Now, the 2, I just read the tea leaves with Barkley Tag. He's the kind of trainer that doesn't really roll him out first time out, so this horse can improve. And I know you like the 6 putting the blinkers on, which I don't mind either.
Yeah, I thought Treaty Obligation was the one who had far and away the toughest trip in there, but he's had experience. Acacia has a special guest.
I do, Andy. So happy to be joined by Shug McGahee, who sends out Breeze from the rail. Big, good-looking son of Flatter. Shug, what have you seen from this horse?
Well, okay, I think he's a nice horse, but you get the 1 post, first-time starter, going 7/8. I just hope he'll break good, kind of get himself in position from there, and he just kind of one-paced. You know, I'm just glad to get him started.
Like you said, from the inside post, I know you work from the gate 2 back. How did he break? What did you see in the morning?
Good. He broke good at Belmont in the morning. He was fine. In fact, he surprised me at how sharp he was. So I hope he'll be that sharp today.
Look forward to it. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Keisha. We start our post parade off with one named to be very good, named after the Super Bowl champ, Drew Brees, here for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, he's found himself in an awfully tough maiden race to start his career.
Big night out, start number 2 for Barkley Tag.
Yeah, I think this is a horse that can improve second time out for Barkley and Dylan Davis in the irons. You get a decent price at 10-1.
Rick Dutrow Barn with Motivo. Joel Rosario.
Not good enough to win in his 2 races, but he's first-time Rick Dutrow, and he's almost 20-1.
Todd Pletcher with a first-time starter. This is Lucency with John Velasquez.
Yeah, in a first-time starter by Tappert, you would think this horse wants to go a little bit longer, but this horse has cut 48 drills out of the gate consistently.
Here's the Pletcher that's being more highly regarded. Start number 3, Abaddon.
His first race will make him extraordinarily tough to beat. Last race, not so much. Who is the real Abaddon?
2 Chad Brown runners in this race as well. Here's the first of them, Treaty Obligation.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. You know, if any trainer out there, when they make a switch, Chad makes the switch, it's usually the right one.
Big price here on Gamekeeper for D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, this horse is one of the few that cuts back. This horse ran 1.25 miles 2 starts ago, so definitely he's going to have some stamina. Might be coming late.
Colville, the other Chad Brown runner that had that dirty beat in the debut.
Problem is he was 9-1 first time. He's 4-1 in here, and of the 3 that are coming out of that race, I thought he had the best trip.
Silo Ridge, Bill Mott at 11-1. He's got Luis Saez.
Yeah, Keisha talked about the bottom side of that pedigree. Ton of winners, and like you said, son of Ghost Sapper, a little bit under that morning line at 11-1.
And still favored to the outside here for Brendan Walsh with Tyler Gaffleone, Create Trouble.
Yeah, apparently I'm not the only one that likes him, but he ran extremely well last time. Looking for him to maybe even improve off that if he can. Unless the 5 runs back to his debut, I think he's going to be too much for them to handle. But 5-2 seems like a low price.
Interesting group here of 3-year-olds that look like there definitely could be some talent in this race, including this horse at double-digit odds. Second time out for Barkley Tag. Had some trouble in that debut, and Dylan Davis gets the return call.
I thought he got a ton of experience in his last race. He broke okay. Dylan kind of took him back, was hard held in behind horses, and I thought the horse got a little bit confused at one stage, almost where he spit the bit out, like, okay, you don't want me to run. Then Dylan had to get him going again. I thought it was a race you can certainly see a huge improvement from. He's got really good workouts. He had good workouts leading up to his first race. I think this horse can take a huge step forward today.
Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher with 2 in here. Stablemates will run right next door to each other in the 4 and the 5. And here's Abaddon, and this is the man leading the way at the meet. Our jockey standings presented by Game of Silks. 2 today and counting for Rat Ortiz Jr. He's already got 12 now.
Yeah, he's rolling along and picked up 2 winners from his brother, Jose. They would actually be tied right now at 10 instead of that 4-race swing. And again, once again, we just hope that we get good news about Jose before too long. He was taken to Albany Med for further evaluation.
Take a look at our analyst selections there. 4 different directions. Tells you what kind of race this is and how difficult it is. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and when I interviewed Irad Ortiz in that last race, he did tell me so far he heard that all the x-rays for his brother Jose have come back clean, but hasn't heard anything more as of yet. But some good news, and we are still thinking of Jose, of course. But as far as Irad's mountain here, Abaddon, the short-kept cheater blinkers going on, which sometimes can add just a little bit more focus, too, at the start. And he did kind of trip and break in that last race at Monmouth, when then he was part of a 3-horse pace duel, and he's been fresh out there. He got a big warm-up from Irad, a little bit keen at first, and then he kind of got into the bridle and was moving beautifully out there. He was definitely elevated for me once he got out on track. And another one with a monster pedigree, the dam sister to a Canadian Horse of the Year. And Karen, as far as the 11 Create Trouble goes, I love the slight cut back in distance. I know it's just from the mile to the 7 furlongs, but I just think that this is the perfect spot for him. He is so well muscled. And he broke running last time from the rail on a wet track. And he just seems like a cool customer, as you can see out there on the track. He just seems like a really cool horse to be around, for lack of a better term. A very intelligent type of look to him, as well as the number 4, Lucency. I cannot say the same thing about him. As I said, he seems like the type of horse can be very tricky based off of that equipment, and that warm-up is proving to be true. Don Velasquez, his feet out of the irons, and I want to throw it back to Richie, because Richie, sometimes the best thing to do is just ride them cowboy style and go full length the leg to make sure you stay on.
Absolutely, Acacia. Have your feet out of the stirrups, grip with your thighs and your calves, stay in the middle. Keep your mind and your body in the middle when you ride with the short stirrups, especially some of the moves I saw he was doing there. One could get out from under you, Greg.
Looks, for now anyway, he's settled down a little bit. 14-1 on this first-time starter as we go back to the Paddock set.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting maiden race. It's an older maiden race. It sort of looks like, if you see the names and stuff, you feel like it could be a 2-year-old race in Saratoga. But this is for older horses, mostly 3-year-olds, who have their chances. And it's a question of chances to break their maidens. A horse like Treaty Obligations had his chances. I thought he ran his best race last time, but he's had a chance to get it done for a good barn. And we'll see what happens with Abaddon. Is he really the horse that ran his first race? I'm just hoping on the 11, but man, I got a lot of company. I think number 11, Paulie, Create Trouble.
Yeah, you know what? The more I keep looking at this race, I think you got a lot of company on the 11, because the 11 has faced 33 horses in 3 starts. I don't think the rest of the field has faced 33 horses, 5-horse fields, 5-horse fields. So, you know, a lot of people don't focus on field size, but this horse was right there on the money against 11-horse fields, and I get it. So that's why I think this horse now is your second choice, as Abaddon goes to favoritism. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what happens to the break. Does the blinkers move the 5 forward, at least early in the race?
The 5 should be forward in here. The number 11 should be sitting close to him. Maybe a horse like the 3, Motivo, could be forward. We'll see how things play out. Listen, this is an interesting race, and it feels like this is not your run-of-the-mill maiden special weight. Horse set out of this race will turn out and maybe be okay.
And, yeah, there's some double-digit number horses in here that look like they have talent, including the 2 who's been talked about. Even Motivo, 3 at 22-1. And this horse ran a decent first-out effort at Tampa. And then last race, stretched out to a mile, muddy racetrack, cutting back a touch, back on fast going. Might get a lot better effort from him.
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting. He had excuses last time, too, on that muddy track. He didn't brake particularly well. He had some issues traffic-wise. And people say, well, he could be 25 lengths. How much could traffic compromise you? You never know how certain horses react to when you have to steady or check their forward momentum, put the bit up in their mouth, if you inhibit their breathing, their stride. Some horses overcome that stuff, some can't.
There's the 3 stepping in who we're just talking about. Joel Rosario for the Rick Dutrow barn. On Motivo, favorite the 5, Abaddon. 3rd time out, blinkers going on. We expect him to be forward. He did bobble out of the gate slightly last time out. We'll see if he can break cleaner today, as Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to win number 3 on this Friday card. On the 5-horse here for Todd Pletcher. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. The last one to load will be Create Trouble, who continues to be solidly backed. He's walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rough beginning for Motivo. A very nice one for Create Trouble on the far outside. Abedin showing good speed. Silo Ridge is in between them as they get up and on the main track. It's Abedin just in front. Now Silo Ridge in second. Create Trouble keeping pace with the top pair. 3/4 off them in third. Big Night Out, Eagle on the rail in fourth. He's followed by Lucency between horses. Treaty Obligation. Colville is outside of that group. And then it's Motivo. It's a big gap to the two trailers, Gamekeeper and Breeze. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter, heading to the half-mile pole. And it's Abedin just in front. 3/4 of a length to Silo Ridge in second. Then it's Create Trouble. Big Night Out still third and fourth respectively. Lucency is in between horses, passed on the outside by Colville in the Blue Silks. Colville up to take fourth while wide. Inside of him, Treaty Obligation. Motivo is next, followed by Gamekeeper and Breeze. 45-4 for the half, and Colville is launching a bid, trying to get to the front running Abedin, who has a 2-length lead with a furlong left to go. Abedin in front, Colville moving into second. Clear Sailing, Treaty Obligation on the outside, finishing with interest. Lucency is in the middle of the track, coming to the 16th, and it's Abedin just still going on strongly. And Abedin 3 in a row for Irad Ortiz Jr. Abedin graduates by 2. Second went to Treaty Obligation, followed by Colville third. Lucency was fourth.
Abedin for Todd Pletcher. 3 today for that man. Leading rider at the meet, Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 Diamonds Farm and a son of Speightstown with the maiden breaking win.
Always doing it well, too. The addition of blinkers certainly put his focus right where it needed to be. Jumped well, got his position, and just was much the best through the stretch. The cavalry charging behind him, and I think this race is going to come. We're going to see out of this race horses that are going to be very successful. I just think this was a really good maiden race.
Todd Pletcher and 2 Chad Brown runners behind him, guys, here in the 7th.
Yeah, I think they ran relatively logically, X the horse I like, who I'll comment on in a second. This horse has run very well first time out. Second time things didn't work out. But he ran back to that debut race. Not surprised, Treaty Obligation seemed to, in my opinion, run the best race of the horse coming out of his last race. And he picked up for second. How strong the race was, we'll see when the figs come out, Paulie.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, the horse broke, Mig made a good point. When the horse broke so sharply and got to the front end, you knew this horse was going to be tough. And then the 6 made a nice move. The 2 I liked a little bit. You know who I'd take out of this race? Listen, the 5 ran great. The 4 was acting up throughout the whole race, was green throughout it, and you could see green in the middle of the racetrack. I thought ran an okay little 4th here. Take nothing away from the winner, but I think the 4 might be a nice little horse going on.
And as far as the horse I like, the 11, Create Trouble, unless you're a horse that was claimed by Linda Rice that ran in Kentucky, I want no part of the Kentucky horses based on what I've seen, because the 11 had a perfect trip and back to the field. And in my opinion, overall, what I've seen from a lot of the shippers, they're underperforming.
Got a quick look at Todd Pletcher. He's won 14 training titles here at Saratoga. He gets his 4th winner of the meet. We're at this 3-year-old. Here's start number 3. There he is. What a career.
Incredible. And he can continue to add. I mean, Todd's not, from a trainer's perspective, not very old. I mean, he could train easily another 15, 20 years if he wants to.
I would say more than that.
Even more than that.
He's got a lot of wins left on that always adding to Hall of Fame resume. Abedin, much better break today. And that equipment change had him forward, and it pays off as a slight second choice here at 5-2. 5-6, 9-4 finish. We'll have the prices when we come back. Year in, year out is maybe the most fun night there is in this town. Jockey karaoke, if you can. You want to be part of it and see the action, all to support a great cause. The Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. We'll be back with more.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back with you on our continuing live coverage from the most competitive meet there is in this sport here at Saratoga on our Friday coverage and the Lake Pick 4. Starting with this horse here, presented by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Abaddon for Todd Pletcher. Blinkers go on. And third time out, a winning effort, $7.40 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
Winning trainer Todd Pletcher joining me here. Todd, blinkers going on, and that seemed to make a difference for Abaddon. He was very sharp out of the gate today.
He was. It got him up in the pace a little bit, and last time he was a little bit intimidated inside of horses, and I thought the blinkers really helped.
Saw the kind of warm-up that Irad Ortiz gave him too. He framed up beautifully on track. Just really seems like a horse that's finding his best stride. Really is a beautiful horse. He, like you say, warmed up great, and we wanted to leave the gate with intention of establishing a forward position. He's able to do that. Wanted to ask you about the Lake George a little bit later. You have Princess Bettina, who made her first start for you in the Penn Oaks. What have you seen from her and now making the second start in your barn? Well, we didn't get away well in the Penn Oaks and kind of took her out of her element. She showed good speed in her race before that in California. My biggest concern is just saw she's going to handle some give in the turf course. Well, we'll see how they navigate it today, but congratulations here, Todd. Thank you. Todd Pletcher, not done yet, but a horse in Abaddon who could be doing some big things a little bit later on, Greg.
Yeah, interested in seeing this horse going forward. Finally figures it all out, breaks cleaner out of the gate, and able to be very strong start to finish.
Yeah, when he left the gate with run on his mind, you knew the blinkers were having the desired effect to get his focus, put him where he needs to be. And some horses, it just takes him a race or two to really figure the game out. Todd trained his sire Spitestown, won the Breeders' Cup Sprint with him in Texas, and a horse that also got a bit better as he went on. I mean, with racing.
Take a look at 2 legs in this Lake Pick 5 on our Friday card. So Costa Terra, big upset with a 4-5 favorite defeated. And Abaddon, who was a slight second choice on the board.
Yeah, he went back and forth with the 11, create trouble for favoritism, and actually 5-2 in the end of the day. 740 for Abaddon was, especially the way he ran, generous.
We move on to the 8th here. Mile and an 1/8 in an allowance optional claiming field. These 2-turn mile and an 1/8 races at Saratoga, they can be incredibly taxing. So who has the stamina to get it done in here? Looks like a very wide open race. Right now it's Arturius for Chad Brown with Irad Ortiz Jr., who's favored coming out of a grade 3 at Monmouth. This, of course, we alluded to going to break. It is such a fun night. I've been to several of them. Mig never participated. You should have.
No one wants to hear me sing,
Maybe we can
Greg.
get you in there.
Nobody wants to hear me sing.
All for a great cause.
It's a great night.
For the
It's
permanently
a lot
disabled
of fun.
jockeys fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a great night. And all these guys are good sports because, frankly, they embarrass themselves.
They do, but they do it for a great cause. That's,
Absolutely.
It's such a fun night. If you can get there, be a part of it. And the whole town's kind of buzzing when this happens. And it's going to happen July 30th. And then afterwards, too, it seems like the entire town goes out afterwards.
Yeah, it's a great time, and they have a blast doing it. It's not for me. I show up, I'll support, I'll sign anything you want me to, I'll donate. I don't have any trouble making a fool out of myself without singing in public.
And again, even if you can't go, you could still give to this tremendous cause, to the PDJF. Let's go to Acacia.
Yes, absolutely, Greg. The PDJF does such wonderful work and such an important organization, especially within our industries. I'm so happy to be joined by Armando Rivera, a former jockey who's been a beneficiary of the PDJF. And Armando, your story is incredible with what you have used your platform to do. How important is this organization?
I mean, this organization, without it, we would not be able to survive. I mean, they've been helping me for the last 7, 8 years, you know, with a stipend, you know, of $1,000 a month. And without that money, we wouldn't be able to be where we're at, you know. So it's very, very important that we all get out there and support the PDJF. I mean, all these fans and all the racehorse community, they get together and they support us and they donate, and that's how we survive, you know, us fallen riders that have not had the opportunity to walk away from this sport.
And it's a job that requires so much commitment, so much dedication, and a lot of risk as well. And it is so important for us to look out for our own. And you've been very involved with the PDJF yourself as well.
Yes, I go out around the country running marathons, raising awareness for the PDJF, and it's all heart, you know what I'm saying? Because I love all my fallen riders and all the racehorse community. You guys are the greatest here in New York.
Well, you are incredible in what you've done too. The jockey karaoke coming up soon. Are you going to be performing there?
Unfortunately, I can't sing. No good. I can't sing. But come support the karaoke, jockeys karaoke on Sunday at Belly's Up here in Saratoga.
All right, Greg, Richie, you heard it here. Maybe we could get Armando up there. I will volunteer, but I'm not a jockey. But again, the PDJF, such a wonderful organization. We hope that people do contribute and support it.
And it's so much fun, but if you can't make it there, you don't have to be at the event to give. You can go to pdjf.org. Since their inception back in 2006, over $11 million raised for these riders who are unable to make a living for themselves.
Yeah, you know, riders, jockeys aren't like, you know, team sports, the NFL or the NHL, Major League Baseball, where, you know, you have basically protocols in place if you're injured to help you. Right? You know, a lot of this is because of the generosity of people out there that love racing, admire and respect the jockeys. So it really is a great cause, and these are amazing men and women that had life-altering injuries that show so much courage every day and so much that we take for granted. And I would hope that you would, if you possibly can, help support these riders.
Any little bit helps. Again, pdjf.org. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Much more coming up. Some of the great names that rest here. Quick Call, 4-Star Dave, A Phenomenon, More Jane in the serene pastoral setting of Clare Court. We'll be back.
Continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions. thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least 1 race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Such a neat area, and I've got to know it a little bit because of the tours you've taken me on to get to see it and see where those tremendous names and racehorses are buried.
It's just really beautiful part of the racetrack, and it feels like hallowed ground when you're back there. And there's a quiet and a calm to Clare Court, and they will gallop ranker horses on that track because it's narrower, and they know they're not going to do fast works on it. They'll tend to settle more, and I just think that atmosphere lends itself to horses, you know, relaxing and getting around there. One of my favorite places on any racetrack is Clare Court, and of course the legendary horses that are buried there. Obviously, I was fortunate to pilot 2 of them, Morjane and 4-Star Dave. And Morjane also won the Darrell's Joy, a very talented horse. But yeah, if you have a chance, you have an opportunity, you have access to it. Come on out, check it out, and I'd be surprised if you didn't come away with that same feeling.
Special
Very
place
special.
here at Saratoga. Of course, the best ride you probably ever delivered, though, as I say all the time, on 4-Star Dave, was moving on into Ciro's to get that key to the city.
Yeah. Rode him up into Ciro's when they named the street after him, and they gave him the key to the city, albeit a oatmeal cookie key to the city, which he was certainly very into eating. He was a very smart horse, very clever. And what's cool too is also in the off season, if you're up here and you get access to it, people always leave some sort of a tribute to 4-Star Dave. There's always flowers or a bobblehead or some memento. I mean, he was so popular up here, and of course we have the 4-Star Dave bar right here on the racetrack too.
Yeah, of course, an old man too that's still doing his thing. We're probably going to see, I would think, coming back in that race to try and defend his title, Casa Creed, who looked very good in his return sprinting.
Who is also starting to put together a 4-Star Dave-esque kind of resume.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah. Race 8, mile and an eighth on the main track coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, another race that is chock full of talent. And we'll start with the favorite, the number 7, Artorias for Chad Brown, the winner of last year's Curlin and ran in the Travers as well. I know that he won the Curlin going the mile and an eighth year. I've always felt physically he looks a little bit like a horse that wants a touch shorter than that. That being said, he comes out of a mile try at Monmouth where he was pressing the pace setter last time out, kind of trying in between horses late and just not enough. You could certainly assume that he'll build off of that race, and he's also coming out of a graded stakes try, and that was his first start off of a layoff. He looks tremendous here. He's just the picture of health, and he had stepped forward physically from 3 to 4. Given his resume at the distance, that gives me a little bit more confidence. Paul and Andy, he's a horse that we know can handle it here. You'll have to take a short price, though.
Yeah, his Curlin obviously was sensational, and even his Travers wasn't that bad last year. In some ways, you could almost make a comparison between his last race, the race that Todd Pletcher horse just won, ran at Monmouth. He ran well enough that day to win, and he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, and listen, when he won this race last year, the Curlin, everybody thought it was kind of his coming out party, and I'm kind of with you. He had a rough trip in the Travers, and then he cut back in the Perryville. Gun Knight's a really nice sprinter, so he ran into a really nice sprinter. I thought his Salvatore Mile last time was actually better than it looked because he was really, really keen. And I thought he, like the comment line said, he dug in. But you get this effort from last year, he's in the winner's circle again.
We'll see. We'll see. He's pretty good, I agree. And, you know, Acacia with speed bias, is he going to bring his form here?
Yeah, that's the question, Andy. He was beaten just a nose behind Rattle and Roll in the Pimlico Special, and I guess there was a little bit of questions that day. A, where did that race come from, and how in the world did Rattle and Roll get up to beat him? And of course, Rattle and Roll would go back to have another victory after that, and then Speed Bias last time tried to take them every step in the Stephen Foster well beaten in that race behind Westwell Power, but he's sharp in here. He is kind of like what you like to see, like a prize fighter walking in that ring, the energy bubbling underneath the surface. He has framed himself up so beautifully, and that's what you love to see for a horse that is quick too, and we'll see if he can get back to that good race we saw from him 2 starts back. I know it was a grade 1 last time, but guys, you do have to be a little bit disappointed by that effort.
Well, you know, grade 1 or not, he was also dueling with a horse like West Will Power. So it was a far different scenario than it was the time before when he was basically controlling against lesser. And yes, he almost beat Rattle and Roll, who came back and ran second, but I just feel it's a very different dynamic. My concern is not his talent. There's 2 concerns. One, the number 9 Major Blue. Knowing Wayne Lucas, he's telling Tyler Gaffalione to send with this horse. So if he can overcome the 9 post, he could be a thorn in this horse's side early because he's very fast. But second of all, I'm just a little bit concerned about these horses from out of town bringing their form here to New York.
Yeah, it hasn't held up, and this was the bad beat in the Pimlico Special. I will say this for the 2 in here, Speed Bias. He got beat by Smile Happy, who's a freak on the sloppy racetrack. He got beat by Rattle, which is, you just said, and I thought you made a great point. West Will Power is just faster than he is and a better racehorse, so he just couldn't keep up last time. If he's loose on the lead and the way he looks right now, he could be very dangerous late in this race.
A horse I'm not interested in, but I know Acacia has some thoughts on, is the 4 Kuchar.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily a big fan of him in this spot, Andy, but he is a horse that I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get back on track. One thing I know about him is that distance is no problem at all. This is actually my first time seeing him in the flesh, but he's a big, solid son of Uncle Mo. There's a lot of size, a lot of substance to him. He was just totally outfooted last time, and he was kind of chasing, and I don't think he's the type of horse that likes to be too far off of it. I'd expect him
to be right on the hip of Speed Bias in here. We know that he stays. The question is he up to the task? Is he just a horse that has the look, but maybe not as much of the substance on the track? Kuchar had some promise at the start of his career. See if he can get back to some of those races and if he can bring this form to New York, as that is the question of how these out-of-town horses will handle this group, Greg.
Yeah, we'll find out. I think named after Matt Kuchar. You PGA fans, 9-1 on this horse, who for a long time, I thought this horse was going to break through at some point and become pretty good. It's been slow go for him, coming out obviously of a really tough spot, and which Speed Bias was second in that Pimlico Special, who's going to have to deal with again.
He was beaten a long ways by Speed Bias, and it just feels like he's going to have to take a step forward. This came up a really tough race. I mean, this is a really good, solid allowance race, and when they put up a $156,000 person allowance race, it should be tough.
Feels like a stakes race, certainly. That's what you get here at Saratoga. And there is Kuchar, 4-horse with Jose Lezcano for trainer Todd Pletcher here. And you look at the pace of this race, Speed Bias, who Kuchar had faced, and Paul pointed this out to us. You know, we were in our office together. He had to deal with a horse on the front end, West Will Power, who's a serious racehorse, winner of that Stephen Foster. No West Will Powers in here today. He's going to potentially be loose in here early on, although Curbstone, we know this is a horse that can last 1 mile and an eighth.
Yeah, he definitely, maybe he's better at 2 turns than the connections think they are. I just think he might be meeting tougher, but he's been good this year.
Here's the speedy Speed Bias with Luis Saez.
Yeah, it needs to get to the front, and Luis, I think, is the perfect jockey for this horse.
The Reds now with Chad Brown.
Yeah, he's my top choice in here. He's got back races good enough. Can Chad Brown find him? Because his recent efforts are abysmal.
And here's Kuchar off since the Grade 3 Pimlico Special in May.
Yeah, and a horse that's now 3rd time in the Todd Pletcher barn, and will get back on Lasix.
Constitution Lawyer, exciting to see him come back. He ran a big race in his last start. A race that was meant for the grass, came off.
He can handle the grass, but his best races are on the dirt, but he's never faced a field this tough.
Bright future Javier Castellano filling in for Jose Ortiz.
This is the interesting horse. Gets Lasix after an abysmal effort, but that was the first time going around 2 turns, so you wonder, well, is that the problem?
Last year's Curlin winner for Chad Brown just went by the 7.
Yeah, he's the horse to beat.
Montauk Point 14-1 with John Velasquez.
Yeah, winner last time at Pimlico, but we haven't seen this horse since May. An outsider here for Shug McGahee.
And Major Blue, D. Wayne Lucas with Tyler Gaffleone.
While he has no chance on paper to win the race, he could be a real problem for the 2. Fortunately for the 2, he drew a very tough outside post where they hit the turn quickly at 1 mile and an eighth. But if he's able to really get a flyer out of the gate, he could be the horse that causes the 2 headaches early.
He's got 5.5 furlong sprint speed, so that certainly could be a problem for Speed Bias. As we take a look at the Reds for Chad Brown, and Andy, you're going to wind up here moving to the Chad Brown barn. It's a 3-time winner.
Chad Brown took over the training of some horses for Flanagan Racing, and one of them, G. Munning, should have probably ran a winning race here the other day when finishing 3rd. And the Reds is a talented horse who's run some fast figures, and he should get at least an honest pace to run at. His recent races are a concern, but at 8-1, I can take a little bit of a shot.
No, and I'm not arguing with that pick at all, because here's a horse at 7 for 9 in the distance. 2 for 2, 1st and 2nd. You get Flavian Pratt aboard. You know, they're sort of hitting the reset button, right? And I know your Orioles are in 1st place. Let's not forget about the Reds with Ella de la Cruz.
I want to touch on a horse you mentioned in Bright Future. I'm surprised that Todd Pletcher is riding this horse at 1 mile and 8. Now, it could very well be that he wanted to find a 7-furlong race, and there just wasn't one for him. So, I don't know, and I'm not. But I just thought this horse, who's run some fast figures, and you had mentioned it, Paulie, but he didn't finish last time he tried a mile. And I wonder if he might be better with a little less distance. We'll see how he runs today.
Yeah, he's just a confusing horse. You're right. All of his races were around 1 turn. He had fast figures, no Lasix around 2 turns. He did not run a step, and you're just wondering, okay, what's going to happen today?
I don't mind a mile and a half. I just don't more the 1.2 miles back. The other thing about him is the only fast figures he's run have been at Gulfstream Park. That's another concern.
Yeah, kind of true, yeah.
Favoritism moving to Speed Bias in here. And, Andy was smart to bring it up. Obviously, No West Will Powers in here, but the presence of that outside horse, Major Blue, with that sprint speed, probably not going to be anywhere late, but it hurts his chances potentially.
Absolutely, and you have to think Major Blue from that outside post with that sprint speed. This is a horse capable of going 44 and change. What's the over-under on the half mile here going 2 turns a mile and 1/8? 47 and change? You've got to think he's going to be a thorn in the side of the 2 Speed Bias, who has set just off a horse. I mean, you would, if you're Luis Saez, you've got to hope that Major Blue with Tyler Gaffalione really commits and goes on, creates the separation you need to slide out to the outside of him, and then ride the race like he's not there, like he's going to come back to you.
Meanwhile, Curbstone, the one, this is a horse who was beating up on the competition over the winter at Aqueduct at a 1.8 mile distance. Looked like he was just getting really good at the time. Then he had a bobble out of the gate with Matty Over. They made a jockey change, got right back in the winner's circle, and 3 for 5 record at the distance. We know he likes this 1.8 miles.
Listen, this horse has been in fantastic form from since switching to the Tom Morley barn and concentrating solely on dirt racing. Now, Curbstone comes out of a good effort where he was second to Total Impact. Total Impact was less than 3-1 in the Suburban. Now, he didn't run well, but he took serious support there, and a horse that's been in really good form. I just thought Curbstone is a horse with stamina. He has the rail. I think he'll wind up in behind the speed, laying 3rd or 4th, and I think he's going to get the right kind of trip in this spot. And at 7-1 for a horse in good form, that's where I'm taking my stand.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and just on Curbstone, that was actually a one-turn 1.8 miles last time at Belmont. And he gets back to a 2-turn race today, which maybe that's what he prefers because he ran so well at those 2 turns over at Aqueduct. But talking about the number 3, the Reds, who does move to the Chad Brown barn, I'm with Andy. I think that this is his right distance, and he always seems to run well at this track, too. I think a 1.8 miles is perfect for him, and he's incredibly fit off a bit of a layoff, too, making his first start for Chad. Flavien Prat took him right away from the pony, gave him a good warm-up. Now, he was really sluggish out of the gate in that last race over at Keeneland, and I think we saw the intent from Flavien, given how he warmed this horse up. He's not as quick as some of the others in here, but I think he runs his best races when he's not left with too much to do because he does have that big stride, and last time he kind of faded, hanging on his left lead. He does have to turn things around, but from what I saw in the warm-up, and that was what I was curious of and how his energy was, he ticks all the boxes of what you'd like to see for a horse trying to get back on track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. It's a wide open race here, even though we have a 3-2 favorite in Arturius.
Not to keep dwelling on a long shot that probably is the heavy favorite finish last. The one thing, and Richie knows this as well as anybody on the grounds, it's very hard from the far outside post, the 9, to get over. So he has really got to come out riding to be able to be a thorn in the 2 side. He has the speed to do it, Richie. If it was a straightaway, he'd be a big problem for the 2. But can he get there from that post? And doesn't he have to be absolutely committed?
Well, it's a really good point, Andy, and you're 100% right. With the posts, it's a hard task to clear that many horses to get the position you want. So, to me, it can go one of 2 ways, Greg. Tyler Gaffalione, Major Blue, comes out with that urgency, that sense of, with this post, I've got to blast off, and then his horse, he'll set his horse off, and he'll show that speed. If he comes out thinking, well, I'm going to see how it plays out, well, then, yeah, absolutely, the 2 Speed Bias will gallop to the lead. But I think, if anything, it makes it impresses the urgency on Tyler Gaffalione even more to come out running.
You've got it. That's how this horse is the only way he's been successful. You've got to think he's going to fire out of there. That first turn, it comes up very quick at this 1.8 miles configuration on the main track. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramonti.
Okay, Greg, we're just waiting on the long shot on the outside, and that's Major Blue. And he goes in. We are set for the 8th. And they're off. Constitution Lawyer had a rough beginning. Curbstone was off slowly. Artorias is up and on the pace. Montauk Point on the outside. And Speed Bias comes quickly through along the rail. And Speed Bias will set the pace, hugging the rail and opening up a length and a half in the first couple of furlongs. Bright Future moves into second, Artorias on the outside, and the Reds tucked in on the fence, now third, about 2 lengths off the pacemaker. They're followed by Curbstone. Constitution Lawyer is racing in between horses. Montauk Point is out deep along with Major Blue in a gap of 3. Back to Kuchar, 24-2 for the opening quarter, and Speed Bias sailing along uncontested on the front end. Bright Future in second with the Reds at the rail in third. Artorias races along in fourth. They are followed by Major Blue, who's widest of all. Montauk Point is about 5 lengths off the lead. Down on the inside, Constitution Lawyer, followed by Curbstone and Kuchar. Rounding the far turn, Luis Saez and Speed Bias letting it out a notch. The half went in 48 3/5 seconds. And now Bright Future trying to challenge in second. Speed Bias repelling that bid at this stage. Artorias Pink Cap inches up on the outside of the Reds, who's down at the rail. 3/4 in 1:12 2/5 seconds. And it's Speed Bias turning for home in front. Bright Future, Artorias on the outside, trying to find his best stride, and he'll need it to get to Speed Bias. And Bright Future has taken the lead in mid-stretch and is hand-ridden to a 3-length lead. Artorias battling with Speed Bias, but only to complete the exacta. Bright Future, much the best, strides out powerfully to win it by 4. Speed Bias holds second, Artorias third, the Reds was fourth.
Paul LaDuca thought this was a sneaky horse in the race, cutting back from 1.5 miles, and plenty of energy in reserve down the stretch of this 1.8 mile distance.
Yeah, I mean, he made a tough field look not as tough as it was. Speed Bias, he made the lead the right way under Luis Saez. The 9 horse was not able to clear Major Blue and retreated early. And Javier Castellano picking up the mount from Jose Ortiz. Another winner of Jose Ortiz's today, adding insult to injury.
Could have been a 3-win day for
Ah,
him.
man, you know, your heart goes out to him. I know what it's like to be in the hospital watching your horses win. And again, hopefully Jose's going to be okay. But Bright Future, big effort here. Todd Pletcher turning him back from that 1.5 miles and powered home in a really good field.
9-2 morning line, guys. He goes off at 11-1 here for Todd Pletcher.
I couldn't have been more wrong about this horse. I thought he wanted less distance. What do I know? He wanted more distance. He was very impressive today.
He was
Paulie.
very impressive. And you know what? You go back and you look at it, Andy, I'm wondering if Lasix helped. Number one, he didn't have Lasix last time. He ran so bad, and he didn't run that as good. And you know what? When I looked at this race, he was kind of just grinding away. And Speed Bias, let's be honest, just can't really finish the deal. And when Artorias came to the outside of him, it's like Bright Future rebroke, right?
The massive disappointment in this race was Artorias, because this was a total forward race. The forces that ran 1, 2, 3, 4, including the Reds, who really never ran a step and finished fourth. And Artorias had a perfect stalking position out of the side of these. Okay, nobody was being Bright Future. He ran giant today, but he couldn't even get by Speed Bias. The Artorias we saw last year just doesn't seem to be the same Artorias this year.
Yeah, you just never know. And you wonder why, you know, Chad was trying to tinker. He cut him back at 7 furlongs. I think he's just trying to find that golden distance for Artorias, you know, with a third. But you can't take anything away from Bright Future. Ran back to those old numbers.
How in the world does this Hall of Famer go off at 11-1 in a race like this here? Just forgotten in this group. And Bright Future may have a bright future ahead of him. Still lightly raced.
Absolutely. Listen, Todd Pletcher is usually very stoic. You really can't read his emotions very much. He's not a guy I'd want to play poker with. But you just saw there, he almost was a little bit amused. You could see it tickled him winning with a horse paying this kind of price.
Just the 6th career start for this 4-year-old son of Curlin, who, you know, doesn't just win this race. I mean, he took it to him here.
He was much the best here. He ran away from them. And listen, this was a very competitive race on paper, and he turned it into a procession. Speed Bias had everything his own way, no excuses there. Artorias had dead aim, and this horse just kicked away from him. And actually, now listen, these are all really hard-knocking, accomplished older horses, but they actually went faster than the 3-year-olds did in the Curlin.
St. Elias stable, Ripoli stable. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and Javier Castellano, the fill-in victory As we have our feature coming up next, Grade 3, Lake George. Chad Brown will send out 4 fillies, trying to win a 5th in a row and 7th overall. When we come back, stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully over Bluegrass.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bright Future has just that. It picks up an impressive victory here with Javier Castellano in the irons. And Javier, you had a lot of horse coming down to the wire.
Yeah, very lucky, very fortunate to be open in the race. Unfortunately, Jose Ortiz, he went down early. My thought, my prayer for him, hope if it's okay. I think we have a good news. The late report, he say everything's going to be okay with him. And we're looking for seeing the next day to perform in the race in the high level where they are. I'm very lucky I opened the horse and to be jump up and give you opportunity to top play, give me opportunity to ride the horse. Have a beautiful trip. And the first time he get a good position himself, I secure my spine, let him develop the horse all the way in the backside. And the good fraction, I like the way he did it. And turn it for home. Very impressive the way he took off. I like it the way he did it and finished really well.
He really did today. Impressive in a good group. But tomorrow you're riding a big horse, the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage in the Haskell. What's the feeling like with the team and going into that race, his first start out of the Derby?
Well, we all looking forward big time. We can wait to that moment. The horse train is so well. A lot of confidence with Gustavo Delgado being taught to back and forth with him. The horse is in great condition. I'm looking forward tomorrow. See how develop the race, a good race, good horses. It's a good comeback, and we are looking for the future.
We can't wait to see him back. Best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations here.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano going to reunite with his Kentucky Derby winner tomorrow, Greg.
On an incredible run right now, completing a career Triple Crown sweep, winning his first ever Derby after going 0 for 15 in the Kentucky Derby. First ever Belmont after going 0 for 14 in his career in the Belmont. How sweet is that?
It's just incredible what he's been able to do, and to get the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes this year and the run he's on. The biggest thing that stands out to me, I mean, Javier Castellano's riding so well, but I think the key to it is how much fun he's having. You could just see how much he's enjoying his job. And I think the reemergence of Javier Castellano as one of the top riders on the circuit goes hand in hand with...
All eyes on him, too, to decide where he's going to wind up. Will it be Arcangelo, the Belmont winner, or Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner, when it gets to the Travers? Of course, we're going to see a little bit what goes into that decision on Saturday in the Haskell.
Yeah, and listen, the late, great Charlie Whittingham used to have a saying, horses are like strawberries, they can go bad overnight. So they're going to try to hold off on that decision as long as possible and hang on to both horses before they absolutely have to make a decision.
Got our first big upset, although you can argue Costa Terra is pretty big as well at 5-1 to start this late Pick 5, beating an odds-on favorite in O Captain. If you're live in this Pick 5, it is going to pay handsomely with 2 legs still to come. Grade 3 Lake George. Our Friday feature coming up, just about 30 miles due north to the majestic setting of this beautiful lake with a rich history.
Have you ever done one of the boat rides up there, like the mini Haha? Or?
Every year I rent a boat, go to Lake George.
Man, well, you know what? It's just such a fantastic place, beautiful town. A lot going on the west side of the lake, the east side of the lake. Great hiking, great places to swim, coves. I've explored all over the mountains around Lake George.
You should as well if you can make a trip up here. It is absolutely worth it. Put it on the bucket list. Field for this year's edition of the Grade 3 Lake George. 1 mile, inner turf, $175,000 purse. And we talked about the dominance of Chad Brown. He'll send out surge capacity, tax implications, Liguria, and Revelita. 4 of them in this 8-horse field.
Yeah, holds a strong hand, and listen, he does a great job. His horses are ready. One of the things I love about being up here and sharing an office with you and Paul is the exchange of ideas. You know, we're all doing our work and preparing for the show, and we look at past performances, but inevitably somebody will say something like, what about this horse? And open your mind to dig a little deeper. And that's what you did for me today with Rivalita and her soft turf races, particularly in Europe. When they are called soft, the course is really soft, not by our standards. I mean, their standards, basically very deep or bottomless courses. And, you know, I thought that made a lot of sense. Sarah Vadwi, who we work with, talked about Princess Bettina. So it's always fun to, again, that exchange of ideas and maybe open your mind or your eyes to something you didn't look at quite the same way.
So helpful to talk it out. If you have the ability to do that with someone. Grade 3 Lake George coming up. We'll get deeper into this race in a moment. Of course, a tremendous weekend ahead. Coaching Club American Oaks on tap, as is the Grade 3 Caress. 5.5 furlongs on the turf on our Saturday card. We're going to see a rematch of the top 2 finishers from that Grade 3 Intercontinental, where Poppy Flower was able to nail Bubble Rock, who couldn't quite last 6 furlongs on the lead last time out.
Yeah, and listen, these turf sprints are all about trips. You know, get a smaller field, but then everybody is aware of where everybody else is. And Poppy Flower, you know, real nice effort here. Bubble Rock, I think they found out what she wants to do most is sprint on the turf, right? They tried stretching her. It just seems like with all her natural speed. But you can see Poppy Flower kind of having to wait for room, looking for a spot, and finished extremely well.
How about Bubble Rock, too? I know she gets beat here, but she's gone gate to wire in a graded stakes, going a mile and a 16th. She's won graded stakes races sprinting as well. She can give you a lot of different looks, versatility-wise. Flavian Pratt is going to have the call, and she shows up just about every single time.
Yeah, she does. And see the fist pump there from Jose Ortiz. And, you know, always fun to ride those closing sprinter types, Greg. You know, it's just a great feeling when you're passing horses and that acceleration. And Poppy Flower certainly worked out a good trip that day.
Meanwhile, roses for Deborah. Christophe Clement, Arad Ortiz Jr. This was back on July 3rd, and it was a pretty dominant win, but it's going to be tougher going, certainly on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, the waters get deeper, but that's part of success. The more success you have, the tougher the company's going to be. But this was a really nice effort. I mean, she just sat inside. The hole presented itself, kicked away, separation. We talk about separation in turf sprints. She did that pretty easily, too.
She's crossed the wire first every single time she's been on synthetic. She got DQ'd in that first race, but crossed the wire first. And then switched to turf. She's 2 for 2 on the grass. Yet to be beat on synthetic or turf. Or at least not cross the wire first.
Listen, they're two distinctly different surfaces, but a lot of times horses that handle synthetic handle turf as well. I won't be so bold as to say all horses do, but more times than not you see they do.
That is coming up tomorrow. That's race 6 on a terrific Saturday card, but it's our Friday feature coming up next. And that man right there, this has been his race. 4 straight victories in the Lake George, 6 overall. He's going to send out 4 3-year-old fillies to try and notch another. We'll be back with the Lake George after this.
Eclipse champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's featured event is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes Saturday, July 22nd. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore, looking to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $200,000 late pick 5. First post, 12 noon. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 22nd at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
My name is Peter Sheen. I've been the stallion manager here at Lane's End for almost 2 years. Flyline, he's taken to his job fantastically well. We're excited about the book of mares that he's after getting. He's got champions, the dams of champions in his first book. If he imparts any of his intelligence and his physicality on these mares, we're in for a very exciting time for the next 20 years. We're really looking forward to seeing Flightline's progeny hit the track in 2026. We're expecting great things, and he's off to a great start as it is.
Phasing-Tipton Saratoga sale right across the street from this racetrack, August 7th and 8th, and not just some potential future stars, it is a great party as well.
A tremendous party. If you want to be seen or see the players in this game, come on out. It's a great atmosphere, and you're going to see future champions sold at Phasing-Tipton.
We look forward to it. Everybody in this town does. Right now, it's feature time. Grade 3 Lake George coming up on this Friday card. And the 8-5 favorite, who, I guess that was one of the big questions. Who's going to be the favorite of this? Chad Brown expected to be 5 of them. He scratched utilization rate in here. Right now it's Liguria coming off that Wild Applause win, who's the 8-5 top choice of his 4 3-year-old fillies. Let's go to Acacia.
And it does look like Chad Brown holds a strong hand in here, starting with Liguria, who is currently your favorite. Now, she did have the benefit of a race under her belt when she was able to run down her stablemate Tax Implications last time out in the Wild Applause, but she is a solid Phil forefront. She's very imposing. I do wonder if there's a little bit of cut in the ground.
Apologies. We'll get, hopefully that's sorted out, those technical issues with Acacia. Get back to her in the paddock in just a little bit. There's a look at the 1 MIG you were talking about. That's Revelita. And, you know, 2 victories on ground that had certainly won a lot of give in it in France. The debut as well was good to soft going, so it's probably not going to be hampered at all from this yielding going.
Yeah, I mean, she ran 7 furlongs in 1:28 to break her maiden on debut. That tells you there was a lot of give in the ground, and that's the fact that she handled it. Her races in the States have been good. She hasn't broken through in one, but ground could be the great equalizer here.
Biggest price, guys, of this foursome from Chad Brown, that is surge capacity. Andy, the most lightly raced, but we know what's happened in the Diana the last 2 years.
And I think she ran a very strong race in her debut. She's obviously giving up a lot in experience. Expect her to try to wire the field.
I'm with you. She's the horse that goes to the front end. She's the filly that goes to the front end. And I think the other 3 in here, the 3, 4, and 5, try to find their position from there. And you do have the horse on the outside, the 10 Secret Money.
Yep.
Yeah, she does have speed coming out of sprint races for Brendan Walsh, yeah.
The 3 tax implications and the 4 Liguria met up last time in the Wild Applause. In my opinion, tax implications ran the better race. First of all, she's coming off the layoff. The other one had a start. But second of all, she made a bit of an earlier big wide move while Irad Ortiz on Liguria saved ground and made the last move. Better trip for Liguria, got the win.
Yeah, you're kind of right. It was one of those things where it was a heady ride by Irad that day. He kind of just drafted off Manny, and Manny sort of got drugged to the front end, and the horse that made the last move won the race. Now, Flavian Pratt's aboard. Irad Ortiz is not aboard. He jumps to the 7, who got scratched out of this race, but obviously Flavian is very capable.
Here's the race. Liguria is sitting in last. Irad's being impatient. Manny had him sort of kept in there. After the race, Manny's probably thinking, I should have stayed and kept on her a little bit longer. But you know what? They both ran very good races. I just thought tax implications might be the one you want going forward. Revelita is the other Chad Brown entrant, and she might be the one that's faced the best horses. Prerequisite was the winner of the last race was second to Belmont Oaks, and maybe she's the one that has sort of an edge in talent and experience. She's a player as well.
Yeah, I think she's a major player, and you know what makes it in the trackside set. The 3 and the 5 have shown that they do like I think they'll both like a little cut in the ground, but the 5 has obviously shown it. She's not one since she's been here. You do get Tyler Gaffleone. She hasn't been great from the gate, but I think with a couple more starts, Andy, I think this field fits her perfect. A little tighter field, I think, is better for her.
And let me tell you something, guys. The next time we have a miserable rainy day, remember today was supposed to be 2 inches of rain. We were going to lose a terrific race in the Lake George. We ended up getting a small fraction of that. We got a fast track, and we got a terrific stake in front of us. So sometimes you get unlucky with weather up in Saratoga, but sometimes, guys, you get lucky.
And we got very lucky today. It's just a tremendous Friday afternoon. And luckily, at least, we were able to keep the feature on the grass.
Absolutely, and it has turned out to be a picture-perfect day weather-wise. It's such a funny spot. We're in the foothills of the Adirondacks. We're surrounded by other mountain ranges, right? Catskills to the south. You never really know what's going to come through here, and it can come through in a hurry. And today was a perfect example of just what Andy's saying. We had an absolutely spectacular day after having rain overnight.
Well, this filly here, the current favorite of that Chad Brown quartet of fillies, Liguria, who turned the tables on tax implications, faced her in her debut. She was no match for her. It was a debut for both that day, but things change quickly, and we'll see what changes here in this group. And, you know, as Chad Brown said earlier in the Diana, early on in the meet, when he sent out 4, and the huge upset with an Italian getting beat, he wants to run all these horses against each other because he doesn't want to come back thinking what could have been. He wants to let them settle it on the racetrack.
Well, also, he has different ownerships. He's responsible to the owners and to give every horse the opportunity to shine, to be the best they can be. You know, it's not Chad Brown's fault that he's built up this powerhouse stable. He's done it because he's good at what he does.
There's Brendan Walsh, Secret Money, who is going to stretch out beyond 6.5 furlongs for the first time. She will have the outside post here. And Javier Castellano.
She believe that she could be a part of the pace, stretching out off of turf sprints?
Yeah, certainly. Going longer than she's ever gone. Javier Castellano probably acutely aware of what kind of advantage she may have in this spot as we get set for our post parade coming up. And here is Surge Capacity, 104 for Chad Brown to start things off.
Yeah, this one, a filly by Flintshire. She won first time out for Klarovich Stable, and I would think she's the one that's going to try to lead him around the racetrack.
Tax implications for Klarovich and Chad Brown next door.
Yeah, I really like her off her last effort. She's my top choice.
Still looking at Surge Capacity. There she is. And Manny Franco will be aboard. Had that dominant win over the filly. We'll see next her stablemate in the debut for both of them. And that's the 9-5 favorite here, Liguria with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, and the thing about her, Greg, 5 different racetracks. She's going to be a 6 different racetracks she's run over, and she always brings her A game.
Revelita trying to get her first win here in the States for Chad Brown.
She had a reasonably good trip last time, but was compromised by a fairly lackluster pace, but she did save ground. I still think it was a very solid effort.
Little Miss Moonlight, 26-1 with Luis Saez.
Was actually third the night I was there at Canterbury with the great Harry Hernandez. This horse needs to step up big time.
Trying my heart out. She's going to need to do that. She went gate to wire at Belmont last time we saw her.
She was game last time at 42-1. You got to give her credit, but this is a giant step up.
Here's Princess Bettina, Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis.
She has a big fig win down at Santa Anita, but otherwise she's never lived up to it. She goes her second time for Todd Pletcher.
And here's that Brendan Walsh filly stretching out for the first time with Javier Castellano.
Not giving you much of anything here, but, you know, the board's telling you that she's the only horse really here that could maybe put a dent in one of these Chad Brown horses if she takes to the distance of ground.
5 minutes to post here in our Grade 3 Lake George, our Friday feature. And I guess not a big surprise that Liguria is the favorite of these 4 from this barn.
No, I mean, listen, they're all contenders. They all have a big shot, and she's coming off a really nice win. I agree with Andy. I think the 3 tax implications ran a better race last time. They both ran terrific. Just that sweeping move that tax implications made while Liguria was waiting before she tipped out. The encouraging thing about tax implications, that was her first start of the year. And last fall, she was lugging in badly. She didn't show any of that last time. So whatever issue that had her lugging in last fall obviously seems to be rectified.
It just seems like there's potentially upside there with tax implications, maybe a little bit more than with Liguria, who's been very good, though. Who's won at 3 different racetracks, by the way, as we look at Revelita, 5-2 with Tyler Gaffleon. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I did get to speak to trainer Chad Brown, Greg, and he said, you know, it's a little tough to gauge because they haven't run any other races on the turf today. But he said Revelita is the one that he is feels most trustworthy, handling a little bit of cut potentially in the turf, as the fact that she won on soft ground over in Europe. And the thing I love about her too is a little bit of the cutback in distance from the 1 1/8 miles. The mile suits her perfectly physically. He also said tax implications should handle it. Liguria, as they touched on with that big solid war front build, a little bit of a question mark, though of course she has a world of talent, Greg.
I mean, everyone in this race has shown talent and ability, especially this quartet here from Chad Brown. We'll see who's going to take that move forward now in a very tough spot, likely the toughest spot for all of them.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, of course, this will be, you know, a prep to go on to bigger and better things, whoever handles it well. I do think ground is going to be a factor here. You know, the course is labeled yielding. Some horses handle it better than others. I've always been of the opinion, Greg, that horses that are lighter framed handle softer ground better. They don't get bogged down into it as much. Now, I've had great conversations with Christophe Clement about it, and he doesn't feel that plays a factor whatsoever. And he's one of the best turf trainers, one of the best trainers in general, but certainly knows a lot about what goes into making a good turf horse.
Was that just your opinion from your feel on when you were on horses and that kind of course?
Absolutely. From my experience as a rider, my experience doing it for so many years. Not to say there weren't big horses that won on off ground, off turf, I should say. We're not talking about dirt at this moment, but it was a really good conversation, and I love those conversations to get a little bit of a different perspective. And certainly, listen, Christophe has a vast amount of experience with European racing as well as American racing now.
Well, Andy, we knew we were going to have some give in this turf course today. How does this yielding turf course change things with this field?
Well, I don't know. I actually think it's kind of interesting because we haven't run that much on the turf of this meet. We've lost days because of rain. So I think these courses are still in very, very good condition. So even though obviously took that water last night, it's the only race today. We've run what? This is like about the 5th day we've been on the course. So, and I really, maybe Rich can answer this better. There's a big difference between a course that took some rain that has been getting a lot of use throughout a meet, but in the beginning of a year like this, I wonder if it matters a little less. Is that fair, Richie?
Well, I think that's a very good point because there's less cut in the ground. The ground hasn't been chewed up by other horses turning it over. You know, you get 1,000-pound horses with shoes. Now they have to wear flat shoes on the turf, so they don't dig up the turf as much. But, yeah, without already that cut in the ground that's created by horses running over it for an elongated period of time. But they'll still be given the ground. It should be soft. We'll know the first eighth of a mile. Watch for the divots or the kickback from the horses. The more kickback, the more divots coming up, the softer the ground is. But it's a great point Andy makes because the ground still is pretty pristine. There's not, it's just not worn or used as much.
I think the other part of this, guys, too, let's remember when Irad Ortiz rode in Italian, he had him in the 4 or 5 path, and a lot of guys were keeping horses in the 4 or 5 path on the turf course even before we got this rain.
That was when an Italian briefly was a male.
Oh, there's surge capacity with Joel Rosario, who expects to be forward off what this one did in the debut. As we get a look at Todd Pletcher, keeping an eye on his runner, his filly Princess Bettina. Second start under his care after having been with Peter Yurton out on the West Coast. Favorite, Liguria with Flavian Pratt, and there she is for Chad Brown, 1 of 4 in the race, trying to win a 5th straight. Trainer Chad Brown, grade 3, Lake George, our feature on this Friday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you very much, Greg. 2 more left to load. Here's Secret Money. Secret Money right up to the gate and in. We are set for the Lake George. And they're off. Liguria had a smooth start, so did Tax Implications. On the outside, here comes Secret Money and Princess Bettina, and those two will now be 1-2. At the rail, Surge Capacity is a close-up third, taken in hand just a bit. Tax Implications is fourth. Little Miss Moonlight in the blue, 3 wide. Liguria settles toward the back of the field, racing on the inside of Revalita, and at the back, it's Trying My Heart Out. Secret Money gets over to the rail and takes them on to the backstretch, leading by a length and a half to Princess Bettina. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. So it's Secret Money, the pace setter, by a length and a half. Princess Bettina is second. 2.5 more. Tax Implications in third. Little Miss Moonlight, Whitecap, 3 deep. Surge Capacity is on the rail, 4 lengths off the lead. Liguria and Revalita are right together, and it's another 2 back to Trying My Heart Out. 7 lengths covers the field into the far turn. The half at 49 4. Secret Money has been there throughout. Princess Bettina just under a length behind in second. Then Surge Capacity, a close third. Tax Implications on the outside of her. 3 lengths back, Liguria has breathing room, racing 5th and starting to unwind a bit. There goes Liguria on the outside. Behind her, it's Revalita. They're at the top of the stretch. Surge Capacity trying to get through on the inside of Secret Money. Surge Capacity is up to take the lead. On the outside, Tax Implications is coming with a big bid, and then Liguria followed by Revalita. It's Surge Capacity in front, close to home. Surge Capacity under Joel Rosario has won the Lake George. Tax Implications was second. Secret Money third. Revalita fourth. Chad Brown's dominance of the Lake George continues.
And just like we saw when he had multiple horses, there's Chad Brown in the Diana of the last 2 years. The biggest price of his 4 win the race.
A horse that got a big figure first time, sat that beautiful coveted pocket trip. Joel Rosario, patient, disciplined inside. Got the room he needed, kicks through on the inside, and I think you could say the turf is decidedly, on the slower side, 1:38 for these fillies, but this was a nice effort, 2 for 2. Then the Seth Klarman, Klarovich Stables exacta here with Tax Implications getting up for second, but a nice effort. Surge capacity, what she gave away in experience, she overcame with talent.
Lightly raced, guys. Now 2 for 2 and a grade 3 win on the resume.
Joel doing? He actually got steadied on the first turn, but he was able to get surge capacity to relax. And you kept on telling me, Paulie, chill out. He's in a good spot right here. He's in a good spot.
Yeah, Paulie's going to apologize, Joe Rosario. Richie, the answer, the turf course, there is a lot of give in it. I don't think they cut it up that much, but there's a lot of give in it. You could comment on that. Let's give a little credit to Secret Money, by the way. You know, I mean, this was the four-headed monster here, and she put in an excellent effort, came very close to upsetting this field, and a terrific ride by Javier. You don't have to win races to give good rides.
Well, right there, Chad Brown been too tough to beat in this race. 5 years in a row he's won it. 7th overall. And 1-2-4 finish for him here. And surge capacity, as lightly raced as she is, may have a very big future.
Yeah, nice to see Flincher with a nice runner here. Obviously, Chad Brown trained Flincher when he came to North America, won the Sword Dancer with him at least once that I remember. It might be twice. But, you know, it's interesting what Andy just said, too. I judge riders not if they win or lose. There are great rides that a horse finishes 4th, and there are bad rides where a horse wins. It's where a rider gives a horse every opportunity to win.
Let's go to Maggie. All right, try and get back to Maggie on horseback if we could sort that out. In the meantime, Chad Brown, Klarvich Stables, Joel Rosario going to celebrate this moment with this victory.
Yeah, listen, a real nice ride with a really nice filly, now 2 for 2. Big effort, and even more so that it should not be overlooked, this is a homebred for Seth Klarman and Klarman Stables. And as much as it's great to win races, with a homebred makes it even more special.
Yes, it does. Good to point that out. Take another look here coming down the stretch. Joel Rosario hugging that fence.
And you could see a little bit of her inexperience there. She had the room, but she kind of was looking at the filly outside of her, not 100% sure of herself. And Joel kind of picked her head up today. And once she got her head through and made the lead, she kind of straightened out and ran onto the wire. It was interesting to watch her look at that other filly from the outside. And that's just a second start of her life, just a little bit green, a little bit immature, and still winning.
At 5-1. 2-3, 10-5 finish, surge capacity, a maiden win, thrown into these deep waters, just the second start of her career against 3 of her stablemates who had all been either stakes winners or stakes placed, and she gets the money. We'll be back.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the run, Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on this gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. It's brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Grade 3, Lake George in the books, and Surge Capacity surges to the wire first, beating 3 of her stablemates among the others in this group under Joel Rosario, our winner's circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be? 2 for 2 now, a maiden win at Monmouth, and now a grade 3 win here at Saratoga in her first try against winners. Let's go to Acacia.
Winning jockey Joel Rosario joining me now, coming up the inside. Joel, I know you're the best at saving ground, but the filly was game too.
Yeah, she did. I mean, it looked like for a second I got to go, then look at that horse was off the rail, and then I went for it, and he came over a little bit, but it was enough. I have enough horses just to get through, and yeah, she did really great.
She's still a lightly raced horse too. How exciting is it for a jockey when you have one that responds to you like that?
Oh, amazing, you know. I just, when you ride for Chad Brown, that's so happy, you know. He's, you know, really good trainer, and happy, you know, to be in his team today.
The only race we ran on the turf today. What did you feel out there?
Yeah, it seemed like it really, it's not like super fast, but, you know, it seemed like it's in good condition.
Well, a nice win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
In these Klarovich Silks with the homebred, Greg.
Yeah, it's got to feel very, very good for Seth Klarman to get this victory here. And not just that, the potential going forward of what she can do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, this is a filly that should continue to improve with her connections, with her conditioner, and just with racing, just having that experience and doing it the way she did it today. I thought this was a stellar effort for a filly that's got a big future. And again, going back to Seth Klarman, all that he's put into this game, the support that he's had in this game, the investment he's made in this game, I guarantee this has to feel even better than some of the bigger races he's won, because he was in on every step of this. The mating, figuring out, you know, which stallion to send the mare, settle on Flincher, you know, being in on every process through the weaning to the training, the breaking, till she came to the racetrack. I can't imagine he's got to be over the moon.
The Oracle of Boston putting a pretty good mating together here. We're going to see some more homebreds from Seth Klarman and Klarovich Stables here. Surge Capacity, and again, the biggest price of the 4 for Chad Brown in this race. You just never know who's going to step forward from this barn.
Yeah, and you know, this is how you get a price on a Chad Brown horse, having other Chad Brown runners in there.
How about this? Another big upset after an 11-1 shot, Bright Future. Costa Terra beating an odds-on favorite to start things off. We get to the finale on this Friday card that was meant for the grass. It comes off main track now and was a mile and a 16th, now 1 mile main track. New York breds maiden special weight, and as expected, Burba Chase taking plenty of support for Todd Pletcher, a true dirt horse who they're going to try on grass, but has sharp dirt form and has a Rat Ortiz Jr. as well. Up more in the nightcap when we come back. We're going to look ahead to more coming up from the weekend when we return, including a big showdown and prep for the personal ensign. Clairiere, 4-time Grade 1 winner, looking to go back-to-back in the Chuvy. She has a date with Nest coming up on Sunday.
Gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Trying to hold up Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. a Grade 1 winner out of a multiple Grade 1 winner with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
The NyraBets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at nyrabets.com.
Clairiere, a bit tough to handle there, looking to come through down at the rail. Here comes Clairiere up the inside. Here's Malathon on the outside as they move down for the 8th pole. It is Clairiere, Malathon, Crazy Beautiful in between those two. It is Clairiere and Malathon on the outside. It's a showdown in the Chuvie that's going to go to Clairiere, who comes through on the inside to win it under Joel Rosario.
She is special, and she puts in that big late run, whether she gets pace or not. 4-time Grade 1 winner, of course, defending champ of the Chuvie, Clairiere.
She's relentless. I mean, she goes and gets good horses, and she's not pace dependent. She's a closer that can close into a slow pace. She's game. She'll run inside. She'll run outside. And she's in really extremely good current form.
And has the recency, back-to-back Grade 1 wins. She's got the recency edge as well on her main competition in this race. In Nest, who was sensational the entire second half of last year in that 3-year-old season for her. And off that, she's a second choice at 4-5. Clairiere, look what she's done coming back. This was in the Ogden Phipps, and this is actually where Todd Pletcher wanted to come back with Nest, but she wasn't ready.
No, so Nest, obviously had to miss some training, wasn't quite ready for this. Now she jumps into the deep end of the pool, taking on Clairiere. And look at her, the way she finishes. I mean, the filly on the lead is not laying down. I mean, she went and got her. And that filly runs in the Molly Pitcher, right? The runner-up.
Could be a huge favorite, in that race coming up. She just puts in this relentless run from off the pace. It's so exciting to watch every single time she lines up. A special one for Steve Asmussen and Stone Street. Gonna have to do, and look what she's done career earnings-wise. That's just incredible. Over $3.1 million she has earned. And maybe this is finally the year for her that she gets that championship. She's got to deal, obviously, guys, with Nest, but Nest, tough spot here coming back off the bench. They did want to get started with her a little bit earlier, and were not able to.
Yeah, I think Richie made a very interesting point at the start when he said that Clairiere can close into slow paces. And when she was in the Chuvie last year, Malathon had a tactical advantage over theoretically, and Clairiere still got the best of her that day. And Malathon may not have run a race, but that's important when we get into this race because it's a forest field, but make no mistake, just about 99% sure that one of these two will win. Nest has a tactical advantage.
Yes.
But is she going to be ready to take on a Clairiere off the layoff, and is she going to take the needed step forward to beat her?
You make all good points. And it being a short field helps Clairiere out, let's just be honest, because she's now turned into a mare that, she kind of takes a little while to get going. She was reminding me a little bit of Zenyatta-esque. Listen, she's not in that same class, but lately, since she's turned 5, when Steve Asmussen brought her out, he thought, okay, I'm going to have the leader in the division. Malathon's kind of gone. She lost her first dot. Now she barely ran down Secret Oath with that beautiful, and then she ran down Search Results. I get it.
She's relentless.
She's relentless. My issue is she's starting to get a little too far back. So I think the shorter the field is going to help her out.
Is she too far back? She keeps winning.
I know, right? It is true.
She breaks my heart when she beats Search Results. And poor Search Results is always about that much behind the best horse in the division, the Clairiere. Right now, she's the best one in the division. She's got 2 Grade 1s, and this will be a great setup. But let's hope that Nest comes back, and she can show a flash, at least, of what we saw last year to set up a tremendous matchup in the Personal Ensign.
It's going to be fun to watch. Just two superstars in this division do battle. And, you know, again, it's sort of like when Clairiere started out the year, it was Secret Oath. Who was going to have the edge in there is kind of the starting point for both. And with her tactical ability, Secret Oath got that first win, but then Clairiere got her next time out. For Ness, this is a starting point.
It's a starting point. Listen, the right conditioner in Todd Pletcher to have horses prepared off of a break, a trainer that puts a lot of miles, a lot of foundation in his horses, but taking on the best while you're still having to shake off that ring rust. And also there's always a question with horses coming back off of a layoff, off of, turning from 3 to 4, do they make that next step? Because there's always that steady development that horses will improve with age. A horse doesn't fully develop till the age of 5. We're seeing that with Clairiere.
Yeah, that's one of the big questions that we want to see answered. Is Ness going to come back as good or maybe even better?
Sure.
We may not find that out in that race on Sunday, but we may have a pretty good idea. It's going to be a sensational event. Shuvi, can Clairiere get it done again? Or will Ness step forward? We'll have live coverage. We have the finale coming up. Mile on the main track to close out this Friday card. New York Breds trying to get the first win on their resume ahead. And Todd Pletcher with an even money favorite. Narad Ortiz Jr. trying to get number 3 on today's card.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga. So I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33, 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse. Certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by mayor owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And mayor owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Looking at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharaoh, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, nybreds.com is where you want to go. We say it all the time. It pays to be a New York bred. So many great incentives, purse-wise as well, to have New York breds and win extra money as an owner. Here's a look at Bourbon Chase. This horse is the 4-5 favorite. Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz Jr. and brings that strong dirt form, at least in terms of a maiden race into this group, guys.
His owner, Kirk Wyckoff of Three Diamonds Farm, texted me earlier and said, so what way is Bourbon Chase going to find to lose today? Because, I mean, this horse has lost 3 races at odds on, 2 races at under 2-1, and 2 races at 2-1 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
You don't see that a lot. He's in a field he's supposed to beat today, but he just always loses.
Yeah, he's got 5 second-place finishes. He keeps knocking on the door. And Todd being the Hall of Fame conditioner, he's tried him 7 furlongs, 6 furlongs, blinkers on, LASIKs on. He's tried every trick. I think turf might, and listen, he was trying to probably get the horse on the turf today thinking, okay, let's try something else. Now you're back on the dirt again, and do you want to trust this horse at 4-5?
And the other bad news for him is he doesn't have 1. He has 2 Linda Rice horses to deal with. And we'll start with the number 10 horse in this race, a horse that I was interested in. I'm always interested in second-time Linda Rice horses. So I took a flyer and put this one on top. But boy, I wish this horse did some running in its debut.
Yeah, I get it. But, you know, this is a horse that wasn't really fancy, but Jose Ortiz was aboard that day. And you're right. Sprinter route, she's 28%. She's better. With her second out stats too, and I think that belongs with the 12 too, a horse that did run a little bit better second time in her barn, and I think a player in here too as well.
Well, I mean, the truth with Lieutenant Mitchell when Bruce Levine had is the first race on the dirt was good.
Yeah.
Fits very well. The second race, something may have gone wrong and has not been on the dirt for Linda Rice. This horse makes a lot of sense in here.
Yeah, and the way Linda's going right now, she's just on fire, and you know, of the 8 and the 9, I prefer the 9 a little bit more to maybe get the dirt in here, and then the 3 Mission Hills, the other one with Joel Rosario and Billy Mott. You like that one at all?
Yeah,
That's how you say
I
that
used that one in there. I had that one in there. It's like
Tomato.
somewhere. But at the end of the day, the question is,
Thanks.
Bourbon Chase, can he lose 4 times in his career at odds on, Greg?
May have finally caught the right field to get it done here in a race that was meant to be on the grass. Stands out as the horses, as he should here, is a 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, he's well posted. He's a horse that's got the most proven and best dirt form. He's going to be a handful at a short price.
It's been odds on, though, 3 other times in his career, as Andy has pointed out, finding ways to lose, but I don't think it gets the field probably this soft.
No, he's hooked into a field unless one of these horses that have only tried turf moves up on the dirt.
Kick things off with the favorite. 4-5 here, and Arad Ortiz Jr. notch his 13th winner of the meet.
I'm a little disgusted listening to 2 of you. You spent a lot of time with me, and you're just conceding the race to the horse that never gets it done. This horse will win, and he will beat me.
Mission Hill at 8-1. You're welcome, Andy.
I think this one's a little bit interesting. We'll see. He's probably more of a shorter and a turf pedigree, but I thought he could improve second time.
40-1, tip of the boots with Jackie Davis.
Yeah, Jackie Davis for Mary Alice Coffee here. Wicked strong colt that didn't do much running first time out.
Border Patrol 29-1, Rob Atras.
Both the 4 and 5 are just going to have to be completely different horses off their debuts.
Tony O, we'll see next. Debuted on a race that came off the turf, did not show much.
Yeah, you know, the 8 and the 9 are kind of similar to me. Just which one of these horses is going to run better on dirt, or are they both not going to run on dirt?
All good here has only been on turf for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, but Christophe Clement sometimes does kind of well getting in these off-the-turf races, but it seems like more often when it's a sloppy track. This is not a sloppy track.
Ute Tomato, one of two in here for Linda Rice, 14-1.
Yeah, a little great gelding there. Well done there on the pronunciation, Greg. I know it's getting late in the day, very sharp.
Got to give Mig the assist there. And by the way, that Dan produced Sharp Star, Papa Shot. Here's Lieutenant Mitchell, Linda Rice as well.
Yeah, the other Linda Rice runner. We've seen her run already 1-2 today. Can she run 1-2 in the last? It'd be a big exact, the 10 or the 12 in here. But I think the 12 is pretty live right now at 5-1.
Andy, it wasn't Mig or I. 3-5 now on the favorite Bourbon Chase, I promise. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, let's see if today is finally the day for Bourbon Chase, as he is such a short price right now. And he looks like a dirt horse. He looks like he found the right spot. I read Ortiz did take him away from the pony and give him a big warm-up out there, which I appreciate because he's typically one that is a very, very laid-back customer. I've even in the past written kind of nondescript as far as just one that doesn't really perk up much. He is more awake today, if anything, and I love that Irad got his blood flowing out there and kept him moving on the track. He's a big, good-looking son of Practical Joke. This is the right spot. Let's see if he can seal the deal. I'm going to take a little shot with the 3 Mission Hill. He's not overly turf-looking, but he's a horse that I think will love a little bit more distance. He was a touch chatty back in the paddock, but it wasn't like nervous energy. It was just kind of saying hey to all of his friends in the paddock. But I like the stretch out for him. He's got a lovely warm-up from Joel Rosario, and there were some siblings in the family on the bottom side that won on the grass. 3 out of the 7 foals who won, all won on the dirt. So let's see if that transfers second time out. But the number 10, Utamaro, this is the one that I've definitely prefer of the 2 Linda Rice horses, and I know the rest of our team preferring this one as well. As far as I can tell, Utamaro, a Japanese artist, as Barry Schwartz loves, big fan of Japanese culture and food. And this one, I thought in his debut he was lacking a lot of focus and just a horse I wasn't sold on as far as taking to the turf. So I like him on the dirt. I think he actually looks more like a dirt horse than after Sharp Star, who won, of course, a grade 3 and going long on the dirt for Horacio de Paz, and a horse that is much more focused, much better behaved, and a lovely warm-up and a very generous price, Greg.
And let's go back to race 6. Linda Rice can't do this twice on the card, can she? Heavy favorite in a race that was taken off the turf that El Captain was supposed to win at odds on. She runs 1-2 in there. One of those horses had no dirt form, and now an odds-on favorite in the last taken off the turf with 2 horses for Linda Rice that was, we'll see. They can make an impact.
Yeah, listen, I like the 10 Utamaro, named for Kitagawa Utamaro, who was Japanese artist, and obviously Barry Schwartz, very well versed in that. I'm always amazed, Barry Schwartz, he learned Japanese, maybe one of the hardest languages to learn. And that's, like, to me, a brilliant mind can do that. This, you know, out of a mare, Mindy Gold, who's had 5 dirt winners, including, we talked about, right, Papa Shot, Sharp Star, as well as Moem, Mother of All Mothers, named for Cheryl Schwartz. All on the dirt. So why can't this horse, and we've seen Linda do this move before, you know, run a horse on the turf, get a run into them, and then they improve when they get to the dirt. Pedigree-wise, I think the 10 Utamaro is very interesting at a big price.
Yeah, Andy, we talked about the dams dropped for Utamaro. Papa Shot had that monster race at Belmont for Linda Rice a few years back. Looked like that horse might actually become a star. It didn't actually materialize, but it was a big effort.
That monster race was in a wet track, another one of those wet track races that lives in isolation. I picked the 10 Utamaro. I had to pick somebody over the number 1 horse. Unlike you guys, I'm not conceding the race to that horse, and neither is my man Paulie.
Yeah, you know, listen, the one's going to be tough to beat. And like you said, the horse has been beaten at many prices, but, like, again,
tough to beat. That horse waves the white flag.
I understand, and at 65 cents a dollar, 80 cents a dollar, 90 cents a dollar, have we said this before? Oh, this horse has finally found the right field. I don't know. I do like the 10. All of us are on the 10, but I do think the other Linda Rice runner, the 12, might run a big race.
Yeah, and, you know, the thing about the 1 is he's a frustrating horse as an owner because he has real ability. He's not a bad horse. He just seems to always find someone to beat him, and I get it, guys. You look at this race and you say, he is finally supposed to win, and maybe he will. Maybe he'll just overwhelm them. But this is the kind of horse that I'm going to spend my life betting against at odds on.
And neither of us were leaning on the one.
No, you love him, Greg.
Five,
Just
I used
admit
the
it.
10 and 12 as well on my ticket. And Mig, you picked the 10, didn't you?
Yeah, I picked the 10, and Andy, you know, just maybe listen a little bit more.
Having said that, no one's going to be shocked if this horse gallops. He's 3-5. He's overwhelmingly has the dirt form, but he's supposed to have got it done several times ago.
Well, listen, as a kid, I played football in All-American football, Pee Wee League at Garrettson Beach. I looked like a world beater. When I got to middle school, junior high school, I didn't look that good. It's all about the company you keep.
It is, and that could be the difference maker here for Bourbon Chase. Wilson Chute, by the way, for this 1 mile, move to the main track.
Tell you what, we do have to give props to the maintenance crew here at NYRA to have this track in the shape it's in, considering the amount of water we got overnight. This track has been in fantastic shape all day.
How aggressive will Luis Saez and Lieutenant Mitchell be from that outside post? Maybe leading the way. Let's go to Frank Miramati up top.
Ready for the nightcap. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Border Patrol in the center, who seizes the lead right away. Lieutenant Mitchell is flashing good early foot. These two setting a quick early tempo, and Lieutenant Mitchell is up now to take the lead. Opens up a length and a half. Border Patrol in second. Udamaro a joint third, racing on the outside of Mission Hill, who is fourth as they make their way down the back stretch. It's another length to All Good here in the purple cap, 6 lengths off the lead. At the rail comes Tip of the Boot. They are followed by Bourbon Chase, 8 off them, and on the outside comes Tony O. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds, heading to the half-mile pole behind Lieutenant Mitchell, who leads by a length and a half to Border Patrol in second. Mission Hill hugs the fence in third. All Good here is fourth. Bourbon Chase advancing in the turquoise colors, fifth now, about 5 lengths off the lead. The half went in 47 and 3/5 seconds as they round the far turn. Lieutenant Mitchell will come to the quarter pole with a host of pursuers. All Good here moves to engage, and a solid rally from the favorite Bourbon Chase, who's wide but closing resolutely as the field turns for home. Bourbon Chase on the outside is up to take command. Coming to the furlong pole, a big run from Mission Hill on the inside, trying to make a race of it. They're inside the 8th pole. Bourbon Chase trying to finish the job, and Mission Hill is trying to deny him. But Bourbon Chase has something left and pulls away late. Mission Hill angles out. It will be Bourbon Chase. That's 4 for Irad Ortiz Jr. Mission Hill second best. Then it was Lieutenant Mitchell third. Udamaro finished fourth.
Bourbon Chase actually floated up to 4-5 in the end to cross the wire first for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and he worked very hard to get by the 3 Mission Hill, and he angled over on top of Mission Hill when he was trying to fight back. It'll be interesting to see how much ground he took. His horse got to the front, started pulling up, looking for a way to get beat. You see Irad look back there. He's going for a left-handed crop. Now he's going to slowly wander over as he's leaning right there. I don't think it's enough to come down. You saw the 3-horse got uncomfortable there. Not a big fan of the lean, and I'm not a big fan of the drift there. We saw an incident happen early in the day, a horse drifting over.
The day started with this rider.
Exactly, and where his brother clipped heels and went down right on top of the wire, and his horse was angled over. Now, I don't think he ever took all his ground. He did put him in an uncomfortable spot, but I think this is what the stewards have to start really looking at and guarding against. We don't need to see horses and riders crash to the ground because a rider is overzealous.
So inquiry up with the 1 and the 3 here. Again, common theme with Irad Ortiz Jr. And did he take that ground away from Mission Hill?
Again, I don't think he took all the ground away, and I honestly don't think there'll be a change here. But you've also got to start looking at riding that is not just competitive, but borderline dangerous.
Joel Rosario behind him on the 3. Mission Hill off screen. We're taking a look at it again at the head-on. And again, the way this day began, it was, and there's Todd Pletcher looking on, a Rad Ortiz Jr. being aggressive, and a horse behind him clipping heels that happen to be his brother on board.
Yeah. Now, listen, I do think that the 3 Mission Hill maybe overreacted a little bit and kind of ducked, because you got to understand, inside of him is a rail. It's stationary. That's not going to give for you. So some horses are aware of that, and I'm not going to step into this and bounce off it. So he kind of almost checked himself from hitting or brushing the fence, and now Joel has to steady a jump and come out around, but I don't think he ever came all the way over and took all his ground.
We'll see what the stewards decide. Arad, Joel, they're both going to make their case in a conversation with the stewards. One more look at the head-on.
Again, but it's the body language, too. Again, the lean off the side of your horse, just the constant peek to the left to see where he's at. And then once he's out of there, the horse drifts back out. So the intent was to make him as uncomfortable as possible in that position. And then as soon as he was out of the spot, he allowed his horse to drift to the right. So it was the rider, not the horse, that made that move. Just like earlier in the day, I praised Irad for how well he corrected a horse that was trying to lug in. This time, this wasn't horse. This was rider. And admittedly, I'm saying I don't think it was enough for there to be a change in the finish. But this was all rider, not horse.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, I would certainly agree with what Richie said there, but I wanted to also mention that the 3 Mission Hill on top of that, as what Richie said, reacted. He was so uncomfortable. When you watch kind of the close-up shot, you could see Mission Hill had his head turned out a little bit, and he actually switched back to his inside left lead before Joel took him out of that space. Horses will start swapping their leads right here where the 3 Mission Hill has his head turned a little bit. He's uncomfortable. Joel Rosario's going left-handed to keep him from going into the rail a bit, and he will actually flip back to that left lead, kind of taking himself out in a self-preservation, and you can see that's where the steadying really emphasized it, because he was very, very uncomfortable in that spot.
As we continue to look at it, it does not appear like there's enough there of taking away any room to make a change.
He always had his space. He did shift ground, and again, you know, the lean, constantly looking to the left, coming in on top of him. Now, listen, I often talk about it. A rider's job is to make his competition as uncomfortable as possible within the boundaries of the rules. I don't think he went over any lines here, but also considering what happened early in the day, I do think that Irad has to be more mindful.
And look, all riders are trying to win, and they know these tactics and use these tactics, but you feel Arad uses this more than anyone on this circuit?
Well, yeah, listen, and one of the things that makes Irad as good as he is his intensity, his desire. He'll ride a maiden claimer as hard as he'll ride a grade 1, and you appreciate and admire that, but I think there should be a little bit of modification with this as well.
There's Arad talking things over with Todd Pletcher. Will this victory stand for Bourbon Chase here in his 8th career start after 5 runner-up finishes in 7 starts?
Again, I didn't think it was enough to come down unless the stewards, and again, it's the tone the stewards set at any given meet. The more you allow riders to do, the more they're going to do. It's human nature. If you give me an inch, I'm going to take 2. If you give me a foot, I'm going to take 1.5 feet. I don't blame riders for that. It's the parameters that the stewards make.
No change. Victory stands. Bourbon Chase. And a leg back up. Picture time here for Arad. Todd Pletcher, 3 Diamonds Farm.
Yeah, big day for Irad, a bunch of winners. And I'm sure that he'll trade all of those winners away just to hear that his brother Jose's all right, although the preliminary reports are that he's okay. He did hit the ground very hard.
4-win day for Arad Ortiz Jr. 14 victories now at this meet.
In
3
6 days.
of those would have been...
3 of those today would have been his brother.
Would have been Jose's, yeah. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. We're back tomorrow with a tremendous Saturday of coverage here from Saratoga, including that monster showdown in the Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, grade 1. That will be on Big Fox. We have the Caress earlier on the card, sprinting on the turf. Coverage begins at 1 Eastern. Check your local listings on Fox. We hope to see you then. In the curling earlier today, Scotland more forwardly placed and throwing his name into the ring for the Travers later this summer. How about the Lake George? 4 of them lining up for Chad Brown, and it's the biggest price of that group with the victory. Joel Rosario in surge capacity. Wet Paint, Hoosier Philly, getting ready to do battle again in the CCA Oaks.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.